The cupboard under the stairs had become Harry Potter's entire world for 3 days now, and the darkness was starting to feel like a living thing pressing against his chest. The thin mattress beneath him reeked of mildew, and something else he couldn't identify, something that made his stomach turn, even though it had been empty for longer than he cared to count. Through the wooden slats of his prison door, he could hear the muffled sounds of normal life continuing without him. Uncle Vernon's booming laughter at something on the television, Aunt Petunia's sharp voice directing Dudley to finish his pudding, the clink of silverware against china that reminded Harry there was food in the world, food he wasn't allowed to have. The pudding incident had been spectacular, even by Harry's standards of accidental disasters. 3 days ago, the Dursleys had hosted one of Vernon's business dinners, complete with his boss, Mr. Mason, and several other important people from Grunning's drill company. Aunt Petunia had spent the entire week preparing, polishing every surface in the house until it gleamed, practicing her posh accent in the mirror, and threatening Harry with increasingly creative punishments if he so much as breathed too loudly during the dinner. Harry had tried his best to be invisible. He really had. He'd stayed in his cupboard while the guests arrived, listening to Uncle Vernon's hearty welcomes and Aunt Petunia's tinkling laugh as she played the perfect hostess. The sounds of dinner had drifted through the thin door, the scrape of chairs being pulled back from the table, the gentle murmur of adult conversation punctuated by appreciative sounds as they enjoyed Aunt Petunia's carefully prepared roast beef. Everything had been going perfectly until Dudley decided he needed a glass of water from the kitchen and spotted Harry peeking through the crack in his cupboard door. His cousin's piggy eyes had lit up with malicious delight as he realized the potential for entertainment. Dudley had started making faces at Harry through the gap, pulling his mouth into grotesque shapes and sticking out his tongue. When Harry tried to look away, Dudley began tapping on the door with increasing volume, clearly hoping to get Harry in trouble. That was when the rage had started building in Harry's chest, not the quick flash of anger that sometimes made lights flicker or caused Dudley's hair to turn temporarily green, but something deeper and more dangerous, a slow burn that seemed to spread through his entire body like liquid fire. He'd pressed his hands against the cupboard walls, trying to contain whatever was happening inside him, but it was like trying to hold back the ocean with a paper dam. The explosion had come just as Aunt Petunia was serving her prize-winning chocolate pudding, the one she'd been perfecting for weeks, specifically for this dinner. One moment she was placing elegant portions on the best china plates, smiling proudly as the guests made admiring noises. The next moment, every single pudding in the house had erupted like a volcano. Not just the ones on the table, though those had certainly made the biggest impression, as they splattered chocolate across Mr. Mason's best suit and painted the dining room walls in sticky brown streaks. The backup pudding in the refrigerator had burst through the door with enough force to knock Dudley off his feet. The individual pudding cups in the pantry had exploded in sequence like a string of firecrackers, sending chocolate shrapnel across the kitchen. Even the emergency pudding Aunt Petunia kept frozen in the garage freezer had somehow detonated, coating Uncle Vernon's precious company car in frozen chocolate chunks. The silence that followed had been absolute and terrifying. Mr. Mason had stood in the dining room, chocolate dripping from his hair, staring at the carnage with the expression of a man whose understanding of the world had just been fundamentally altered. Mrs. Mason had fainted directly into a chair, her pale blue dress now resembling a Jackson Pollock painting, done entirely in shades of brown. The other dinner guests had simply frozen, as if moving might trigger another inexplicable dessert disaster. Uncle Vernon's face had gone through a spectacular range of colors, from his usual ruddy pink to deep red to an alarming shade of purple that Harry had never seen before. His mouth had opened and closed like a fish gasping for air, but no sound had emerged. Aunt Petunia had let out a sound that wasn't quite a scream and wasn't quite a sob, staring at the ruins of her perfect dinner party with the hollow eyes of someone whose worst nightmare had just come true. The aftermath had been swift and brutal. The guests had been hustled out with stammered apologies about faulty plumbing and gas leaks. Though Harry doubted anyone had believed those explanations. Mr. Mason had left without a word, still picking chocolate out of his eyebrows. Uncle Vernon's promotion prospects had probably evaporated, along with any hope of future social acceptance in their carefully cultivated suburban community. And Harry had been dragged to his cupboard with a violence that left bruises on his arms and a promise that this time the punishment would fit the crime. That had been 3 days ago. 3 days of darkness broken only by the thin strips of light that leaked through the gaps around his door. 3 days of hunger that had progressed from uncomfortable to painful to a constant gnawing ache that seemed to eat at him from the inside. 3 days of listening to the family eat their meals while he received nothing but occasional sips of water shoved through the slot that Uncle Vernon had cut in the door years ago for just such occasions. But the worst part wasn't the hunger or the darkness or even the cramped space that forced him to sleep, curled in a ball like a wounded animal. The worst part was listening to Uncle Vernon's voice getting progressively angrier as he worked himself into the rage that Harry knew was coming. It had started as muttered complaints about freaks and their unnatural tendencies. By the second day, it had escalated to detailed descriptions of what Uncle Vernon intended to do to beat the abnormality out of his nephew. By the third day, Uncle Vernon was openly discussing whether a good thrashing might cure Harry of his freakishness permanently. Harry had heard that particular conversation through the kitchen door, while Uncle Vernon thought he was sleeping. The casual way his uncle had discussed using his belt, or perhaps something heavier, had sent ice water through Harry's veins. There had been beatings before, of course. Uncle Vernon believed firmly in the corrective power of physical punishment when it came to freakish behavior. But this felt different. This felt final. The sound of heavy footsteps approaching the cupboard sent Harry scrambling backward until his spine pressed against the far wall. The footsteps stopped directly in front of his door, and Harry could see the shadow of Uncle Vernon's massive bulk blocking the light from underneath. A key turned in the lock with deliberate slowness, each click seeming to echo in the small space. The door swung open with a creak that sounded like a death knell, and Uncle Vernon's enormous frame filled the opening completely. He had to duck his head to look into the cupboard, and even in the dim light from the hallway, Harry could see that his uncle's face was flushed with the particular shade of red that meant serious trouble. Uncle Vernon was holding something in his right hand, something made of leather that gleamed dully in the weak light. "Come out here, boy." Uncle Vernon's voice was deceptively quiet, which somehow made it more terrifying than if he had been shouting. "Time you learned what happens to freaks who destroy good people's lives." Harry pressed himself further back against the wall, knowing there was nowhere to go but unable to stop himself from trying. His heart was beating so hard he was sure Uncle Vernon must be able to hear it. "I'm sorry about the pudding," he whispered, though he knew it was pointless. "I didn't mean to." "Didn't mean to," Uncle Vernon repeated, his voice dripping with sarcasm. "Of course you didn't mean to. Freaks never mean to do anything, do they? It just happens, like magic." He spat the last word like it tasted foul in his mouth. "Well, I'm going to make sure it never happens again. I'm going to beat the freakishness right out of you, boy, even if it kills you." The casual mention of killing sent Harry's survival instincts into overdrive. He lunged forward, trying to slip past Uncle Vernon's bulk and escape into the hallway. But his uncle's meaty hand caught him by the shoulder and hauled him backward with bruising force. Harry's feet scrambled for purchase on the floor as he was dragged into the living room, where Uncle Vernon had apparently been preparing for this moment. The furniture had been pushed back to create an open space in the center of the room. Aunt Petunia sat on the sofa with Dudley beside her, both of them watching with expressions that ranged from eager anticipation to sick fascination. Neither of them made any move to intervene, as Uncle Vernon threw Harry down onto the carpet, hard enough to drive the breath from his lungs. "3 days I've been thinking about this," Uncle Vernon said conversationally, doubling the leather belt in his hands with a sound like a gunshot. 3 days of cleaning chocolate off my car and listening to Petunia cry about her ruined dinner party. 3 days of wondering what I'm going to tell my boss about why his best suit is destroyed. Harry tried to crawl away, but Uncle Vernon's boot caught him in the ribs and sent him sprawling. The pain was sharp and immediate, but it was nothing compared to the terror that was building in his chest as he realized that this time there might not be an afterward. "You cost me my promotion, freak," Uncle Vernon continued, raising the belt above his head. "You cost me my reputation. You cost me everything I've worked for, and now you're going to pay for it." The belt came down with a whistle of displaced air, and Harry threw his hands up to protect his face instinctively. But instead of the expected agony, there was a sound like breaking glass, followed by a crash that seemed to go on forever. Harry opened his eyes to find himself surrounded by glittering fragments of glass. Every window in the house had exploded simultaneously, sending shards flying in all directions. The coffee table had cracked down the middle. The television screen had spiderwebbed into 1,000 pieces. Even the mirrors in the adjoining hallway had shattered, creating a tinkling cascade of destruction that seemed to echo from every room in the house. Uncle Vernon stood frozen with the belt still raised above his head, his face now completely white instead of red. Aunt Petunia was screaming, a high-pitched sound that seemed to blend with the distant wail of car alarms from outside. Dudley had fallen off the sofa and was cowering behind it, his hands pressed over his head as glass continued to fall like deadly snow. Through the destroyed front window, Harry could see that the damage extended beyond just their house. Every window visible on Privet Drive had suffered the same fate. Porch lights had exploded, car windshields had spiderwebbed, even the street lamps had burst, plunging the normally pristine suburban street into darkness, broken only by the flashing lights of car alarms. But none of that mattered to Harry, because he could feel power still coursing through his body like electricity, wild and dangerous, and completely beyond his control. His hair was standing on end, as if he'd been struck by lightning, and he could taste something metallic in the air that made his teeth ache. Uncle Vernon took a step backward, the belt falling from his nerveless fingers to land on the carpet with a soft thud. For the first time in Harry's memory, his uncle looked genuinely afraid. "What?" he whispered, his voice barely audible over Aunt Petunia's continued screaming. "What are you?" Harry didn't answer because he didn't know. All he knew was that the broken glass, crunching under his feet as he stood up, felt like applause, and the terrified expression on Uncle Vernon's face was more satisfying than any meal he'd ever eaten. He took a step toward his uncle, and Vernon stumbled backward so quickly that he tripped over Dudley and went down hard. "Stay away from me, freak," Vernon gasped, scrambling backward across the glass-covered floor. "Stay away from us." The front door was standing open, probably blown that way by the force of the window explosions, and cool night air was flowing into the house. Harry could smell grass and flowers and freedom, scents that seemed impossible after days of stale cupboard air. Without a word, he turned away from his uncle's terrified face and walked toward that open door. "You can't leave," Aunt Petunia called after him, her voice shrill with panic. "You're just a child. You'll die out there." Harry paused in the doorway and looked back at the ruins of the only home he'd ever known. The shattered glass, the terrified faces, the destruction that his own power had caused. "I'm already dying in here," he said quietly, and stepped out into the night. The cool air hit his face like a blessing, carrying away the stale smell of the cupboard and the metallic taste of magic. He was wearing only thin pajamas and bare feet, but the pavement felt warm against his soles as he walked away from number 4 Privet Drive. Behind him, he could hear Uncle Vernon shouting something about calling the police, and Aunt Petunia's voice rising in argument, but their words seemed to come from very far away. All around him, the residents of Privet Drive were emerging from their houses to survey the damage. Neighbors stood in their driveways, pointing at blown-out windows and comparing theories about gas leaks or sonic booms. No one paid attention to a small boy in pajamas walking through the chaos. They were all too busy dealing with their own disasters to notice that the source of those disasters was calmly making his escape. Harry walked for what felt like hours but was probably only 20 minutes, his bare feet silent on the sidewalk as he put distance between himself and the only life he'd ever known. The night air was crisp with the promise of autumn, and above him stars were visible between the streetlights in a way they never had been from his cupboard window. Everything felt different out here, cleaner, freer. Like the world was suddenly full of possibilities that hadn't existed while he was locked away. He found himself in Magnolia Park, a small green space that he'd glimpsed from the school bus but never been allowed to visit. There was a playground with swings that creaked gently in the breeze, and beyond that, a small pond that reflected the moonlight like scattered coins. Harry settled on a bench near the water's edge, pulling his knees up to his chest for warmth, and tried to process what had just happened. He'd done magic. Real magic. Not just the small accidents that usually got him in trouble. He'd destroyed every window on Privet Drive without even meaning to, just by being angry and afraid. The power had felt enormous while it was happening, like touching a live wire or standing too close to lightning. But now that it was over, he felt strangely empty, as if the magic had taken something important with it when it left. The question was what to do next. He couldn't go back to the Dursleys, that much was certain. Even if they would take him, which they probably wouldn't after tonight's display, he'd rather sleep on the streets than spend another night in that cupboard. But 8-year-olds weren't exactly equipped for independent living, magical or not. He had no money, no food, no plan beyond getting as far away from Privet Drive as possible. A rustling in the bushes near the pond caught his attention, and Harry tensed, wondering if Uncle Vernon had followed him after all. But instead of his uncle's bulk, a small hedgehog emerged from the undergrowth, snuffling around the base of a tree in search of insects. The animal paid no attention to Harry, going about its business with the confidence of a creature that belonged exactly where it was. Harry envied that confidence. He'd never felt like he belonged anywhere, not in the cupboard under the stairs, not at school where he had no friends and teachers who believed whatever lies the Dursleys told them about his behavior. Not anywhere. But sitting here in the quiet darkness, watching a hedgehog hunt for its dinner while the pond reflected stars he'd never seen clearly before, Harry thought maybe belonging wasn't about finding the right place. Maybe it was about finding the right people. The thought made him remember something he'd seen earlier that week at the library. Aunt Petunia had sent him there while she and Dudley went shopping, probably hoping he'd get lost or kidnapped, or simply disappear. Instead, he'd discovered that the library was warm and quiet, and full of books that nobody tried to stop him from reading. And there had been a girl there, sitting alone at one of the large tables near the windows, surrounded by stacks of books that looked far too advanced for someone her age. She'd had wild, bushy brown hair that seemed to have a life of its own, and she'd been completely absorbed in what looked like a university-level textbook about theoretical physics. Harry had been fascinated despite himself, partly by the complexity of what she was reading, and partly by the way she looked as alone as he felt. When she'd gotten up to return her books to the shelf, he'd noticed that her pile included texts on advanced mathematics, organic chemistry, and something called quantum mechanics that had more equations than words. Most kids their age were reading picture books or simple chapter books about magic ponies or brave dogs. This girl was apparently teaching herself subjects that Harry was pretty sure most adults couldn't understand. But what had really caught his attention wasn't her intelligence, impressive as it was. It was the careful way she'd stacked her books, the precise manner in which she'd organized her notes, and the fact that she'd spoken to the librarian with the kind of polite formality that Harry recognized as the behavior of someone who wasn't quite sure they were welcome anywhere. He'd wanted to talk to her, but by the time he'd worked up the courage, she'd already left. All he'd managed to do was ask the librarian about the girl with the bushy hair, learning only that her name was Hermione, and she came in every morning when the library opened. Sitting on the park bench with the hedgehog for company, Harry found himself wondering what Hermione was doing right now. Probably sleeping in a warm bed, in a house where nobody locked her in cupboards or beat her with belts. Probably dreaming about quantum mechanics or organic chemistry or whatever brilliant people dreamed about. But maybe, just maybe, she was as lonely as he was. Maybe she understood what it felt like to be different in ways that made other people uncomfortable. The hedgehog finished its hunting and trundled back into the bushes, leaving Harry alone with his thoughts and the gentle sound of water lapping against the pond's edge. He'd never spent a night outdoors before, and as the temperature continued to drop, he began to understand why people built houses and invented blankets. His thin pajamas offered no protection against the autumn chill, and the wooden bench felt like it was actively stealing warmth from his body. But even cold and hungry and uncertain about the future, Harry felt more hopeful than he had in months. For the first time in his life, he was free to make his own choices, even if those choices were limited to which park bench to sleep on, or which garbage bin might contain edible leftovers. Nobody was going to lock him in a cupboard for being different. Nobody was going to beat him for accidents he couldn't control. Whatever happened next, it would be his decision. In the distance, he could see the first hints of dawn beginning to lighten the eastern horizon. Soon, normal people would start their normal days, going to normal jobs and living normal lives that didn't include exploding windows or accidental magic. And maybe, if he was very lucky, he'd get another chance to talk to the girl with the wild hair who read university textbooks and looked as lonely as he felt. Harry pulled his knees closer to his chest and settled in to wait for morning, watching the sky slowly change from black to deep blue to the pale grey that preceded sunrise. Whatever came next, he would face it as himself, not as the unwanted burden that the Dursleys had tried to make him believe he was. For the first time in 8 years, Harry Potter was exactly where he chose to be. The letter from Beauxbatons Academy of Magic arrived on a Wednesday morning, 3 weeks after Harry and Hermione's meeting with the Child Protection Alliance at Longbottom Manor. It was delivered by an elegant silver owl that landed gracefully on the kitchen windowsill and waited with obvious intelligence for someone to retrieve the scroll, tied to its leg with a ribbon of pale blue silk. Harry had been expecting some kind of response to their inquiries about alternative magical education, but the reality of holding an acceptance letter from one of the most prestigious magical schools in Europe felt both surreal and thrilling. The Alliance had recommended Beauxbatons as an institution that prioritized student welfare over political considerations, but making the transition from theoretical possibility to practical reality was a significant step. Beauxbatons Academy, Hermione read from the elegant script that covered the heavy parchment, requests the honor of welcoming Mr. Harry Potter and Miss Hermione Granger to our institution for the upcoming academic year. We have reviewed the documentation of your collaborative magical development and find your abilities both remarkable and ideally suited to our educational philosophy. She paused, consulting the letter more carefully. They're offering us something called a partnership scholarship that would allow us to continue developing our collaborative magic while receiving formal education in all standard magical subjects. Harry felt a surge of excitement at the prospect of magical education that would support and encourage their partnership, rather than viewing it as an anomaly to be controlled or separated. What else does it say? Quite a lot, actually, Hermione said, settling into her chair at the kitchen table and spreading the letter out for everyone to see. They're proposing a custom educational program that would combine standard coursework with independent research opportunities and access to advanced magical theory that wouldn't normally be available to students our age. Jane, who had been listening to this conversation while preparing tea, turned from the stove with an expression of interest mixed with maternal concern. And what about living arrangements? You're both still quite young for boarding school, regardless of how academically advanced you might be. They've thought of that too, Alan said, reading over Hermione's shoulder. Listen to this. We understand that family relationships are crucial to healthy development, particularly for students who have experienced educational disruption. Beauxbatons is prepared to provide family accommodations that would allow Dr. and Dr. Granger to relocate to our campus community for the duration of their children's education. Harry felt his chest tighten with gratitude at the realization that his chosen family wouldn't have to be separated in order for him to receive appropriate magical education. The casual way the letter referred to their children, in plural, acknowledging both him and Hermione as equally valued members of the Granger family, was particularly meaningful. "They want all of us to come?" he asked, hardly daring to believe that such an arrangement was possible. "According to this, yes," Hermione said, with growing excitement. "They have housing for faculty families, and they're offering mother and father positions as visiting researchers in medical applications of magical healing. It would be a genuine career opportunity, not just an accommodation for our education." Jane and Alan exchanged one of their wordless spousal conversations, the kind of rapid communication that Harry had learned to associate with parents making important family decisions. Finally, Alan nodded slightly, and Jane turned back to the children with the kind of expression that suggested significant possibilities were being seriously considered. "It's an interesting opportunity," Jane said carefully, "but it's also a major life change for our entire family. We'd need to understand quite a lot more about what we'd be walking into before we could make any firm commitments." Before anyone could respond to this reasonable request for more information, the sound of someone knocking on the front door interrupted their conversation. Harry felt his muscles tense automatically, still conditioned by the confrontation with Dumbledore to be wary of unexpected visitors, but Hermione was already moving toward the window to see who might be approaching their house. "It's Professor McGonagall," she reported with obvious relief, "and someone I don't recognize, a woman in very elegant robes." Professor McGonagall's arrival proved to be perfectly timed, as she was accompanied by Madame Olympe Maxime, the headmistress of Beauxbatons Academy herself. Madame Maxime was an impressive woman in every sense, tall and elegant with an obvious French accent and the kind of presence that suggested she was accustomed to being the most competent person in any room she entered. Dr. Granger, Professor McGonagall said, with her characteristic efficient politeness. "I'd like you to meet Madame Maxime, headmistress of Beauxbatons Academy. She's come personally to discuss the educational opportunities she's offered to Harry and Hermione." Madame Maxime stepped forward with the kind of gracious authority that made her invitation feel more like an honor than a business transaction. "I am delighted to meet you all," she said, her accent adding musical quality to her words. "Your children have created quite a stir in the magical education community, with their collaborative techniques and systematic approach to magical development." Harry felt himself straightening slightly under her attention, though her approval felt earned rather than automatic. "Thank you, Madame Maxime. We've been working very hard to understand our abilities." "And that hard work shows," she said with obvious satisfaction. "The magical signatures you have been creating together are unlike anything we have seen before, not just in terms of power, but in terms of harmony and control. You have achieved something that most adult wizards struggle with throughout their entire careers." Hermione practically glowed under this praise, though she maintained her characteristic composure. "We've had excellent support from our family and mentors. Our success really belongs to everyone who's helped us develop our abilities safely. Spoken like a true scholar," Madame Maxime approved. "But I am here not just to admire your achievements, but to discuss how Beauxbatons can help you continue your development in ways that will benefit both you and the broader magical community." She settled into the chair that Jane offered her, accepting tea with the kind of gracious attention that suggested she took family hospitality seriously. "Let me explain what we are proposing, and then you may ask any questions that occur to you." Over the next hour, Madame Maxime outlined an educational program that was unlike anything Harry had imagined possible. Instead of the rigid structure and institutional control that characterized Hogwarts, Beauxbatons was offering a collaborative partnership that would treat Harry and Hermione as junior researchers rather than simply students to be managed and instructed. The core curriculum would ensure that you master all the standard magical subjects, she explained, but the majority of your time would be spent on independent research under the guidance of our most advanced faculty. You would have access to our entire magical library, our experimental laboratories, and the accumulated research of centuries of collaborative magical development. Collaborative magical development, Alan repeated thoughtfully. Is that a common focus at Beauxbatons? Not common, no, Madame Maxime admitted. But then, students like Harry and Hermione are not common either. We believe that their abilities represent a new direction in magical education, one that could revolutionize how we understand the relationship between individual magical development and collaborative achievement. Professor McGonagall leaned forward slightly, her expression serious but supportive. What Madame Maxime is proposing would essentially make Harry and Hermione the youngest magical researchers in Europe. The work they would be doing could have implications far beyond their personal education. Harry felt a familiar mixture of excitement and apprehension at the prospect of his abilities having implications beyond his personal development. What kind of implications? The kind that could help other magical children develop their abilities more safely and effectively, Madame Maxime said gently. The kind that could provide alternatives to traditional magical education for students who do not thrive under conventional approaches. The kind that could give magical children more autonomy and protection from adult manipulation. The last point hit Harry with particular force, as it directly addressed the concerns that had driven his family's conflicts with magical institutional authorities. If his and Hermione's collaborative techniques could be developed and taught to other magical children, it might provide them with the same kind of independence and self-protection that had allowed him to resist Dumbledore's attempts at control. But there are also risks, Madame Maxime continued with obvious concern for their welfare. Your abilities have attracted attention from people who prefer the current system of magical education and child management. Moving to Beauxbatons would be seen as a direct challenge to their authority and methods. What kind of risks? Jane asked, with the sharp attention of a parent evaluating potential threats to her children's safety. Political risks, primarily, Professor McGonagall said carefully. Dumbledore has been arguing that Harry's removal from his designated guardians and placement outside Hogwarts represents a security threat that requires intervention by magical authorities. He's been building support for the position that Harry's importance to the magical world overrides considerations of family preference or educational choice. Harry felt cold dread settling in his stomach as he realized that his simple desire for autonomy and appropriate education was being framed as a threat to magical security that might justify forcible intervention. He's trying to have me taken away from my family? He is arguing that your family cannot provide the level of protection that you require, Madame Maxime said, with obvious displeasure. He claims that only Hogwarts has the resources and expertise necessary to keep you safe from the dark wizards who might target you because of your fame. But that's not true, Hermione said with indignation. Harry's been perfectly safe with us, and our collaborative magic provides protection that's more effective than anything traditional magical institutions have developed. We know that, Madame Maxime said gently. But Dumbledore has considerable influence within the British magical community, and he has been using that influence to suggest that your current living arrangements represent a failure of institutional responsibility. Alan's expression had hardened into something that Harry recognized as his protective mode, the professional competence that he brought to challenging situations. What exactly is he proposing to do about these supposed security concerns? Emergency custody proceedings? Professor McGonagall said grimly. He's petitioning the Ministry of Magic to invoke special provisions that would allow them to override normal guardianship arrangements in cases involving children whose safety is considered essential to magical security. The words hit the room like a physical blow, and Harry felt his magical energy begin to respond to the surge of fear and anger that coursed through him. Beside him, he could sense Hermione's magic also starting to resonate with protective intensity, the two sources of power beginning to harmonize in the way that had become instinctive when they felt threatened. Could he actually succeed? Jane asked, her voice tight with barely controlled fury. Possibly, Madame Maxime said honestly. He has supporters who believe that Harry's symbolic importance to the magical world justifies extraordinary measures, and the legal precedents for emergency custody in cases involving famous magical children are not encouraging. Which is why we need to act quickly, Professor McGonagall said with determination. If Harry and Hermione are enrolled at Beauxbatons before Dumbledore's petition is heard, it becomes much more difficult for him to argue that they're not receiving appropriate magical education and protection. Harry looked around at his family, seeing the same mixture of determination and protective anger in their faces that he felt building in his own chest. The idea that adults were discussing his future and his family relationships as if they were political problems to be solved rather than personal matters involving his welfare and happiness was both infuriating and terrifying. "When would we need to decide?" he asked, though part of him already knew that the decision had been made the moment Dumbledore decided to treat his autonomy as a threat to be eliminated. "The sooner the better," Madame Maxime said with regret that the timeline was being driven by political pressure rather than educational readiness. "If you are serious about this opportunity, we could arrange for enrollment and relocation within the next 2 weeks. 2 weeks, Jane repeated thoughtfully. That's not much time to arrange an international move and career transition. But it might be the only opportunity you have, Madame Maxime said gently. Once Dumbledore's emergency petition is filed, the Ministry will likely restrict Harry's travel until the matter is resolved. If you are going to leave Britain, it needs to happen before the legal proceedings begin. Hermione had been quiet during this exchange, but now she looked up with the expression that meant she'd been working through a complex problem and had reached a conclusion. "Harry, what do you want to do? Not what's practical or safe or politically expedient. What do you actually want?" The question cut through all the political complexity and legal maneuvering to focus on what had become the central issue: his right to make choices about his own life and education. Harry thought about the past months of living with the Grangers, the collaborative magic he and Hermione had developed together, the alliance of families working to protect magical children from institutional abuse. "I want to stay with my family," he said finally. "I want to continue working with you on collaborative magic. I want to help other children who are in situations like what I experienced with the Dursleys. And I want to do all of that without having to ask permission from adults who think my symbolic importance is more valuable than my actual happiness." "Then we go to Beauxbatons," Alan said, with the kind of decisive authority that meant family decisions had been made and action items were being prioritized. "We go as a family, we pursue the educational and research opportunities they're offering, and we continue the work we've been doing to protect magical children's rights. All of us," Jane confirmed with fierce determination. "Together." "Together," Hermione agreed, reaching over to take Harry's hand in the gesture that had become symbolic of their magical partnership. As their magical energies connected and began to resonate, filling the kitchen with the warm, golden light that had become characteristic of their collaborative casting, Harry felt something settle in his chest that had been anxious and uncertain for weeks. They were making the choice to leave Britain not because they were running away from challenges, but because they were choosing to pursue opportunities that would allow them to grow and develop and help others in ways that wouldn't be possible under the constraints of traditional magical institutional control. "Excellent," Madame Maxime said, with obvious satisfaction as she observed their magical resonance. "I can see that you will be extraordinary additions to our academic community. The research possibilities alone are quite exciting." "What happens next?" Professor McGonagall asked practically. "Next, we make arrangements for a very discreet but very rapid relocation, Madame Maxime said, with the efficiency of someone who had dealt with complex logistics many times before. Enrollment paperwork, housing arrangements, research facility access, and international portkey authorization. All of it completed before Dumbledore realizes what we are planning. That evening, as the Granger family sat around their dinner table, discussing the practical details of an international move that would happen in less than 2 weeks, Harry reflected on how much his life had changed since the night he'd walked away from Privet Drive. Then, he'd been a boy with no choices, no resources, and no understanding of his own worth or potential. Now, he was part of a family that would uproot their entire lives to support his education and safety, a magical partnership that was attracting attention from the most prestigious institutions in Europe, and a movement to reform magical education that could protect other children from the systematic abuse he'd experienced. "Are you nervous?" Hermione asked quietly as they worked together to clear the dishes, their casual coordination enhanced by the magical connection that had become as natural as breathing. "Excited nervous," Harry said, echoing the phrase he'd used months earlier when they'd first discovered their magical abilities. "Like we're about to start something important that we've been preparing for our whole lives." "Good nervous, then," Hermione said with satisfaction. "The kind that means we're growing rather than just surviving." "Growing," Harry agreed, thinking about parents he'd never known who had fought for the same principles that were now guiding his own choices, and about a future where magical children might be treated as people with rights rather than resources, to be managed according to adult convenience. Whatever challenges lay ahead at Beauxbatons, whatever opposition they might face from British magical authorities who preferred institutional control over individual autonomy, Harry and Hermione would face them together, with the support of a family who valued their happiness and potential more than their political usefulness. For the first time since learning about his magical heritage, Harry Potter felt genuinely ready to claim his place in the magical world on his own terms, as part of a partnership that represented the future of magical education rather than a tool for maintaining the traditional systems that had failed so many magical children before him. The next morning brought news that would accelerate their timeline considerably. But that night, Harry fell asleep, planning for a future that finally felt like it belonged to him and the people he'd chosen to share it with. The emergency call from Professor McGonagall came at 4:30 in the morning, 2 days before the Granger family was scheduled to leave for Beauxbatons. Harry was jolted awake by the sound of urgent knocking on the front door, followed by Alan's voice calling up the stairs that something important was happening and everyone needed to come downstairs immediately. Harry pulled on his dressing gown and hurried down to the kitchen, where he found Professor McGonagall standing with an expression of barely controlled fury that made her usual stern demeanor look positively cheerful by comparison. She was holding what appeared to be official ministry documents, and her hands were shaking slightly with what Harry realized was rage rather than fear. "Emergency custody orders," she said, without preamble, as soon as Harry and Hermione appeared in the kitchen doorway. "Signed 3 hours ago by Minister Fudge himself. Dumbledore has convinced the Ministry that Harry's removal from designated protection constitutes a national security threat that requires immediate intervention." Harry felt his blood turn to ice as he processed the implications of this information. "They're coming to take me away?" "They're coming to take both of you," Professor McGonagall said grimly. "The order includes Miss Granger under the argument that your magical collaboration represents an uncontrolled variable that could be exploited by enemies of the magical community." Hermione moved closer to Harry automatically, and he could feel her magical energy responding to the threat with the same protective intensity that his own power was generating. "When are they coming?" she asked, with the kind of practical determination that meant she was already thinking through their options. "Dawn," Professor McGonagall said. "Approximately 2 hours from now. Dumbledore is leading a team of Aurors with authorization to use whatever force is necessary to ensure compliance with the emergency order." Jane, who had been listening to this conversation with increasing horror, stepped forward with the kind of protective fury that Harry had learned to associate with parents defending their children. This is kidnapping. Legal guardianship doesn't just disappear because some official decides it's politically inconvenient. In normal circumstances, you'd be absolutely correct, Professor McGonagall said, with obvious sympathy for their outrage. But emergency custody provisions in magical law are designed to override normal legal protections in cases involving national security, and Dumbledore has convinced enough people that Harry's symbolic importance makes him a national security issue. Alan had been quiet during this exchange, but now he spoke up with the kind of controlled authority that meant he was transitioning from shock to strategic planning. What are our options? Can we fight this legally? Long term, yes, Professor McGonagall said. The emergency order can be challenged through the magical court system, and I'm confident that we can demonstrate that it's based on political manipulation rather than genuine security concerns. But short term, the children would be in ministry custody while the legal proceedings play out. How long could that take? Harry asked, though he suspected he already knew the answer. Months, possibly years, Professor McGonagall said with regret. The magical legal system moves slowly under the best circumstances, and Dumbledore has considerable influence over the outcomes of cases involving children's welfare. Hermione had been thinking through the situation with characteristic analytical intensity, and now she looked up with an expression that suggested she'd identified a potential solution. What about our acceptance at Beauxbatons? If we're already enrolled as international students, doesn't that complicate the ministry's authority? It does, Professor McGonagall said, with the first hint of optimism she'd shown since arriving. But only if you're physically present at Beauxbatons when the emergency order is executed. Once you're on French soil as enrolled students, British magical law becomes much more limited in its scope. Harry felt his pulse quicken as he realized what this meant. You're saying we need to leave, right now, before they arrive to execute the order. That's exactly what I'm saying, Professor McGonagall confirmed. Emergency international port key, arranged through Beauxbatons with French ministry authorization. If you're willing to accelerate your timeline by 48 hours, Madame Maxime can have you enrolled and relocated before the British ministry realizes what's happening. The kitchen fell silent as the full implications of this choice settled over the Granger family. They would have to leave immediately, with minimal preparation and no opportunity to properly organize their affairs or say goodbye to the life they'd built in Little Whinging. Everything they'd planned for the careful, methodical transition to Beauxbatons would have to be abandoned in favor of what amounted to an emergency escape. How long do we have to decide? Jane asked practically. No time at all, Professor McGonagall said with obvious regret. The portkey will arrive in 30 minutes. If you're not ready to leave then, you'll have to stay and face whatever Dumbledore has planned for the children's custody and education. Harry looked around at his family, seeing the same mixture of determination and protective anger in their faces that he felt building in his own chest. The idea that they were being forced to flee their own country because he'd had the audacity to choose his own family and educational path was both infuriating and terrifying. I'm sorry, he said quietly, feeling the weight of responsibility for the situation they were all facing. This is my fault. If I hadn't been so stubborn about staying with you, none of this would be necessary. Harry James Potter, Jane said, with fierce authority, using his full name in the way that meant she was about to say something important that he needed to understand completely. This is not your fault. This is the fault of adults who believe they have the right to control children's lives without considering those children's welfare or preferences. You have nothing to apologize for. Nothing at all, Alan confirmed with equal firmness. You asked for the same things any child deserves: safety, education, family relationships, and the right to be treated as a person rather than a political symbol. The fact that some people consider those requests threatening says everything about them and nothing about you. Hermione reached over to take Harry's hand, their magical connection creating the familiar, warm resonance that had become symbolic of their partnership. "We're in this together," she said simply. "Whatever happens next, we face it as a team." "Together," Harry agreed, feeling some of the guilt and anxiety leave his chest as he was reminded that his choices had created positive outcomes for everyone in his chosen family, not just problems to be managed. "So we're going," Alan said, making the decision with the kind of decisive authority that Harry had come to associate with moments when the Granger family closed ranks to protect each other. "All of us right now, whatever we can carry in the next 25 minutes. The next 25 minutes passed in a blur of organized chaos that would have been overwhelming if not for the Grangers' characteristic approach of treating complex logistics as problems to be solved systematically. Jane and Alan focused on gathering essential documents, medications, and professional materials that couldn't be easily replaced. Harry and Hermione concentrated on packing their magical supplies, research notes, and the personal items that had become important to their sense of home and identity. Passports, medical records, financial information, Jane muttered as she moved through the house with focused efficiency, gathering the kinds of documents that would be essential for establishing their lives in a new country. Harry's adoption papers, magical identification, Hogwarts correspondence, research journals, experimental notes, magical textbooks, Hermione added from upstairs, where she was systematically packing the materials that represented months of careful magical development and theoretical advancement. "Harry, don't forget your mother's journal and the Alliance documentation." Harry nodded, carefully wrapping the precious artifacts that connected him to his parents' legacy and the broader movement to reform magical education. The journal that contained his mother's research on collaborative magic felt particularly important, representing both personal connection and the theoretical foundation for the work he and Hermione hoped to continue at Beauxbatons. "Emergency contact information for the Alliance members," Alan called from his study, where he was gathering the legal and financial documents that would allow them to manage their affairs from abroad. Sirius's communication details, Professor McGonagall's emergency protocols, Amelia Bones's direct access procedures. By the time the portkey arrived, exactly 30 minutes after Professor McGonagall's initial announcement, the Granger family had managed to pack what amounted to the essential components of their entire lives into 4 modest bags and 2 expanded magical containers. It wasn't everything they owned, but it was everything they needed to continue being a family and pursuing the educational and reform goals that had become central to their shared mission. The portkey itself was an elegant silver compass that shimmered with magical energy and radiated the kind of sophisticated enchantment that suggested significant resources had been invested in making their emergency relocation possible. Madame Maxime's voice seemed to emanate from the compass itself, warm and welcoming despite the circumstances that were forcing their precipitous departure. "Dr. and Dr. Granger, Harry Hermione," her voice said clearly, carrying the musical quality of her accent even through magical communication. "I am so sorry that your departure from Britain must be under such stressful circumstances. Be assured that Beauxbatons is prepared to welcome you with all the support and resources you need to continue your work safely and productively." Professor McGonagall gathered the family around the compass, her expression mixing professional efficiency with personal regret at the circumstances forcing their departure. "Everyone hold on tight," she instructed. "International portkey travel is more disorienting than domestic transport, and the destination coordinates are quite distant." "Professor McGonagall," Harry said, as they prepared to leave the house that had become his first real home. "What happens to you after we're gone? Won't Dumbledore blame you for helping us escape?" "Let me worry about Dumbledore," she said with grim satisfaction. "I've been teaching longer than he's been meddling in children's lives, and I have resources of my own for dealing with institutional bullying." As the portkey activated and the familiar sensation of being pulled through space began to overwhelm his senses, Harry's last clear impression of little whinging was the sight of their house standing dark and quiet in the pre-dawn hours, a symbol of the normal life they were leaving behind in pursuit of something more challenging, but infinitely more authentic. The journey through Portkey space was everything Professor McGonagall had warned them it would be, but worse. Instead of the brief disorientation of their previous magical transportation experiences, this trip stretched on for what felt like hours, though Harry's rational mind understood it was probably only minutes. Colours and sensations whirled around them in patterns that seemed designed to overwhelm human perception, while the fundamental nature of space and time seemed to become negotiable rather than fixed. When they finally landed, it was in a sprawling courtyard surrounded by buildings that looked like they'd been designed by architects who understood that beauty and functionality could coexist in ways that most institutions never attempted. Beauxbatons Academy was everything the promotional materials had suggested, and more, a place where magical education was clearly treated as an art form rather than a bureaucratic process. "Welcome to Beauxbatons," Madame Maxime said, approaching their group with obvious relief that their emergency relocation had been completed successfully. "I am so pleased that you made the decision to join our community, even though the circumstances were not what any of us would have preferred." Harry looked around at the elegant buildings and carefully maintained grounds, feeling a mixture of excitement and displacement as he realized that this was now his home, rather than the cozy suburban house in Little Whinging, where he'd discovered what family relationships could be like. It was beautiful and obviously well-resourced, but it was also completely foreign in ways that would require considerable adjustment. "It's incredible," Hermione said, with obvious appreciation for the architectural sophistication and educational resources that were visible even in the pre-dawn darkness. "The magical signatures alone are remarkable. I can sense research facilities and library collections that must be extraordinary." "They are indeed extraordinary," Madame Maxime confirmed with obvious pride, "and they are now available to you for whatever research and development projects you choose to pursue. But first, let us get you settled in your new home and ensure that you have everything you need for comfort and safety." The family housing that Beauxbatons had provided proved to be an elegant cottage on the academy grounds, larger and more graciously appointed than their house in Little Whinging, but designed with the same attention to comfortable family life that had made the Granger home such a refuge for Harry. It was clear that considerable thought had been given to creating living space that would support both parents and children while providing easy access to the academy's educational and research facilities. "The cottage has been specially warded for privacy and protection," Madame Maxime explained, as she showed them through rooms that were already furnished and equipped for comfortable living. "No one can access the property without your explicit invitation, and the magical communication systems have been configured to maintain contact with your allies in Britain while preventing unwanted intrusion." Jane and Alan began the immediate process of settling into their new home, unpacking essential items, and beginning the complex work of establishing their lives in an entirely foreign country. But Harry and Hermione found themselves drawn to the large windows that looked out over the academy grounds, watching as the sun began to rise over buildings that represented their educational future. "Are we doing the right thing?" Harry asked quietly, feeling the magnitude of the choice they'd made and its implications for everyone they'd left behind. "We're doing the only thing that would allow us to continue being a family and pursuing the work we believe is important," Hermione said, with characteristic analytical clarity. "Whether it's the right thing depends on how you measure success, but I can't imagine any alternative that would have preserved the relationships and opportunities that matter most to us." As she spoke, Harry became aware of magical signatures approaching their cottage, multiple sources of power that felt both welcoming and protective, rather than threatening. Through the windows, he could see figures in the elegant blue robes of Beauxbatons faculty moving through the grounds with obvious purpose and coordination. "Additional security," Madame Maxime explained, noticing his attention to the faculty patrol. "The British Ministry has been quite vocal about their displeasure with our decision to enroll you so quickly. We want to ensure that no one attempts to retrieve you before the legal and diplomatic aspects of your situation are properly resolved. You think they might try to take us back by force? Alan asked, with obvious concern. I think that Dumbledore has invested considerable political capital in maintaining control over Harry's education and living arrangements, Madame Maxime said diplomatically. Whether that investment leads to diplomatic pressure or more direct action remains to be seen. Her words proved to be prophetic, less than an hour after their arrival at Beauxbatons, as the Granger family was still unpacking and beginning to adjust to their new surroundings. The magical communication system in their cottage activated with an emergency alert that made everyone stop what they were doing and pay immediate attention. "Security breach at the main gate," came the voice of a Beauxbatons faculty member who sounded both professional and concerned. "British Ministry officials demanding immediate access to ZE grounds for execution of emergency custody orders." Harry felt his stomach drop as he realized that Dumbledore and his supporters had moved even faster than Professor McGonagall had anticipated. Instead of waiting for dawn to execute their custody orders in Britain, they had apparently followed the magical trace of the portkey transportation and arrived at Beauxbatons within hours of the family's escape. "They cannot legally enter the grounds without the permission of the French Ministry of Magic," Madame Maxime said with grim satisfaction as she activated additional communication charms that connected her directly to the Academy's security coordination. "But they can certainly make their presence known, and their intentions clear." Through the cottage windows, Harry could see lights beginning to appear throughout the Academy grounds as faculty and older students responded to the security alert. The coordination was impressive, suggesting that Beauxbatons had protocols in place for exactly this kind of institutional confrontation. "What happens now?" Hermione asked with obvious tension. "Now we discover whether international magical law and diplomatic courtesy are stronger than British institutional arrogance," Madame Maxime said, with the kind of steely determination that suggested she had considerable experience with political confrontations involving student welfare. The answer to that question came in the form of a spectacular magical confrontation that unfolded over the next several hours, visible from the cottage windows and audible throughout the Academy grounds. Harry watched as British Ministry officials, led by Dumbledore himself, attempted to breach the protective wards surrounding Beauxbatons, only to be repelled by defensive magic that was both elegant and absolutely uncompromising. "The wards of Beauxbatons have been in place for over 700 years, Madame Maxime explained, as they observed magical energy crackling against the Academy's defenses like lightning striking an impenetrable barrier. They were designed specifically to protect students from external threats, including threats from their own governments. The sight of Dumbledore's magic failing against the protective systems of an institution that prioritized student welfare over political convenience was both satisfying and terrifying. Harry realized that he was witnessing the moment when his choice to pursue autonomy and appropriate education had escalated into an international incident with implications far beyond his personal circumstances. "Are we safe?" he asked, though the evidence of Beauxbatons' defensive capabilities seemed to answer the question clearly. "You are safe," Madame Maxime confirmed with absolute conviction. "The wards will hold against any force that the British Ministry might bring to bear, and the French Ministry of Magic has already filed diplomatic protests about ZI's violation of our educational sovereignty." As the day progressed, and the British officials' attempts to breach the Academy's defences continued to fail, Harry began to understand that his escape to Beauxbatons had accomplished more than just preserving his family relationships and educational autonomy. It had forced a confrontation between different approaches to magical education and child welfare that would have implications for the entire international magical community. "This is about more than just you now," Madame Maxime observed, as they watched French ministry officials arrive to reinforce Beauxbatons' position and formally challenge the British delegation's authority. "This is about whether magical children have the right to choose educational environments that serve their development, rather than political convenience. That evening, as the standoff continued and international magical media began arriving to document the unprecedented confrontation between two of Europe's most prominent magical institutions, Harry found himself thinking about the journey that had brought him from a cupboard under the stairs to the center of an international incident involving children's rights and educational autonomy. "Do you regret it?" Hermione asked, as they stood together at the cottage windows, watching magical energy continue to flicker around the Academy's perimeter as British officials tested the strength of defenses that had protected students for centuries. "Which part?" Harry asked. "Running away from the Dursleys? Finding you? Choosing to stay with your family? Coming to Beauxbatons?" "Any of it. All of it. The way our choice to be free has created so much conflict and disruption." Harry considered the question seriously, thinking about everything he'd gained and lost since that night when his accidental magic had shattered every window on Privet Drive. Safety, family, friendship, magical partnership, educational opportunities, and the chance to help other children avoid the systematic abuse he'd experienced. Against that, the opposition of institutional authorities who preferred control over autonomy and political convenience over individual welfare. "I regret that it had to be so difficult," he said finally. "I regret that adults in positions of authority chose to treat my desire for safety and appropriate education as a threat to be eliminated, rather than a reasonable request to be accommodated. But I don't regret the choices we made, or the family we built, or the work we're doing." "Good," Hermione said with satisfaction, taking his hand and creating the familiar magical resonance that had become symbolic of their partnership. "Because tomorrow we start classes at the most prestigious magical academy in Europe, we have access to research resources that most adult wizards never see, and we have the opportunity to develop magical techniques that could help children throughout the magical world." As their combined magical energy filled the cottage with warm, golden light that seemed to push back against the uncertainty and conflict surrounding them, Harry realized that for the first time since learning about his magical heritage, he felt genuinely optimistic about what his future might hold. Whatever challenges lay ahead, whatever opposition they might continue to face from those who preferred institutional control over individual autonomy, he and Hermione would face them together, with the support of people who valued their happiness and potential more than their political usefulness. The war for his autonomy had been won, but the larger battle for magical children's rights was just beginning, and Harry Potter was finally ready to fight that battle on his own terms as part of a partnership that represented the future of magical education rather than a tool for maintaining traditional systems that had failed so many children before him. 6 months had passed since the dramatic confrontation at the gates of Beauxbatons, and Harry Potter barely recognized the person he'd been when he first walked away from Privet Drive on that night when his accidental magic had shattered every window in Little Whinging. That frightened, hungry boy sleeping on a park bench seemed like someone from another lifetime, a character from a story that had ended with a different kind of magic than anyone might have expected. The morning sun streamed through the tall windows of the research laboratory that had become Harry and Hermione's primary workspace, illuminating the carefully organized chaos of their ongoing projects. Books lay open on tables next to magical instruments that hummed with barely contained energy, while charts and diagrams covered the walls showing the theoretical frameworks they'd been developing for collaborative magical applications. "The latest correspondence from the International Confederation of Wizards," Hermione announced, entering the laboratory with a stack of official-looking letters that bore seals from magical governments throughout Europe and beyond. "Requests for consultation on child welfare legislation from 12 different countries, 3 invitations to present our research at academic conferences, and formal recognition from the League of Extraordinary Magical Scholars." Harry looked up from the magical resonance chamber he'd been adjusting, a device that allowed them to measure and refine the harmonic frequencies of their collaborative casting. "The League of Extraordinary Magical Scholars? Isn't that the organization that usually only admits people who've been researching magic for decades?" "Usually, yes," Hermione said with obvious satisfaction as she settled at her own workstation and began sorting through the correspondence. But apparently creating entirely new categories of magical theory qualifies as extraordinary regardless of age. The recognition still felt surreal to Harry, though he was beginning to accept that their work had implications far beyond their personal educational development. What had started as two lonely children trying to understand their unusual abilities had evolved into research that was reshaping how the magical world understood collaborative magic, child development, and institutional reform. "Any word from Sirius about the latest adoption proceedings?" Harry asked, though he suspected he knew the answer from Hermione's pleased expression. "All finalized," she confirmed with obvious delight. "The French magical courts have formally recognized mother and father as your legal parents in all respects, with full custody and guardianship rights that can't be challenged by foreign governments or institutional authorities." Harry felt a warm surge of belonging that had nothing to do with magic and everything to do with the family relationships that had given his life meaning and purpose. The legal recognition of what had been emotionally true for months was both satisfying and deeply moving, confirming that his choice to stay with the Grangers had been not just personally fulfilling, but officially validated by international magical law. "And the other children from the extraction program?" he asked, referring to the project that had grown out of their initial alliance work to identify and assist magical children in abusive or neglectful situations. 15 successful relocations so far," Hermione reported with the kind of precise satisfaction that meant she'd been tracking outcomes carefully. "All of them now in safe placements, with families who prioritize child welfare over institutional convenience. The Potter Foundation funding has made it possible to provide comprehensive support for both the children and their new families." The Potter Foundation had been Harry's idea, a way to use his inheritance proactively rather than simply accumulating wealth he didn't need. Working with Sirius and the Alliance families, they'd created a system for identifying magical children in dangerous situations and providing resources for their rescue and rehabilitation. It was exactly the kind of work his parents would have supported, using their legacy to protect children rather than simply memorializing their deaths. "Speaking of the Foundation," came a familiar voice from the laboratory entrance, and Harry turned to see Sirius approaching with the kind of pleased expression that meant he had good news to share. "The latest quarterly report shows that our intervention programs have expanded to cover 3 additional countries, and we're starting to get requests from non-magical child welfare organizations for consultation on collaborative protection techniques." Sirius looked healthier and more energetic than he had during those first weeks after his release from Azkaban. Working with the Child Protection Alliance and serving as Harry's official magical guardian had given him purpose and focus that had accelerated his recovery from 8 years of wrongful imprisonment. More importantly, it had allowed him to honor James and Lily's memory by continuing the work they'd started. "How's Neville doing with the botanical research applications?" Harry asked, settling into one of the comfortable chairs that furnished their workspace. The laboratory had been designed as much for comfortable collaboration as for magical experimentation, reflecting Beauxbaton's understanding that the best research happened when people felt supported and relaxed. "Remarkably well," Sirius said, with obvious pride in his quasi-nephew's achievements. His work on using collaborative magic to accelerate healing plant growth has attracted attention from St. Mungo's and several other magical hospitals. There's talk of establishing a new department of collaborative magical medicine. Neville had joined them at Beauxbaton 3 months earlier, after Augusta Longbottom had successfully challenged his previous guardianship arrangements through the Alliance's legal advocacy program. Like Harry, he'd thrived in an educational environment that treated him as a person with valuable insights rather than a problem to be managed, and his natural affinity for plants had proven to complement Harry and Hermione's collaborative techniques in unexpected ways. "Any updates on the Dumbledore situation?" Hermione asked, though her tone suggested she was asking more out of academic curiosity than personal concern. Complete institutional separation, Sirius said, with grim satisfaction. Removed from all positions involving child welfare oversight, banned from unsupervised contact with students, and currently under investigation by an international committee reviewing his decades of questionable decisions regarding magical children. The fall of Albus Dumbledore had been swift and comprehensive once the Alliance's documentation of his systematic abuse of institutional authority had been presented to international magical law enforcement. The man who had once been considered the most powerful and respected wizard in Britain was now serving as a cautionary example of what happened when individual authority was allowed to override institutional accountability. "Good," Harry said simply. He felt no personal animosity toward Dumbledore, but he was deeply satisfied that other children wouldn't have to endure the kind of manipulation and control that had characterized the old wizard's approach to managing young lives. The laboratory door opened again to admit Jane and Alan, both of whom had adapted to life at Beauxbatons, with the same systematic competence they brought to all new challenges. Jane had established a research program investigating the medical applications of collaborative magic, while Alan was working on magical approaches to dental health that were attracting interest from both magical and non-magical medical communities. "Morning meeting of the Institute for Collaborative Magical Studies," Jane announced, settling into her own chair with the kind of comfortable authority that suggested she'd fully embraced her role as co-director of the research initiative that had grown out of Harry and Hermione's work. Agenda includes project updates, new research proposals, and planning for the summer conference. The Institute had been established 6 months after their arrival at Beauxbatons, when it became clear that their research was attracting interest from magical educators and child welfare advocates throughout Europe. What had started as individual study had evolved into a formal research centre with international funding and a mandate to develop practical applications for collaborative magical techniques. "The summer conference," Alan added with obvious excitement, "which will be hosted here at Beauxbatons and is expected to include representatives from every major magical educational institution in Europe, plus delegations from North America and Asia." Harry felt a familiar mixture of excitement and apprehension at the prospect of presenting their work to such a distinguished audience. The 8-year-old boy who had been afraid to speak up in normal classrooms was now preparing to address international conferences of magical educators, a transformation that still seemed impossible despite all the evidence of his growth and development. "Are you nervous?" Hermione asked, apparently reading something in his expression that indicated his emotional state. "Good nervous," Harry said, using the phrase that had become their shorthand for the kind of anticipatory energy that accompanied growth and challenge rather than threat and fear. "The kind that means we're about to do something important that we've been preparing for." "Good," Jane said with maternal satisfaction, "because the work you've been doing has implications that extend far beyond what any of us imagined when this all started." She was right, Harry realized. What had begun as his desperate escape from an abusive living situation had evolved into a comprehensive reformation of how magical institutions approached child welfare and educational development. The alliance they'd helped create was now active in 17 countries. The collaborative magical techniques they'd pioneered were being taught in schools throughout Europe, and the legal precedents they'd established had fundamentally changed international magical law regarding children's rights. "The latest statistics from the International Bureau of Magical Child Welfare," Hermione said, consulting her ever-present notebook, "show a 40% reduction in institutionalized abuse cases and a 60% increase in successful alternative placement outcomes. The collaborative protection techniques we've developed are being credited with making it much more difficult for adults to manipulate or control magical children against their will." The numbers were impressive, but what mattered more to Harry was the knowledge that children throughout the magical world were growing up with more autonomy and protection than previous generations had enjoyed. Every child who didn't have to endure what he'd experienced with the Dursleys, every family that was allowed to stay together despite institutional convenience, every educational environment that prioritized student welfare over bureaucratic control represented a victory for the principles his parents had died defending. "What's on the agenda for today's research session?" Sirius asked, settling into his role as magical supervisor for their more advanced experimental work. "Harmonic amplification of healing magic," Harry said, gesturing toward the resonance chamber he'd been calibrating earlier. "We've been working on techniques that would allow collaborative casters to enhance each other's abilities for medical applications. Specifically," Hermione added with obvious excitement, "applications that might help people like Neville's parents, collaborative magic focused on repairing damage to memory and cognitive function. The prospect of developing magical techniques that could heal the kind of torture-induced insanity that had destroyed the Longbottom family was both thrilling and daunting. If successful, their research might provide hope for hundreds of victims of magical torture and abuse throughout the wizarding world." "Ambitious project," Alan observed with the kind of professional interest that meant he was already thinking through the medical implications and potential applications. "The theoretical foundation is solid," Harry said, feeling more confident about their research than he ever had about anything academic during his years with the Dursleys. "We've demonstrated that collaborative casting can amplify precision and power while reducing the risk of magical backlash. The question is whether those principles can be applied to healing magic specifically." "Only one way to find out," Hermione said, with the kind of determined optimism that had characterized her approach to every challenge they'd faced together. They spent the morning working through the complex magical equations that would govern their experimental healing protocols, refining theoretical models and testing preliminary approaches with the same methodical precision that had made their previous research successful. The work was challenging and sometimes frustrating, but it was also deeply satisfying in ways that Harry had never experienced during his years of forced academic compliance. "The resonance patterns are stabilizing," Harry reported as they conducted their first successful test of harmonic amplification, watching magical energy flow between them in patterns that were both beautiful and precisely controlled. "We're achieving consistent enhancement without any evidence of energy deterioration or harmonic drift." "Excellent," Hermione said, making detailed notes on their observations and measurements. "That suggests we're ready to move to the next phase of testing." The next phase involved working with volunteer patients from St. Mungo's, who had suffered various forms of magical trauma and were interested in experimental treatment approaches. It was delicate work that required not just magical skill, but emotional sensitivity and careful attention to ethical considerations. "The volunteers understand that this is experimental research with no guaranteed outcomes," Jane reminded them, speaking from her experience with medical research protocols. "Our primary obligation is to do no harm, even if that means accepting limited progress." "Understood," Harry and Hermione said simultaneously, their shared commitment to responsible research reflecting the values that had guided all their collaborative work. The afternoon session with their first volunteer patient was both nerve-wracking and remarkably successful. Working together, Harry and Hermione were able to achieve precise, magical effects that neither could have accomplished individually, gently encouraging damaged neural pathways to regenerate while supporting the patient's own healing responses. "Remarkable improvement in cognitive function," the St. Mungo's healer reported after examining their patient. "Memory recall has improved by approximately 30%, and there's clear evidence of new neural pathway formation. This represents more progress in one session than we typically see in months of conventional treatment." Harry felt a surge of satisfaction that went beyond personal achievement to something that felt more like fulfillment of purpose. This was what magic should be used for, he realized. Healing rather than harming, protecting rather than controlling, supporting human flourishing rather than maintaining institutional authority. "How do you feel?" Sirius asked as they concluded their research session and began organizing their notes and observations for documentation. "Like we're finally doing what we're supposed to be doing," Harry said, surprising himself with the certainty in his voice. like all the difficulties and conflicts and challenges were worth it to get to this point. Like we're honoring your parents' legacy in the best possible way, Hermione added, with the kind of profound satisfaction that came from knowing their work was creating positive change in the world. That evening, as the Granger family sat around their dinner table in the cottage that had become their true home, Harry reflected on the journey that had brought them from a cupboard under the stairs to an international research institute dedicated to protecting magical children and advancing collaborative magical techniques. "Any regrets?" Jane asked, apparently reading something in his contemplative expression. "About which part?" Harry asked, echoing the same conversation he'd had with Hermione months earlier. "Running away from the Dursleys, finding Hermione, choosing to stay with your family, coming to Beauxbaton, starting the alliance work. Any of it, all of it. The way our choice to build a different kind of life required so much conflict and upheaval." Harry considered the question seriously, thinking about everything they'd gained and lost since that night when his accidental magic had announced his determination to claim his own autonomy. Safety, family, friendship, magical partnership, educational opportunities, meaningful work, and the chance to help other children avoid the systematic abuse and neglect that had characterized his early years. "I regret that it had to be so difficult," he said finally. "I regret that some adults chose to treat children's desire for safety and appropriate care as threats to be eliminated rather than reasonable requests to be accommodated. But I don't regret any of the choices we made or any of the work we're doing." "Good," Alan said with paternal satisfaction, "because tomorrow you're presenting your research findings to the International Conference on Magical Education Reform. Next month you're receiving the Order of Merlin for contributions to magical child welfare, and next year you're starting advanced research protocols that could revolutionize magical medicine." As the family continued their conversation, planning for research projects and conference presentations and the ongoing work of the Child Protection Alliance, Harry realized that for the first time since learning about his magical heritage, he felt genuinely excited about every aspect of his future. The boy who had been told he was a burden, a freak, a problem to be managed, had discovered that he was actually a person with valuable insights and abilities, someone whose contributions to the magical world were measured in lives improved and systems reformed rather than symbolic importance or political utility. Later that night, as Harry prepared for sleep in his comfortable room in the cottage he shared with the family who had chosen to love him, he thought about his parents and the legacy they had left him. Not just magical abilities or financial inheritance, but a commitment to protecting children and challenging institutional authority when it failed to serve human welfare. Tomorrow, he and Hermione would continue their research into collaborative healing magic. Next week, they would welcome 3 new children to the safety program funded by the Potter Foundation. Next month, they would present their findings on magical child protection techniques to educators from around the world. Next year, they would begin the advanced training that would prepare them to become full magical researchers and advocates. Whatever challenges lay ahead, whatever new forms of institutional resistance they might encounter, whatever complex problems their success might create, Harry and Hermione would face them together, with the support of people who valued their happiness and autonomy more than their usefulness or symbolic importance. The war for Harry Potter's right to choose his own life had been won completely and definitively. The larger battle for magical children's rights and welfare was ongoing, but it was being fought by an international alliance of families, educators, and advocates who understood that children deserved protection and support rather than management and control. For the first time in his life, Harry Potter fell asleep, knowing that tomorrow would bring new opportunities to grow and learn and contribute to making the world better for children like himself. He had found his family, his purpose, his partner, and his place in a magical world that was slowly but steadily becoming more worthy of the children it was supposed to serve. The boy who had started this journey, sleeping on a park bench, hungry and frightened and alone, had become someone who could sleep peacefully in the knowledge that he was exactly where he belonged, doing exactly the work he was meant to do, with exactly the people who were meant to share his life. And in the morning, the magic would continue. The first thing Harry learned about living on the streets was that hunger was a patient predator. It didn't attack all at once like Uncle Vernon's rage or Aunt Petunia's shrill disapproval. Instead, it crept up slowly, starting as a gentle gnawing in his stomach that was easy enough to ignore while he focused on more immediate concerns like finding shelter from the morning dew or avoiding the early joggers who might ask uncomfortable questions about why an 8-year-old was sleeping alone in the park. By the end of his first day of freedom, the gnawing had become more insistent, a constant reminder that his body needed fuel regardless of his circumstances. By the second day, it had grown teeth, sharp little claws that seemed to scratch at his insides with increasing desperation. And by the third morning, as he sat on the same bench where he'd spent his first night, Harry understood that hunger wasn't just discomfort. It was a countdown timer, marking the days until his newfound freedom became irrelevant, because he'd be too weak to enjoy it. The park had become his entire world over the past 72 hours, a small kingdom where he ruled over an empire of one. He'd discovered that the public fountain near the playground provided clean drinking water, though he had to be careful to only drink when no one was watching, because apparently homeless children made people nervous. He'd found that the thick bushes near the pond offered decent cover during the day, and that the bench closest to the street lamp stayed warmest at night because of residual heat from the light fixture. Most importantly, he'd learned the rhythms of normal life that he'd never been allowed to observe from his cupboard. Early mornings brought joggers and dog walkers, people too focused on their exercise routines to pay attention to anything else. Mid-morning brought the mothers with small children, women who pushed strollers and chatted with each other while their toddlers played on the swings. Afternoons were for older children, school kids who came to the park in loud groups that made Harry retreat to his hiding places until they moved on. But it was the early mornings that had provided his most interesting discovery, and the reason he'd gotten up before dawn on this fourth day, despite the bone-deep exhaustion that seemed to have settled into his very bones. Because every morning, without fail, a girl with impossibly wild brown hair appeared at exactly 7:30, walking briskly across the park with a purpose that seemed far too intense for someone who couldn't be much older than Harry himself. She never played on the swings or fed the ducks like the other children who visited the park. Instead, she walked straight through, using the green space as a shortcut to somewhere else, somewhere that apparently required her to carry a small backpack that looked heavy enough to contain several textbooks. Harry had been watching her for 3 days now, fascinated by her solitary determination and the way she seemed as separate from the normal world as he felt. Today, he'd decided to follow her. The decision had less to do with any concrete plan, and more to do with the simple fact that following someone gave him a destination, a purpose beyond just surviving until the next meal he couldn't afford. Harry waited until she'd passed his usual hiding spot, then slipped out of the bushes and began trailing her at what he hoped was a safe distance. She was faster than he'd expected, her short legs covering ground with surprising efficiency as she left the park and headed toward the center of Little Whinging. Harry had to walk quickly to keep up, his bare feet making no sound on the sidewalk as he followed her through residential streets he'd never seen before. The houses here were smaller than the ones on Privet Drive, older and more varied in their architecture, as if they'd been built by people who cared more about practicality than uniformity. The girl turned a corner, and Harry hurried to catch up, not wanting to lose her after 3 days of curiosity. But when he rounded the same corner, he found himself facing something he hadn't expected. A building. A large, official-looking building with wide steps leading up to glass doors and a sign that made Harry's heart leap with recognition, even though he could barely read the smaller words. Little Whinging Public Library. Of course, he should have realized that someone who looked like she lived in textbooks would be heading to the place where textbooks lived. Harry approached the building cautiously, suddenly uncertain about his plan to follow her. Libraries were public spaces, which meant anyone could enter them. But they were also quiet spaces, with rules and expectations that Harry wasn't sure he understood. What if they asked him questions he couldn't answer? What if they called the police when they saw a child in pajamas with no shoes? But through the glass doors, he could see the girl settling at a table near the windows, already pulling books from her backpack with the focused intensity of someone beginning an important project. And suddenly, Harry's need to understand what made her tick was stronger than his fear of getting in trouble. The library doors opened with a soft whoosh, releasing a wave of climate-controlled air that smelled like old paper and cleaning solution. It was warmer inside than it had been in the park, and Harry felt some of the tension leave his shoulders as he stepped into the quiet sanctuary. The space was larger than it had seemed from outside, with tall shelves stretching toward a ceiling that was painted to look like sky. A woman with greying hair and kind eyes sat behind a large desk near the entrance, but she was focused on stamping books for an elderly man, and didn't look up as Harry slipped past. He made his way toward the seating area, trying to look like he belonged there, despite his inappropriate clothing and general air of having slept outdoors for 3 nights running. The girl had chosen a table in the far corner, surrounded by windows that let in the early morning light. Her backpack was open beside her, and she was already deep in concentration, reading from a book that looked thick enough to use as a weapon. Harry found an empty chair at the table next to hers, close enough to observe but hopefully far enough away to avoid drawing attention. From this distance, he could see that she was younger than he'd first thought, probably closer to his own age, despite the advanced reading material. Her hair was even wilder up close, a mass of brown curls that seemed to have been styled by someone with a deep, personal grudge against gravity. She was wearing a simple blue dress and cardigan that looked expensive, but not flashy, the kind of clothes that suggested parents who had money but didn't feel the need to advertise it. But what really caught Harry's attention was the way she read. It wasn't the slow, careful process that Harry associated with difficult material. Instead, her eyes moved across the pages with the fluid speed of someone who was genuinely comprehending every word, pausing only occasionally to make notes in a small notebook that she kept beside her left elbow. She was reading a book about molecular biology, Harry realized, recognizing some of the diagrams from a television program he'd once glimpsed while Dudley was channel surfing. The morning passed in companionable silence, with Harry watching the girl read while pretending to examine the magazines that someone had left on his table. She worked through 3 different books during the time he observed her, taking careful notes and occasionally cross-referencing between texts like she was conducting some kind of research project. When other library patrons approached her area, she looked up politely, but didn't engage in conversation, maintaining the same focused isolation that Harry had noticed during her walks through the park. Around 10:30, she packed up her books with the same methodical precision she'd used to arrange them, placing each volume carefully in her backpack and making sure her notebook was secured in a side pocket. Harry watched her gather her things, wondering if this was the end of his brief glimpse into her world when she did something that changed everything. She looked directly at him, not the quick, polite glance that people gave to strangers in public spaces, but a direct, assessing stare that made Harry feel like he was being catalogued and filed away for future reference. Her eyes were brown, he noticed, a warm chocolate color that seemed far too serious for someone who couldn't be much older than 8. "You've been following me," she said, her voice carrying easily across the small distance between their tables, despite its quiet tone. Harry felt heat rush to his face, embarrassed at being caught, but also impressed by her observational skills. "I wasn't following you exactly," he said, which was technically true even if it wasn't completely honest. "I was just curious about where you went every morning." She tilted her head, studying him with the same intensity she'd been directing at her molecular biology textbook. "You're the boy from the park, the one who's been sleeping on the bench near the fountain." It wasn't a question, and Harry realized that while he'd been watching her, she'd been aware of him as well. The thought was both mortifying and oddly comforting. At least she didn't seem surprised or disgusted by his appearance, just interested in the same clinical way she'd been interested in her books. "Yes," he said, because there didn't seem to be any point in denying it. "Are you homeless?" she asked, with the same matter-of-fact tone she might have used to ask about the weather. Harry considered the question. Was he homeless? He supposed technically he was, though the word seemed too large and official for his current situation. "I ran away from home," he said finally. 3 days ago. Why? The simple question hit Harry like a physical blow. Why had he run away? Because his uncle had been about to beat him with a leather belt? Because he'd been locked in a cupboard for 3 days? Because he'd finally realized that the Dursleys would never stop hurting him, no matter how hard he tried to be good? All of those reasons seemed both too big and too small to explain to a stranger, especially one who looked like she'd never experienced anything worse than a scraped knee. "It wasn't safe there," he said, which was true without being too specific. The girl nodded, as if this made perfect sense. "Are you hungry?" The question was so unexpected that Harry's stomach chose that moment to demonstrate exactly how hungry he was, producing a growling sound that seemed unnaturally loud in the quiet library. He felt his face burn with embarrassment, but the girl just reached into her backpack and pulled out a paper bag that smelled like heaven. "I always pack extra sandwiches," she said, placing the bag on his table with casual efficiency. "Mother says I need to eat more to support my brain development, but I usually can't finish everything she sends." Harry stared at the bag like it might be a mirage. When was the last time someone had offered him food without expecting something in return? He couldn't remember ever receiving kindness from a stranger, certainly not kindness that came with actual sustenance. His hand shook slightly as he opened the bag to reveal 2 sandwiches wrapped in wax paper, along with an apple and what looked like homemade cookies. "Thank you," he whispered, his voice rough with an emotion he couldn't quite name. "You're welcome," she said, already turning back to her books. "I'm Hermione, by the way. Hermione Granger." "Harry," he managed between bites of the most wonderful sandwich he'd ever tasted. Some kind of cheese and fresh vegetables on bread that was soft and obviously expensive. "Harry Potter." Hermione looked up from her book, her expression shifting to something that might have been surprise. "Potter? That's an interesting name. There was a famous Potter in the 17th century who made significant contributions to botanical science. Harold Potter, I think it was. Any relation?" Harry nearly choked on his sandwich. In all his 8 years, no one had ever suggested that the name Potter might be associated with anything positive, let alone scientific achievement. The Dursleys had always made it clear that his parents had been worthless drunks who died in a car crash because they were too irresponsible to wear seatbelts. The idea that he might be connected to someone who had contributed to human knowledge was so foreign that he didn't know how to respond. "I don't know," he said honestly. "I don't know much about my family." Hermione frowned, the expression making her look older and more serious. "That's unusual. Most children know at least some family history." "Are your parents deceased?" "Yes," Harry said, the word coming out more easily than it usually did. There was something about Hermione's straightforward manner that made difficult topics feel less dangerous. "They died when I was a baby. I was living with my aunt and uncle." "Were," Hermione repeated, picking up on his use of past tense. "But not anymore, since you ran away." "Not anymore," Harry confirmed. They sat in silence for several minutes, while Harry worked his way through the sandwich and tried to process this unexpected turn in his fortunes. Hermione had gone back to reading, but Harry could tell she was still paying attention to him, glancing up occasionally to check his progress with the food or to observe his reactions to her questions. "You don't go to school," she said eventually, closing her book and giving him her full attention again. "I do," Harry said automatically, then realized that wasn't true anymore. "I did," I was supposed to start 3rd grade next week, but he trailed off, unsure how to explain that going back to school would require him to have a legal guardian and a permanent address, neither of which he currently possessed. 3rd grade, Hermione repeated thoughtfully. So you're 8, like me. But you seem older somehow. Harry considered this. People had always told him he was mature for his age, though usually they meant it as criticism. The Dursleys complained that he was too serious, too quiet, too observant for a normal child. Teachers found him polite but distant, a student who completed his work competently, but never seemed quite engaged with the material. Harry had never thought of maturity as something positive, just as another way he was different from other children. You seem older too, he said, gesturing toward her stack of advanced textbooks. What grade are you in? Officially, 3rd grade, like you. Intellectually? Hermione shrugged, a gesture that somehow managed to convey both modesty and confidence. I read at a university level, according to the assessment tests my parents had done, but that doesn't help much with making friends. There was something in her tone that made Harry look at her more carefully. Beneath the confidence and the impressive vocabulary, he detected the same loneliness that had drawn him to follow her in the first place. She might be brilliant, but brilliance apparently didn't make the social aspects of childhood any easier. Do you want friends? Harry asked, genuinely curious. In his experience, most children seemed to make friends effortlessly, forming groups and alliances with the casual ease of people who had never questioned their right to belong somewhere. Hermione was quiet for a long moment, considering his question with the same seriousness she'd applied to her molecular biology textbook. I don't know, she said finally. I've never really had any, so it's hard to know what I'm missing. But sometimes I think it might be nice to have someone to talk to who doesn't think my interests are weird. What kind of interests? Harry asked, though he suspected he already knew from observing her reading habits. Science, mostly. Biology, chemistry, physics, mathematics. I want to understand how everything works, from the smallest molecules to the largest structures in the universe. But most children our age want to talk about television programs or playground gossip, and adults think it's unnatural for someone my age to be reading graduate-level texts. Harry nodded, understanding completely. His own interests had never been as clearly defined as Hermione's, partly because he'd never had the freedom to explore them. But he knew what it felt like to be interested in things that other people found strange or inappropriate. I don't think it's weird, he said, and meant it. I think it's amazing that you can understand all those complicated books. Hermione's face lit up with genuine pleasure, the first real smile Harry had seen from her since they'd started talking. Really? You don't think I'm showing off or trying to act superior to other children? Really, Harry confirmed. I think you're probably the smartest person I've ever met, and I think anyone who doesn't appreciate that is missing out. They talked for another hour, their conversation ranging from Hermione's current research projects to Harry's observations about park wildlife, to their shared experiences of feeling like outsiders in a world that seemed designed for people who were nothing like them. Harry learned that Hermione lived with her parents just a few streets away, that she'd been reading since she was 3 years old, and that she had never had what most people would consider a normal friendship. Hermione learned that Harry was remarkably well-informed despite his unconventional education, that he had an unusual talent for noticing details that other people missed, and that he possessed the kind of quiet resilience that came from surviving in situations where most children would have broken. Neither of them mentioned the obvious question hanging in the air. What was Harry going to do next? How did an 8-year-old with no money, no legal guardian, and no permanent address survive beyond the few days he'd already managed? It was a question that Harry had been avoiding thinking about, focusing instead on immediate concerns like finding his next meal and staying warm at night. But as the morning turned toward afternoon, and Hermione began packing up her books again, the question became unavoidable. "Where are you going now?" Hermione asked as she shouldered her backpack, Harry gestured vaguely toward the park. "Back to my bench, I suppose. Try to find some food for dinner. Maybe explore some different parts of town." Hermione frowned, the expression that meant she was working on a problem. "You can't live in the park indefinitely. It's going to get cold soon, and winter weather can be dangerous for people without proper shelter." "I know," Harry said, though he'd been trying not to think about that particular challenge. "I'll figure something out." "Have you considered contacting social services? There are government agencies designed to help children in situations like yours." Harry felt a chill that had nothing to do with the library's air conditioning. "No," he said quickly, "I can't do that." "Why not?" Hermione asked, her scientific curiosity clearly engaged by his strong reaction. How could he explain that involving official authorities would mean questions about his living situation with the Dursleys, investigations that would reveal the extent of his abuse, possible criminal charges that would bring him back to the attention of people who might decide he belonged with his only remaining relatives? How could he make her understand that sometimes the system meant to help children actually put them in more danger? "It's complicated," he said, which was true without being specific. Hermione studied his face for a long moment, and Harry had the distinct impression that she was seeing far more than he intended to reveal. Finally, she nodded. "All right," she said. "I won't ask for details you're not ready to share. But Harry?" "Yes?" "I'll be here tomorrow morning at the same time. If you want to talk more, or if you need help with anything, just find me." The simple offer hit Harry harder than he'd expected. When was the last time someone had offered him help without expecting anything in return? When had anyone ever suggested that they wanted to see him again, that his presence in their life was welcome rather than tolerated? "Thank you," he said, his voice rougher than he intended. "I'd like that." Hermione smiled, that same genuine expression that transformed her serious face into something warm and approachable. "Good. I'll see you tomorrow, Harry Potter." She left with the same purposeful stride that had drawn his attention in the first place, disappearing through the library doors and back into the normal world where children had homes and families and futures that extended beyond the next meal. Harry sat in his chair for several minutes after she'd gone, processing the conversation and trying to understand what had just happened to his carefully constructed solitude. For 3 days, he'd been focused purely on survival, on the immediate challenges of finding food and shelter and staying out of sight of anyone who might ask uncomfortable questions. But talking with Hermione had reminded him that survival wasn't the only thing that mattered. Connection mattered too. Understanding mattered. The simple recognition that another person found him worth talking to mattered more than he'd realized. He finished the food she'd given him, savoring every bite, not just because he was hungry, but because it represented something he'd never experienced before. Kindness freely given by someone who expected nothing in return. The cookies were homemade, he realized, probably baked by Hermione's mother as part of the lunch preparation routine that most families took for granted. The thought made him wonder what it would be like to live in a house where someone cared enough to bake cookies for your lunch, where your intellectual interests were supported rather than scorned. As he prepared to leave the library and return to his park bench kingdom, Harry found himself looking forward to tomorrow morning in a way he hadn't looked forward to anything in longer than he could remember. He had a friend now. An actual friend who thought his questions were interesting rather than annoying, who didn't judge him for being different, who offered food and conversation and the promise of more conversations to come. It wasn't a solution to his housing problem or his lack of legal guardianship or any of the other practical challenges that faced him. But it was something infinitely more valuable. Proof that he was worth knowing, that his thoughts and observations mattered to someone, that the loneliness he'd carried for as long as he could remember didn't have to be permanent. Walking back through Little Whinging toward Magnolia Park, Harry realized that running away from the Dursleys had given him more than just physical freedom. It had given him the space to discover who he might be when he wasn't defined by other people's expectations and limitations. And for the first time since he'd walked out of number 4 Privet Drive, Harry began to think that maybe, just maybe, the future might hold possibilities he hadn't dared to imagine. The park bench felt less lonely that night, and even though his stomach was empty again and the autumn air was getting colder, Harry fell asleep thinking about molecular biology and graduate-level textbooks, and a girl named Hermione who understood what it felt like to be different in a world that preferred conformity. Tomorrow, he would see her again. Tomorrow, he might learn something new about the world or about himself, or about the strange magic that seemed to happen when 2 lonely children discovered they didn't have to be lonely anymore. The 4th morning dawned grey and damp, with the kind of persistent drizzle that seemed designed to remind Harry that summer was truly over, and autumn was settling in with serious intent. He'd slept poorly, waking every few hours as the temperature dropped, and the thin pajamas that had seemed adequate during warmer nights proved woefully insufficient against the creeping cold. By the time the sky began to lighten, he was shivering, despite his attempts to stay warm, by curling into the smallest possible ball on his bench. His stomach had moved beyond hunger into something that felt more like a hollow ache, a constant reminder that yesterday's sandwich from Hermione had been his only substantial meal in 4 days. The water from the park fountain kept him from dehydration, but it did nothing for the weakness that was starting to make his hands shake and his vision blur around the edges when he stood up too quickly. Still, when 7:30 approached, Harry found himself walking toward the library with something that felt remarkably like eagerness. The prospect of seeing Hermione again, of having another conversation with someone who seemed genuinely interested in what he had to say, was enough to override his physical discomfort and the growing certainty that his current situation was unsustainable. She was already at her usual table when he arrived, but today something was different. Instead of her typical stack of university-level textbooks, she had a single notebook open in front of her, and she was writing with the kind of focused intensity that suggested she was working on something particularly important. When she looked up and saw him approaching, her expression was more serious than it had been the day before. "You look terrible," she said without preamble, her clinical observation somehow managing to sound concerned rather than insulting. Harry glanced down at himself and had to admit she had a point. His pajamas were now dirty and wrinkled from 4 nights of outdoor sleeping, his hair was probably standing at odd angles, and he suspected that his general appearance suggested exactly what he was, a child who had been living rough for nearly a week. "I feel terrible," he admitted, settling into the chair across from her. "But I'm still here." Hermione studied his face with the same intensity she usually reserved for her scientific texts. "When did you last eat a proper meal?" Harry tried to calculate, but the days were starting to blur together in a haze of hunger and exhaustion. "Yesterday. The sandwich you gave me. Before that? I don't remember. Maybe 3 days ago, before I left." Hermione's frown deepened, and she made a note in her notebook that Harry couldn't read from his angle. "And where exactly did you sleep last night?" "The same place I've been sleeping, the park bench." "In this weather?" Hermione gestured toward the windows, where the persistent drizzle was painting grey streaks down the glass. "Harry, that's not sustainable. You're going to get sick, or worse." Harry wanted to argue, to maintain the fiction that he was managing his situation perfectly well, but the evidence of his deteriorating condition was too obvious to deny. He was cold, hungry, exhausted, and probably only a day or 2 away from collapsing entirely. The proud independence he'd felt when he first escaped from Privet Drive was crumbling under the harsh realities of survival. "I know," he said quietly. "But I don't have anywhere else to go." Hermione was quiet for a long moment, studying something in her notebook. When she looked up again, her expression had shifted into what Harry was beginning to recognize as her problem-solving mode. "I've been doing some research," she said, flipping through several pages of dense handwriting. about children's rights, social services, legal guardianship, and emergency housing options. There are protocols in place for situations like yours. Harry felt his chest tighten with familiar anxiety. I told you I can't contact social services. Why not? Hermione's question was gentle but persistent. Harry, I need to understand what you're afraid of if I'm going to help you figure this out. The simple statement that she wanted to help him was enough to break through some of the defensive walls Harry had built around the truth of his situation. Looking at her earnest, intelligent face, he found himself wanting to trust her with the details he'd been carefully avoiding. Because, he said slowly, if they investigate my living situation, they'll find out about the Dursleys. And if they find out about the Dursleys, they might decide I should go back there, since they're my only relatives. What about the Dursleys? Hermione asked, her pen poised above her notebook as if she were conducting a scientific interview. Harry took a deep breath, steeling himself to share details he'd never spoken aloud to anyone. They locked me in a cupboard under the stairs. For days at a time, sometimes. They didn't feed me regularly, and when they did, it was usually scraps or leftovers that weren't enough. Uncle Vernon used to hit me when I did things he didn't like, and lately he'd been talking about hitting me harder. Hermione's pen had stopped moving, and her face had gone very pale. Harry, that's not just neglect. That's abuse. Serious abuse. I know, Harry said, surprised by how relieved he felt to finally say it out loud. But they're my legal guardians, and their family. Sometimes the system decides that family is more important than safety. Not always. Not, Hermione said firmly. There are laws specifically designed to protect children from abusive relatives. But you're right that involving official channels can be complicated and unpredictable. She flipped to a new page in her notebook and began writing quickly, muttering to herself as she worked through what sounded like a complex calculation. Harry watched her, fascinated by the way her brilliant mind seemed to be processing multiple variables simultaneously. What if, she said finally, looking up from her notes, we bypassed the official system entirely, at least initially? What do you mean? I mean, what if you came home with me? Today. Right now. My parents could provide you with food, shelter, medical attention if needed, and a safe place to stay while we figure out a more permanent solution. Harry stared at her, certain he'd misheard. You want to take me home, to meet your parents, looking like this? Looking like a child who needs help? Yes, Hermione said matter-of-factly. My parents are dentists, Harry. They're trained to notice signs of neglect and abuse, and they're legally mandated reporters, which means they'll know how to handle this situation properly. But they don't know me, Harry protested. Why would they want to help a stranger? Hermione's expression softened slightly. Because that's what good people do when they encounter children in danger. They help. And because, she added with a small smile, I've already told them about you. Harry felt his heart skip a beat. You told them about me? I told them I'd met another child who was living alone and needed assistance. I didn't share any details you asked me not to share, but I did mention that you were in a difficult situation and might need help. What did they say? They said that if you were willing to accept help, our home was available to you for as long as you needed it. Harry found himself speechless, struggling to process the idea that people he'd never met were willing to open their home to him based solely on their daughter's recommendation. In his experience, adults were suspicious of children they didn't know, especially children who appeared to be homeless or in trouble. They don't even know my name, he said weakly. They know your name is Harry, and they know you're intelligent and polite, and that you've been kind to me, Hermione said. That's enough for them to want to help. The question is whether it's enough for you to accept help. Harry looked out at the grey morning, at the rain that was getting heavier by the minute, and tried to imagine spending another night on his park bench in this weather. Then he tried to imagine walking into a house where people wanted him there, where someone might offer him food without expecting anything in return, where he could sleep in a warm bed and wake up without checking to make sure no one was approaching with violent intentions. "What if they change their minds when they see me?" he asked. "What if they decide I'm too much trouble?" "They won't," Hermione said with absolute certainty. "And if for some impossible reason they did, which they won't, you could always leave. You'd be no worse off than you are now." It was a logical argument, and Harry realized that his reluctance to accept help had less to do with practical concerns and more to do with a deep-seated fear of disappointment. What if he allowed himself to hope for safety and comfort, only to have it taken away again? What if he let down his guard and trusted these people, only to discover that their kindness had limits he'd accidentally exceeded? But looking at Hermione's earnest face, remembering the way she'd shared her lunch without being asked, and offered her friendship without expecting anything in return, Harry found himself wanting to believe that not all adults were like the Dursleys. Maybe there really were people in the world who helped children simply because children needed help. "Okay," he said quietly. "I'd like to meet your parents." Hermione's face lit up with genuine pleasure. "Excellent. They're expecting us for lunch, which gives us time to walk slowly and talk about what you want to tell them and what you'd prefer to keep private, at least initially." She packed her notebook into her backpack with characteristic efficiency, then stood and shouldered the bag with the casual confidence of someone who had never doubted that she would be welcome wherever she went. Harry followed her out of the library, his heart beating faster with each step that took him closer to what felt like the biggest gamble of his life. The walk through Little Whinging took them through neighborhoods Harry hadn't seen before, residential streets lined with houses that were smaller and more varied than the uniform structures on Privet Drive. These homes had character, he noticed. Individual gardens with different flowers, paint colors that ranged from cheerful yellow to deep blue to forest green, windows that weren't all exactly the same size and shape. "That's where the Hendersons live," Hermione said, pointing to a house with an elaborate rose garden. "Mrs. Henderson grows prize-winning flowers and always has helpful advice about gardening. And that blue house belongs to the Patels, who have 3 children and the most wonderful smell of spices coming from their kitchen every evening." Harry realized she was giving him a tour of her neighborhood, helping him understand the community he might be joining, at least temporarily. It was a thoughtful gesture that made him feel less like a stranger approaching foreign territory, and more like a potential neighbor being welcomed home. "Do you know all your neighbors?" Harry asked. "Most of them," Hermione said. "Mother and father believe in community involvement. They say that knowing the people around you makes everyone safer and happier." It was a concept that seemed completely foreign to Harry, whose experience of neighbors had been limited to the Dursleys' careful maintenance of superficial politeness designed to hide their family's darker secrets. The idea that neighbors might actually care about each other's well-being was both appealing and slightly overwhelming. They turned onto a street that looked like it had been designed by someone who believed that variety was more important than uniformity. The houses were all different sizes and styles, from a small Tudor cottage to a modern brick structure to something that looked like it might have been a Victorian mansion that had been updated for contemporary living. Hermione led him toward a house in the middle of the block, a warm brown structure with white trim and a front garden that was obviously cared for, but not obsessively manicured. 7 Privet Drive, Hermione said, opening a gate that led to a brick walkway lined with flowers. Home. The word hit Harry with unexpected force. When was the last time he'd approached a house and thought of it as potentially welcoming rather than threatening? When had he last walked up to a front door without calculating escape routes or bracing himself for criticism or punishment? The front door was painted a cheerful red, with a brass knocker shaped like a lion, and a small window that let in natural light. Before Hermione could knock or ring the bell, the door opened to reveal a woman with graying brown hair and kind eyes behind wire-rimmed glasses. She was wearing a simple sweater and skirt, and her face lit up with genuine warmth when she saw them approaching. "Hermione, darling," the woman said, opening her arms for a hug that Hermione accepted with obvious pleasure. "And you must be Harry." Harry found himself being studied by eyes that were kind but observant, the sort of professional assessment he imagined dentists gave their patients, but without any of the judgment or disapproval he'd expected. Dr. Granger took in his disheveled appearance, his too thin frame, his general air of exhaustion, and her expression shifted into something that looked like concern, mixed with determination. "Harry," she said, extending her hand for him to shake. "I'm Jane Granger, Hermione's mother. We're very pleased to meet you." Harry shook her hand, surprised by the firmness of her grip and the genuine warmth in her voice. "Thank you for letting me come," he said, suddenly aware of how inadequate his words were for the magnitude of what she was offering. "Nonsense, Doctor," Granger said briskly. "Come in, both of you. Alan is just finishing up some paperwork in his office, and lunch will be ready in a few minutes." The interior of the house was everything Harry had hoped it might be, and nothing like what he'd experienced at Privet Drive. The hallway was lined with bookshelves that reached from floor to ceiling, filled with volumes that ranged from medical textbooks to classic literature to what looked like several encyclopedias. The walls were decorated with family photographs and artwork that suggested people who valued learning and creativity over material display. "Let me take your—" "Oh." Dr. Granger paused as she realized that Harry wasn't carrying anything that could be taken. No backpack, no jacket, no shoes. Just a small boy in pajamas who had been living outdoors for 4 days. Her expression shifted into something that looked like barely controlled outrage, though Harry sensed that her anger wasn't directed at him. "Hermione told us you'd been staying in the park," she said carefully. "How long has it been since you've had a proper meal?" Harry glanced at Hermione, who nodded encouragingly. 3 days, I think. Maybe 4. Hermione gave me a sandwich yesterday, but before that, nothing," Dr. Granger finished, her professional training clearly kicking in as she assessed his condition. "And medical attention? When did you last see a doctor?" Harry had to think about that one. "I don't remember. Maybe when I was very small." Dr. Granger's expression became even more concerned. "All right. First things first. Food, warmth, and clean clothes, in that order. Then we'll worry about everything else." She led them into a kitchen that smelled like herbs and fresh bread, where a man with brown hair and the same kind of wire-rimmed glasses was setting the table for what looked like a substantial lunch. He looked up when they entered, and Harry found himself being studied by another pair of professional eyes that took in his condition with the same mixture of concern and determination he'd seen in his wife's face. "You must be Harry," the man said, extending his hand with the same genuine warmth Dr. Jane Granger had shown. "I'm Alan Granger. Welcome to our home." Harry shook his hand, still somewhat overwhelmed by the casual acceptance these people were showing toward a stranger who had clearly been living rough. "Thank you, Dr. Granger." "Please, call us Alan and Jane," Dr. Granger said, gesturing toward a chair at the kitchen table. "We're not formal people, and we want you to feel comfortable here." The table was set for 4, Harry noticed, which meant they'd been expecting him. Hermione had been confident enough in her parents' willingness to help that she'd told them to prepare an extra place for lunch. The thought was both touching and slightly overwhelming. "Now then," Jane said, bustling around the kitchen with practiced efficiency, "I've made vegetable soup, fresh bread, and there's fruit salad for afterward. Nothing too heavy, since I suspect your stomach isn't used to large meals." Harry's stomach chose that moment to remind him exactly how empty it was, producing a sound that seemed unnaturally loud in the quiet kitchen. He felt his face burn with embarrassment, but Alan just chuckled. "I remember being 8 years old," he said kindly. "Growing boys need regular fuel, especially when they've been getting less than they need." Jane placed a bowl of soup in front of Harry that smelled like heaven, and looked like it contained actual vegetables and pieces of real chicken. The bread beside it was still warm from the oven, and there was butter in a small dish that looked like it had never seen the inside of a refrigerator at the Dursleys' house. Harry took a tentative sip of the soup and had to close his eyes at the explosion of flavour. It was rich and warming and more delicious than anything he could remember eating. When he opened his eyes again, he found all three Grangers watching him, with expressions that ranged from satisfaction to concern to barely contained anger. "When did you last have a home-cooked meal?" Jane asked gently. Harry had to think about that. "I don't think I ever have," he said honestly. "Aunt Petunia cooked for Uncle Vernon and Dudley, but I usually got leftovers or things from cans." The silence that greeted this admission was thick with unspoken outrage, but none of the Grangers expressed their anger directly. Instead, Jane simply ladled more soup into his bowl and pushed the bread basket closer to his place setting. "Well," Alan said finally, "you're having a home-cooked meal now, and I hope it's the first of many." They ate in comfortable silence for several minutes, with Harry focusing on the incredible experience of eating food that was both abundant and delicious, while the Grangers gave him space to satisfy his immediate hunger without feeling pressured to make conversation. It was only after he'd finished his second bowl of soup and was working on a piece of bread that still had steam rising from it that Jane brought up the obvious questions. "Hermione tells us you've been living on your own for several days," she said carefully. "Would you be comfortable telling us a bit about your situation? We'd like to help, but we need to understand what we're dealing with." Harry glanced at Hermione, who nodded encouragingly, then took a deep breath and began the story he'd never told anyone in its entirety. He started with the pudding incident and Uncle Vernon's rage, described the 3 days in the cupboard and the beating that had triggered his magical outburst, explained his escape and the 4 days he'd spent living in the park. The Grangers listened without interruption, though Harry could see their expressions growing progressively more horrified as he described the reality of his life with the Dursleys. When he finished, the silence stretched for nearly a full minute before Alan spoke. "Harry," he said, his voice carefully controlled, "what you've described isn't just neglect. It's systematic abuse, imprisonment, and deliberate starvation. These people should be in prison." "But they're my legal guardians," Harry said quickly. "They're my only family. The social workers might decide that family problems should be worked out within the family." "Not when the family is trying to kill the child," Jane said flatly. "Harry, I need you to understand something. What the Dursleys did to you is criminal. It's not a matter of different parenting styles or family disagreements. It's abuse, and no court in the country would send you back to that situation if they knew the truth." Harry wanted to believe her, but 8 years of being told that he was worthless, that he deserved whatever punishment he received, that no one would want him if they knew what he was really like, had left deep scars on his ability to trust that anyone would choose his well-being over convenience or convention. "But what if they don't believe me?" he asked. "What if the Dursleys lie and say I'm making it all up? Uncle Vernon is very good at seeming normal when other adults are around." "Then we'll make sure they believe you," Hermione said firmly. "There are ways to document abuse, to gather evidence that can't be dismissed or explained away." "Hermione's right," Alan said. "And more immediately, there are medical indicators of long-term malnutrition and physical abuse that no one can fake or explain away. With your permission, I'd like to have you examined by a colleague who specializes in pediatric care." Harry felt a familiar spike of anxiety at the mention of medical examinations. In his experience, interactions with authority figures of any kind usually ended badly for him. But looking at the Grangers' faces, seeing the genuine concern and protective anger they were showing on his behalf, he found himself wanting to trust that this time might be different. "What would happen then?" he asked. "After the examination?" "Then we'd have documented evidence of your condition when you arrived here," Jane said. "Evidence that would support your account of what happened, and make it impossible for the Dursleys to claim they provided adequate care. And in the meantime, Alan added, you'd stay here with us, for as long as you need to, while we work out a permanent solution that keeps you safe. Harry stared at them, still struggling to believe that people who had known him for less than an hour were willing to take such a significant step on his behalf. You'd really let me stay here, even though you don't know anything about me? We know you're a child who needs help, Jane said simply. We know you're intelligent and polite, and that our daughter considers you a friend worth helping. That's enough. Besides, Hermione added with a small smile, you're hardly a stranger anymore. I've been talking about you for days. The casual mention that she'd been talking about him, that he'd been on her mind even when they weren't together, hit Harry with unexpected force. When had anyone ever talked about him in positive terms? When had he ever mattered enough to someone for them to mention him in casual conversation? I don't have any money, he said, feeling like he should address the practical concerns that would surely occur to any reasonable adult. I can't pay for food or clothes or anything else. Harry, Alan said gently, children don't pay for their own food and clothes. That's what adults are for. The simple statement was revolutionary in Harry's understanding of how the world worked. In his experience, everything came with a cost. Everything had to be earned or bargained for or stolen. The idea that adults might provide care simply because children needed it was so foreign that he didn't quite know how to process it. Think of it as an investment in the future, Hermione said, with the kind of practical logic that Harry was beginning to recognize as characteristic. Keeping you healthy and safe and educated benefits everyone, not just you. An investment in a better world, Jane agreed. Every child who grows up safe and cared for becomes an adult who's more likely to create safety and care for others. Harry felt something loosening in his chest, a knot of fear and suspicion that had been wound tight for as long as he could remember. These people weren't offering him charity out of pity or obligation. They were offering him a place in their family because they believed he deserved to be safe and cared for, because they thought his future mattered enough to invest in. I'd like to stay, he said quietly, the words coming out more easily than he'd expected. If you really don't mind having me. Mind having you? Jane laughed, a warm sound that filled the kitchen with genuine joy. Harry, you're Hermione's first real friend. You're a bright, brave child who's survived things that would break most adults. We'd be honored to have you as part of our family. For as long as you need, Alan added. Whether that's a few weeks while we sort out legal guardianship, or permanently if that's what everyone decides would be best. The word family hit Harry like a physical blow, but in the best possible way. Family. Not relatives who tolerated his presence out of obligation, but people who actually wanted him around, who thought his presence added something positive to their lives. Now then, Jane said, standing up with the kind of brisk efficiency that suggested decisions had been made and action items were being prioritized. First things first. Bath, clean clothes, and proper shoes. Then we'll call Dr. Morrison for that medical examination, and after that, we'll start working on the legal aspects. I don't have any other clothes, Harry said, suddenly aware again of his inappropriate pajamas and bare feet. We'll remedy that this afternoon, Alan said. Emergency shopping trip for the basics, and then we'll worry about building a proper wardrobe later. In the meantime, Hermione said, you can borrow some of my clothes. We're about the same size, and I have plenty of casual things that aren't specifically feminine. The casual way they were planning his immediate future, making decisions that prioritized his comfort and well-being without asking for anything in return, was almost overwhelming in its kindness. Harry found himself blinking back tears that he didn't entirely understand, emotions that seemed too big and complicated for the kitchen table where they were sitting. Thank you, he said, his voice rougher than he intended. I don't know how to thank you enough. You don't need to thank us, Jane said firmly. You just need to let us help. And Harry? Yes? Welcome home. The word home settled into Harry's chest like a warm weight, pushing out some of the cold fear that had lived there for as long as he could remember. Home. Not a house where he was an unwelcome burden, but a place where people were genuinely glad to see him, where his presence was wanted rather than merely tolerated. For the first time in 8 years, Harry Potter was exactly where he belonged. The first week of living with the Grangers passed in a blur of experiences so foreign to Harry's previous existence that he sometimes wondered if he was dreaming the entire thing. Waking up in a real bed with clean sheets and a pillow that didn't smell like mildew. Eating 3 meals a day prepared by someone who seemed to take genuine pleasure in watching him enjoy the food. Having conversations at the dinner table where his opinions were asked for and actually listened to, rather than dismissed or ignored. Dr. Morrison's medical examination had confirmed what the Grangers already suspected. 8 years of malnutrition had left Harry significantly smaller and lighter than he should have been for his age. Old fractures in his ribs and left arm showed evidence of untreated injuries. His overall development had been stunted by chronic stress and inadequate care. But perhaps most telling had been Harry's reaction to the examination itself. His flinching at unexpected touch, his careful monitoring of the doctor's expressions, his obvious expectation of pain or punishment had painted a clear picture of a child who had learned to expect violence from the adults in his life. The documentation had been thorough and damning. Photographs of old scars and evidence of malnutrition. Medical reports that used clinical language to describe what amounted to years of systematic abuse. Legal paperwork that Alan had helped file, initiating the process of removing Harry from the Dursleys' custody permanently and beginning the formal proceedings that would hopefully result in his placement with the Grangers. But it was the smaller things that had begun to heal something in Harry that he hadn't even realized was broken. Jane asking what he wanted for breakfast and actually providing it. Alan helping him with homework and expressing genuine pride in his academic abilities. Hermione sharing her books and her thoughts and her rare but brilliant smiles without expecting anything in return. Still, despite the overwhelming kindness of his new family, Harry found himself struggling with questions he didn't know how to ask. Strange things had been happening around him since he'd arrived at the Granger house. Lights flickering when he was upset. Plants in the garden seeming to grow faster when he was nearby. Small objects moving slightly when he was deep in concentration. Nothing dramatic enough to cause the kind of destruction he'd created on his last night at Privet Drive, but enough to make him wonder if his escape from the Dursleys had somehow made his freakish abilities stronger rather than making them go away. He'd been careful to hide these incidents from his new family, terrified that they might decide he was too strange to keep around if they discovered the extent of his abnormalities. But hiding was becoming increasingly difficult, especially around Hermione, who noticed everything and had a scientist's instinct for investigating phenomena that didn't fit normal patterns. It was a Tuesday morning in his second week with the Grangers when Harry's carefully maintained secrecy finally crumbled, though not in the way he'd expected. He and Hermione were in the back garden, supposedly working on a science project about plant growth that Hermione had designed to help Harry catch up on the formal education he'd missed during his years with the Dursleys. In reality, Harry suspected, it was also Hermione's way of spending time outdoors while still engaging in the kind of intellectual activity that made her happiest. They'd set up a series of small pots with different types of seeds, carefully labeling each one with the planting date, soil type, and expected germination time based on the information in Hermione's comprehensive gardening reference books. It was the kind of organized, methodical approach to learning that Harry was beginning to associate with everything Hermione did, and he found her systematic thinking both impressive and oddly comforting. According to the literature, Hermione said, consulting her notebook while Harry finished planting their last row of bean seeds, we should see initial sprouting in approximately 7 to 10 days, depending on soil temperature and moisture levels. Harry nodded, pressing the soil down gently around the seeds they'd just planted. What happens if some of them don't grow? Then we investigate why, Hermione said, with the satisfaction of someone who loved troubleshooting problems. Insufficient water, poor soil quality, seeds that weren't viable to begin with. There's always a logical explanation for biological failure. As she spoke, Harry found himself thinking about the seeds they'd just planted, imagining them pushing through the dark soil toward the sunlight, developing roots and leaves and the complex biological systems that would turn them into full-grown plants. It was an amazing process when he really thought about it. The way life could emerge from something as simple as a seed and a handful of dirt. The warmth that had been building in his chest as he thought about growth and potential suddenly intensified, spreading through his entire body with a tingling sensation that felt almost electric. For a moment, Harry thought he might be getting sick, but then he noticed that Hermione had stopped talking and was staring at something behind him with an expression of absolute astonishment. Harry turned around and immediately understood her shock. The row of pots they'd planted 20 minutes earlier, the ones that should have taken 7 to 10 days to show any signs of growth, were sprouting. Not just a few green shoots breaking through the soil, but full plants pushing their way toward the sun with a speed that defied every law of biology Harry had ever learned about. As they watched, the bean plants continued growing, developing leaves and stems, and reaching heights that should have taken weeks to achieve. The tomato seeds were producing vines that climbed enthusiastically toward the wooden stakes Hermione had carefully placed in each pot. Even the flowers they'd planted were blooming, producing colors so vibrant they seemed to glow in the morning sunlight. "That's impossible," Hermione whispered, her scientific training clearly struggling to process what she was witnessing. "Plants don't grow that fast. Even under optimal conditions, even with perfect soil and ideal weather, this level of growth would take—" She trailed off as one of the sunflowers they'd planted reached full height and turned its face toward the sun, as if it were greeting the morning with deliberate intention rather than simple biological programming. Harry felt the warmth in his chest intensify even further, and suddenly he understood what was happening with a clarity that was both terrifying and exhilarating. "It's me," he said quietly, his voice barely audible over the sound of leaves rustling in the breeze. "I'm doing this somehow." Hermione turned to stare at him, her brown eyes wide with something that looked like equal parts scientific fascination and dawning understanding. "You're doing what, exactly?" Harry gestured helplessly at the impossible garden they'd created. "Making them grow. I was thinking about how amazing it would be if they could grow faster. And then they did. Just like—" He stopped, realizing that he was about to confess to something that might change everything between them. "Just like what?" Hermione prompted gently. Harry took a deep breath, steeling himself to share the secret he'd been guarding so carefully. "Just like the night I ran away from the Dursleys. I was angry and scared, and every window on Privet Drive exploded. And there have been other things, smaller things, ever since I was little. Lights flickering, objects moving, strange accidents that only happen when I'm upset or emotional." Instead of the shock or fear he'd expected, Hermione's expression shifted into something that looked remarkably like excitement. "Harry," she said slowly, "show me something else. Something deliberate this time." "What?" "Pick something specific and try to make it happen. If you can control this ability, if you can do magic—" "Magic?" Harry interrupted, the word hitting him like a physical blow. "You think this is magic?" "What else could it be?" Hermione asked pragmatically. "You're influencing biological processes through focused intention. You're manipulating physical reality in ways that contradict established scientific principles. If that's not magic, then our understanding of natural law is fundamentally incomplete." Harry stared at her, waiting for the inevitable rejection that would come when she realized exactly how freakish he really was. But instead of backing away or calling for her parents, Hermione moved closer, her scientific curiosity clearly overriding any concerns about safety or normalcy. "Try something small," she suggested, "something that won't attract attention if your parents see it." Harry looked around the garden, trying to think of something that would be impressive, but not destructive. His gaze settled on a wilted rose bush in the corner, something that Jane had mentioned needing to replace because it hadn't bloomed properly all summer. It seemed like a safe target for experimentation. "That rose bush," he said, pointing toward the struggling plant. "What if I tried to make it bloom?" "Perfect," Hermione said, pulling out her notebook and pen with the automatic response of someone who documented everything. "I'll record observations while you attempt to influence the plant's growth patterns." Harry focused on the rose bush, trying to recreate the warm feeling that had triggered the sudden growth of their science project. He thought about roses in full bloom, about the sweet scent of flowers and the beauty of petals unfurling toward the sun. The warmth in his chest responded immediately, spreading through his body with that same electric, tingling sensation he was beginning to recognize as the feeling of magic flowing through him. The effect on the rosebush was immediate and dramatic. New growth erupted from branches that had seemed nearly dead, fresh green leaves unfurling with impossible speed. Buds formed and swelled and opened into flowers that were larger and more perfect than any roses Harry had ever seen. The entire bush transformed from a struggling, sickly plant into something that looked like it belonged in a fairy tale, complete with blooms in shades of red and pink and white that seemed to glow with their own internal light. "Extraordinary," Hermione breathed, scribbling notes with frantic intensity. Complete regeneration of damaged plant tissue, accelerated growth beyond normal biological parameters, enhancement of color saturation, and bloom size. "Harry, this is incredible." Harry felt a surge of pride at her obvious excitement, but it was quickly followed by a familiar wave of anxiety. "You don't think it's freakish? You're not afraid of me?" Hermione looked up from her notebook with an expression of genuine surprise. "Afraid of you? Harry, you just performed what amounts to biological alchemy. You've demonstrated an ability that could revolutionize agriculture, medicine, environmental restoration. Why would I be afraid of something so amazing?" "Because it's not normal," Harry said, voicing the fear that had been drilled into him for as long as he could remember. "Because people like me aren't supposed to exist." "Normal is overrated," Hermione said firmly, "and besides, I don't think you're the only one." Harry felt his heart skip a beat. "What do you mean?" Instead of answering directly, Hermione stood up and walked over to the rose bush Harry had just transformed. She reached out tentatively, placing her palm against the trunk of the plant, and closed her eyes in concentration. For a moment, nothing happened. Then, slowly, new buds began forming on the branches she was touching. Not with the dramatic speed Harry had achieved, but with obvious intentionality that had nothing to do with normal plant behavior. "I've been able to do small things for years," Hermione said quietly, her eyes still closed as she focused on encouraging the roses to bloom. "Nothing as dramatic as what you just did, but enough to know that the world has more possibilities than most people realize." Harry watched in fascination as the roses responded to Hermione's touch, opening into flowers that were smaller than the ones he'd created, but no less perfect. When she opened her eyes and stepped back, both children stood in silence, staring at the evidence of their shared, impossible abilities. "How long have you known?" Harry asked. "That I could influence plant growth?" "Since I was about 6. I was helping Mother in the garden and wishing that her vegetables would grow faster, so she'd be proud of our work together. When they actually did grow faster, I assumed it was coincidence until it kept happening." Hermione paused, studying the transformed rosebush with scientific appreciation. "I've been careful to keep the effects small enough to be dismissed as good gardening or favorable weather conditions. But you've never told anyone? Who would I tell? And what would I say? That I can make flowers bloom by touching them? People would think I was either lying for attention or suffering from delusions." Hermione shrugged, a gesture that somehow managed to convey both acceptance and frustration. It seemed safer to keep it to myself until I understood more about what was happening. Harry understood that reasoning completely. How many times had he convinced himself that the strange things that happened around him were coincidences or exaggerations, rather than evidence of abilities that might set him apart even further from normal children. "Do you think there are others?" he asked. "Other people who can do things like this?" "I've been researching that question for 2 years," Hermione said, pulling a different notebook from her backpack, one that Harry hadn't seen before. "Looking for historical accounts of unexplained phenomena, scientific papers about anomalous biological events, folklore and legends that might have basis in fact." She opened the notebook to reveal pages of dense handwriting, charts and diagrams, and what looked like a comprehensive analysis of unusual events throughout recorded history. Harry had thought he understood the scope of Hermione's intellectual curiosity, but this was clearly a project that went far beyond casual interest. "What have you found?" Harry asked, genuinely fascinated. "Patterns," Hermione said, settling cross-legged on the grass and spreading the notebook between them so Harry could see her research. "Throughout history, there have been consistent reports of individuals who could influence natural phenomena in ways that defied explanation. Healers who could cure diseases by touch, farmers whose crops grew in impossible conditions, people who could predict weather patterns or communicate with animals or create light without any apparent source." Harry studied her carefully organized notes, impressed by the thoroughness of her investigation. "Do you think they were like us?" "I think they were exactly like us," Hermione said with conviction. "I think there have always been people with abilities that go beyond normal human limitations, and I think most of them learned to hide those abilities because societies tend to fear what they don't understand." It was a sobering thought, but also oddly comforting. The idea that he wasn't alone in the world, that there had always been people who struggled with the same questions about identity and belonging that he faced, made his own situation feel less isolating. "The question," Hermione continued, "is whether there are people like us alive now, and if so, whether there's any kind of community or support system that we might be able to access." Harry thought about this, trying to imagine a world where people with unusual abilities weren't forced to hide and pretend to be normal. "How would we find them?" "Very carefully," Hermione said, pragmatically. "If such people exist and they've managed to stay hidden, they probably have good reasons for maintaining that secrecy. Approaching them would require discretion and patience. But you think it's worth trying?" Hermione closed her notebook and looked directly at Harry, her expression serious but hopeful. "I think understanding what we are and what we're capable of is essential for figuring out how to live with these abilities safely. And I think trying to do that alone would be much more difficult than doing it together." The simple statement hit Harry with unexpected force. Together. For the first time in his life, he had someone who understood what it felt like to be different, someone who shared his experiences and his questions, and his need to figure out how to navigate a world that wasn't designed for people like them. The loneliness that had been his constant companion for 8 years suddenly felt less overwhelming. "Together," he repeated, testing the word and finding that he liked the way it felt in his mouth. "Together," Hermione confirmed with a smile that transformed her serious face into something warm and conspirative. "Partners in figuring out the impossible." They spent the rest of the morning conducting careful experiments with their abilities, documenting their observations, and developing theories about how their powers might work. Harry discovered that his influence over plants seemed strongest when he was feeling positive emotions, particularly hope and joy. Hermione found that her abilities were enhanced by physical contact and focused concentration, but that she could also influence plant growth from a short distance if she really concentrated. By lunchtime, they had filled several pages of Hermione's notebook with observations and hypotheses, and had transformed a small corner of the Granger garden into something that looked like it belonged in a botanical magazine. More importantly, they had begun to understand that their abilities weren't random or uncontrollable. With practice and intention, They could direct their magic to achieve specific goals. "We should be careful about how much we change the garden all at once," Hermione said, as they gathered their notebooks and prepared to go inside for lunch. "Sudden improvements might be difficult to explain to my parents." Harry nodded, understanding the need for discretion, even as he felt disappointed at the idea of hiding this amazing discovery. "Do you think we should tell them about what we can do?" Hermione considered the question seriously. "Eventually, yes. They're scientists, and they love me enough to accept evidence that challenges their understanding of the world. But I think we should understand more about our abilities first, so we can answer their questions intelligently." It was a reasonable approach, and Harry found himself impressed once again by Hermione's thoughtful consideration of complex problems. But as they walked back toward the house, he couldn't help but feel a sense of excitement that went beyond the intellectual satisfaction of solving mysteries. For the first time in his life, he had found someone who didn't just accept his differences, but celebrated them. Someone who thought his abilities were amazing rather than freakish, who wanted to explore and understand them rather than suppress or ignore them. At lunch, Jane and Alan asked about their morning project, with the casual interest of parents who wanted to stay involved in their children's activities without being intrusive. Harry and Hermione exchanged a quick glance before launching into a carefully edited account of their plant growth experiment, focusing on the scientific methodology and educational value while omitting the more spectacular results. "Sounds like you're both developing quite an interest in botany," Alan observed, clearly pleased by their enthusiasm. "Maybe we should visit the botanical gardens this weekend. They have some fascinating exhibits on plant biology." "That sounds wonderful," Hermione said with genuine excitement, and Harry realized that she was already thinking about what they might learn from studying more advanced plant specimens, the possibility of refining their abilities and understanding more about how magic might work in the larger world. After lunch, they retreated to Hermione's room to continue their research and planning. Hermione's bedroom was everything Harry had expected, organized, book-filled, and designed for serious intellectual work. Her desk was covered with reference materials on subjects ranging from advanced mathematics to theoretical physics to botanical science. Her bookshelves contained volumes that looked like they belonged in a university library rather than an 8-year-old's bedroom. But what caught Harry's attention wasn't the obvious evidence of Hermione's academic interests. It was the small details that revealed the lonely child beneath the brilliant student. A single stuffed animal sitting on the perfectly made bed. A collection of bookmarks that suggested she often read multiple books simultaneously. A schedule on the wall that was filled with educational activities, but notably lacking in social plans or playdates with other children. "You don't have many friends, do you?" Harry asked, the observation coming out more directly than he'd intended. Hermione paused in her organization of their morning's notes. "I don't have any friends," she said matter-of-factly, "unless you count the librarians at various libraries around London who know me well enough to set aside books they think I might find interesting." Harry felt a familiar ache in his chest, the recognition of shared experience that was both painful and comforting. "It's hard, isn't it? Being different." "It's lonely," Hermione agreed. "Most children my age are interested in things I find boring, and most adults treat me like an amusing curiosity rather than a real person. I've learned to find satisfaction in learning and discovery, but sometimes I wonder what it would be like to have someone to share those discoveries with." "Now you do," Harry said simply. Hermione looked up from her notes, her expression shifting into something that looked like hope mixed with cautious optimism. "Now I do," she agreed. "And now you have someone who understands what it feels like to be the person adults whisper about at parent conferences." They spent the afternoon developing what they decided to call their research protocol, a systematic approach to understanding their abilities that involved careful documentation, controlled experiments, and gradual escalation of complexity. It was, Harry realized, the same methodical approach Hermione applied to all her academic work, but now directed toward understanding the impossible rather than the merely advanced. By evening, they had established several important principles. First, their abilities seemed to be enhanced by positive emotions and clear intention. Second, physical proximity to their targets increased their effectiveness, but wasn't strictly necessary. Third, their powers appeared to work best when they were relaxed and focused, rather than stressed or distracted. Most importantly, they had discovered that their abilities seemed to be complementary rather than competitive. Harry's magic was more powerful, but less precise, capable of dramatic transformations, but sometimes unpredictable in its effects. Hermione's magic was more controlled and subtle, perfect for fine-tuning and careful adjustments. Working together, they could achieve results that neither could accomplish alone. "It's like we're meant to be partners," Hermione said, as they reviewed their notes before dinner. "Like our abilities are designed to work in harmony." Harry nodded, feeling the rightness of that observation in his bones. Everything about his friendship with Hermione felt natural and inevitable, from their intellectual compatibility to their shared experiences of isolation to the way their magical abilities seemed to enhance rather than interfere with each other. "Partners," he said, extending his hand for her to shake in a formal gesture that somehow felt appropriate for the magnitude of what they were undertaking together. "Partners?" Hermione agreed, shaking his hand with a grip that was firm and confident and full of promise for the future they would discover together. That night, as Harry lay in his warm, safe bed in the Granger house, he thought about the day's revelations, and felt something he had never experienced before: genuine excitement about the future. For the first time in his life, he had someone who understood him completely, someone who thought his differences were gifts rather than burdens, someone who wanted to explore the impossible alongside him. Tomorrow, they would continue their research. They would learn more about their abilities and begin the careful work of understanding how to use them responsibly. They would start building the knowledge and skills that would help them navigate a world that didn't yet know people like them existed. But tonight, Harry simply allowed himself to feel grateful for the series of impossible coincidences that had led him from the cupboard under the stairs to this moment of perfect belonging. He had found not just a home, but a partner in figuring out how to be extraordinary in a world that expected ordinary. And for the first time in 8 years, Harry Potter fell asleep, knowing that tomorrow would bring new wonders rather than new fears. 3 weeks after Harry and Hermione's first magical experiment in the garden, their carefully structured world of secret research and gradual discovery was shattered by the arrival of an unexpected visitor. It was a Tuesday morning, and both children were in Hermione's room working on what they had begun calling their advanced botanical studies, a cover story that allowed them to spend hours documenting their magical abilities while appearing to pursue normal academic interests. They had made remarkable progress in understanding their powers during those 3 weeks. Harry had learned to control his emotional responses well enough to avoid accidentally destroying things when he was upset, while Hermione had developed techniques for enhancing plant growth that were precise enough to avoid attracting unwanted attention from her parents. Together, they had transformed small sections of the Granger garden into something that looked like the result of exceptional gardening skills, rather than impossible magic. But their success had apparently not gone as unnoticed as they had hoped. The first sign that something unusual was happening came from the garden itself. Harry was sitting at Hermione's desk, carefully updating their research journal with observations about the relationship between emotional state and magical effectiveness, when he heard what sounded like someone walking around outside. Not the quick, purposeful stride of a neighbor passing by, but the slow, deliberate pace of someone conducting a thorough investigation. "Hermione," he said quietly, gesturing toward the window that overlooked the back garden. "I think someone's out there." Hermione looked up from the botanical reference book she was consulting, immediately alert to the concern in his voice. She moved to the window and peered through the curtains, her expression shifting from curiosity to alarm as she observed whoever was moving around their experimental garden plots. "There's a woman out there," she said, her voice tight with anxiety. "Older, wearing very formal clothes that look completely inappropriate for gardening. She's examining our plants very carefully, and she has what looks like a magnifying glass. Harry joined her at the window, and together they watched as a tall, stern-looking woman with greying hair moved methodically from plant to plant, clearly conducting some kind of detailed analysis. She was wearing dark green robes that looked like they belonged in a historical drama rather than a suburban garden, and her entire demeanour suggested someone who was accustomed to authority and didn't expect to be questioned. "Should we tell your parents?" Harry asked, though something about the woman's purposeful examination of their magical experiments made him suspect that involving Jane and Alan might not be the best approach. Before Hermione could answer, the woman looked up toward their window with the precision of someone who had known exactly where they were the entire time. Even from a distance, her eyes seemed to cut through the glass and curtains to fix directly on the two children who had been watching her. She raised one hand in what might have been a greeting, or might have been a command, then began walking toward the house with the confident stride of someone who expected to be welcomed. "I don't think we have a choice about talking to her," Hermione said grimly. "She obviously knows we're here, and she's obviously interested in what we've been doing in the garden." The doorbell rang before either child could decide on a course of action, followed immediately by the sound of Jane Granger's footsteps as she went to answer the door. Harry and Hermione exchanged a look of mutual apprehension before creeping to the top of the stairs where they could overhear the conversation taking place in the front hallway. "Good morning," Jane's voice carried clearly up the staircase, maintaining the polite but cautious tone she used with unexpected visitors. "Can I help you?" "Dr. Granger." The stranger's voice was crisp and authoritative, with the kind of Scottish accent that made every word sound like a pronouncement. "My name is Professor McGonagall. I'm here to speak with you about Harry Potter and the unusual circumstances surrounding his current living situation." Harry felt his blood turn to ice water. Someone had found him. Someone knew where he was and had come to take him back to the Dursleys, or to some other place where his safety and happiness would be irrelevant compared to bureaucratic convenience. He started to back away from the stairs, his mind already calculating escape routes and wondering how quickly he could pack his few belongings. But Hermione caught his arm, her grip firm and steady. "Wait," she whispered. "Listen to what she says. She mentioned unusual circumstances, not criminal activity or kidnapping charges. Maybe she's here to help." Harry wanted to argue that adults who showed up unannounced to discuss unusual circumstances rarely had helpful intentions, but something in Hermione's voice made him pause. She had been right about so many things since they'd become friends. Maybe she was right about this too. "I'm afraid I don't know what you mean," Jane was saying, though her tone had shifted from polite caution to protective alertness. "Harry is a child who needed help, and we provided it. If there are questions about his legal status, I'd prefer to handle those through proper channels with appropriate documentation." "Dr. Granger," Professor McGonagall's voice carried a note of what might have been approval. "I'm not here to challenge your care of the boy. Quite the opposite, in fact. I'm here because the magical community has become aware that Harry Potter is no longer living with his designated guardians, and certain parties are very concerned about his welfare and current circumstances." The word magical seemed to echo through the hallway, and Harry felt Hermione's grip on his arm tighten with excitement rather than fear. Magical community. That implied the existence of exactly what they had been hoping to find. Other people with abilities like theirs, organized into some kind of society or support system. Jane's response was delayed long enough to suggest that she was processing information that challenged her understanding of the world. "I'm sorry," she said finally. "Did you say magical community?" "I did indeed. Perhaps it would be better if we had this conversation somewhere more private, with both children present. I believe they have some questions that I might be able to answer, and I certainly have questions for them." Harry and Hermione looked at each other, both recognizing that hiding at the top of the stairs was no longer a viable option. Whatever this Professor McGonagall wanted to discuss, It clearly involved both of them directly. After a moment of silent communication, they made their way downstairs with the careful dignity of people who were choosing to face an uncertain situation rather than being dragged into it. Professor McGonagall was standing in the front hallway, and Harry's first impression was that she looked exactly like someone who might be called Professor. Tall, stern, and imposing, with the kind of presence that suggested she was accustomed to being the most competent person in any room she entered. Her dark green robes were clearly not normal clothing, but they looked practical rather than theatrical, as if they were simply what she always wore rather than a costume designed to impress or intimidate. "Harry Potter," she said, her sharp eyes taking in his appearance with the same thorough assessment he'd seen her apply to their garden. "You look considerably healthier than the last reports we received about your condition." "Reports?" Harry asked, surprised to discover that anyone had been monitoring his welfare closely enough to notice changes in his health. "The magical community has certain obligations regarding the welfare of magical children," Professor McGonagall said carefully. "Obligations that were clearly not being met during your residence with the Dursley family." Jane, who had been listening to this exchange with the expression of someone trying to process impossible information, finally found her voice. "I'm sorry, but I need to understand what's happening here. Are you saying that Harry is part of some kind of magical community, and that you've been monitoring his living situation?" Professor McGonagall's expression softened slightly, suggesting that she recognized the difficulty of the situation she was creating for a family of non-magical people. "Dr. Granger, your son and your foster child are both magical. They possess abilities that go far beyond normal human capabilities, and they are destined to receive formal education at a school specifically designed for children with such gifts." "Both magical?" Jane repeated, her gaze shifting to Hermione with surprise and dawning understanding. "You're saying Hermione has magical abilities too?" "Indeed she does," Professor McGonagall confirmed. "Quite powerful ones, from what our monitoring has detected. She should have received her Hogwarts letter next year, but given the unusual circumstances and her early manifestation of controlled magical abilities, special arrangements can certainly be made." Hermione stepped forward, her scientific curiosity clearly overriding any concerns about revealing their secret research. "Professor McGonagall, what exactly has your monitoring detected? We've been very careful to keep our experiments small and discreet." Professor McGonagall's stern expression shifted into something that might have been approval, mixed with amusement. "Miss Granger, when two untrained magical children begin conducting systematic experiments with plant growth enhancement, the magical signatures become quite apparent to those who know what to look for. Your work in the garden has been generating magical resonance strong enough to be detected from several miles away." Harry felt his face burn with embarrassment. All their careful planning and documentation, all their efforts to avoid attracting attention, and they had apparently been broadcasting their activities to anyone with the ability to detect magical energy. "We didn't know," he said quietly. "We were trying to be careful." "And you succeeded admirably in keeping your activities hidden from non-magical observers," Professor McGonagall said kindly. "But magical detection operates on different principles entirely. The fact that you were able to work together so effectively, and that you developed systematic approaches to understanding your abilities, suggests that you both have considerable potential." Alan, who had been summoned by the sounds of intense conversation in the hallway, appeared at Jane's side with the expression of someone who was prepared to protect his family from whatever crisis was developing. "I'm Alan Granger," he said, extending his hand with professional politeness. "Jane's husband and Hermione's father, and I think we need to have a much longer conversation about what's happening here." "Agreed," Professor McGonagall said, shaking his hand with the brisk efficiency of someone who appreciated directness. "Perhaps we could sit down somewhere comfortable. There's quite a lot to explain, and I suspect you all have numerous questions." They settled in the living room, with Harry and Hermione sitting close together on the sofa, while Jane and Alan took the chairs opposite Professor McGonagall. The arrangement felt formal, but not hostile, more like a family conference than an interrogation, which did something to ease Harry's anxiety about what this conversation might reveal. "Let me start," Professor McGonagall said, "by explaining who I am and why I'm here. I'm the Deputy Headmistress of Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry, the primary educational institution for magical children in Britain. I'm also the person responsible for monitoring the welfare of magical children who are not yet enrolled in our school, particularly those who might be living in dangerous or unsuitable conditions." She paused, allowing the weight of that statement to settle before continuing. 3 weeks ago, our monitoring systems detected massive magical discharge centered on Privet Drive in Little Whinging. When we investigated, we discovered that the house where Harry Potter had been placed for his protection was empty except for his former guardians, who informed us that he had run away and they had no idea where he might have gone. Harry felt his chest tighten with familiar anxiety. "Are you here to take me back to them?" "Absolutely not," Professor McGonagall said with such firm conviction that Harry felt some of the tension leave his shoulders. "Harry, what the Dursley family did to you constitutes severe abuse and criminal negligence. Under no circumstances would the magical community allow you to return to that situation." "But they're my only relatives," Harry said, voicing the fear that had been driving his reluctance to seek official help. "Legally, they have custody rights." Professor McGonagall's expression hardened into something that suggested she had very strong opinions about those custody arrangements. "Harry, those custody arrangements were made without proper oversight and without consideration for your actual welfare. They are not legally binding under magical law, and they can certainly be challenged and overturned under Muggle law with proper evidence and advocacy." "Muggle law?" Hermione asked, clearly fascinated by the terminology. "Non-magical law," Professor McGonagall explained. "The magical and non-magical communities operate under separate legal systems, though there are protocols for cooperation when situations involve both communities." Alan, who had been listening with the careful attention of someone trying to understand a complex professional situation, leaned forward slightly. "Professor McGonagall, what exactly are you proposing? What happens next for Harry and for our family?" "That depends largely on what you decide you want to happen," Professor McGonagall said. "The magical community's primary concern is ensuring that both children receive appropriate education and support for their magical development. How that happens, and where they live while it's happening, is something that can be arranged to accommodate everyone's preferences and needs." She turned to look directly at Harry and Hermione. "You've both demonstrated remarkable ability and maturity in how you've approached your magical education so far, working together to understand your abilities, documenting your experiments, developing systematic approaches to magical practice. Most children your age who discover they have magical abilities either ignore them completely or use them carelessly without any thought for consequences or control." "We researched historical accounts," Hermione said, clearly pleased that their methodical approach was being recognized. "We wanted to understand what we were dealing with before we started experimenting." "Very wise," Professor McGonagall approved. "And that wisdom, along with your obvious compatibility as research partners, suggests that you might benefit from receiving your magical education together, even though you're both younger than our typical incoming students." Harry felt his heart skip a beat. "You mean we could go to your school? Both of us?" "I mean that there are several options available, and all of them involve ensuring that you receive the education and support you need while maintaining the family relationships that are clearly working well for both of you." Professor McGonagall's expression softened as she looked at the family assembled in front of her. Dr. Granger, your care of Harry has been exemplary. You've provided him with safety, proper nutrition, medical attention, and emotional support. More importantly, you've created an environment where both children feel free to explore and develop their abilities without fear or shame. Jane and Alan exchanged a look that contained an entire conversation about their willingness to continue providing that environment even if it meant dealing with magical communities and supernatural education systems. What would be involved? Jane asked practically. If we continued to be Harry's guardians and both children pursued magical education, what would that look like on a day-to-day basis? Several possibilities, Professor McGonagall said. Hogwarts operates as a boarding school during the academic year, with students returning home for holidays and summers. However, given the children's young age and their obvious benefit from stable family life, arrangements could be made for them to attend as day students, living at home and commuting to school daily. Is that normal? Hermione asked. Day students, I mean? Not particularly, Professor McGonagall admitted. But nothing about your situation is particularly normal, and the magical community has learned that flexibility in educational arrangements often produces better outcomes than rigid adherence to traditional structures. Alan was clearly thinking through practical implications. What about their non-magical education? Math, science, literature, history? Magical education includes all of those subjects, plus additional coursework specifically related to magical theory and practice, Professor McGonagall explained. However, if you preferred to supplement their magical education with continued non-magical schooling, arrangements could certainly be made for that as well. Harry found himself struggling to believe that adults were discussing his future in terms of what would be best for him rather than what would be most convenient for the systems involved. You're really not going to send me back to the Dursleys? Professor McGonagall's expression became fierce in a way that suggested she had very strong feelings about the Dursley family. Harry, I want you to understand something very clearly. What happened to you at Privet Drive was not your fault, and it was not acceptable. The people responsible for placing you in that situation made serious errors in judgment, and those errors are being addressed. You will never be required to return to an abusive environment, regardless of genetic relationships or custody arrangements. The simple, firm statement hit Harry with more force than he'd expected. For 8 years, he'd believed that his treatment by the Dursleys was somehow normal or deserved, that he was lucky they tolerated him at all, despite his freakish nature. To hear an adult authority figure state unequivocally that he deserved better, that his safety and happiness mattered, was revolutionary. What about the legal aspects? Jane asked, clearly thinking through the complexities of custody and guardianship across 2 different legal systems. If we wanted to pursue formal adoption, would that be supported by the magical community? Enthusiastically supported, Professor McGonagall said. Dr. Granger, you've demonstrated exactly the kind of care and commitment that ensures magical children develop into healthy, capable adults. The magical community would be honored to support your family in whatever legal arrangements would provide the most security and stability. Hermione had been quiet during much of this conversation, but now she looked up with the expression that meant she was working through a complex problem. Professor McGonagall, you mentioned that your monitoring systems detected our magical experiments. Does that mean there are other people like us? Other children with magical abilities? Miss Granger, there are thousands of people with magical abilities living throughout Britain and millions more around the world. You're part of a community that has existed for centuries, with its own culture, institutions, and traditions. You're not alone, and you never have to be alone again. The words hit both children with obvious impact. Harry felt something loosening in his chest, a knot of isolation and fear that had been wound tight for as long as he could remember. Hermione's eyes lit up with the kind of excitement she usually reserved for discovering particularly fascinating scientific phenomena. Thousands of people, she repeated softly, with abilities like ours. Abilities far beyond yours, Professor McGonagall said with a slight smile. You've made an excellent start, but you've barely scratched the surface of what's possible. Formal magical education would introduce you to subjects like transfiguration, charms, potions, defense against the dark arts, and herbology, among others. Defense against the dark arts? Harry asked, the phrase triggering a spike of anxiety. Defense against what? Professor McGonagall's expression became more serious. "Harry, I'm afraid that your introduction to the magical world comes with certain complications. Your parents were part of the magical community, and they died protecting you from a very dangerous wizard who had been terrorizing our society. That wizard was defeated when he attempted to kill you, but the magical world considers you something of a hero for surviving that encounter." Harry stared at her, struggling to process this complete reversal of everything he thought he knew about his family history. My parents were magical, and they died fighting someone, not in a car crash. Your parents were extraordinarily gifted magical people who fought bravely against evil and died protecting you from it, Professor McGonagall said gently. They would be very proud of the person you're becoming, and the choices you've made. The casual mention of parents who would be proud of him hit Harry harder than any of the other revelations. He'd spent 8 years believing that his parents had been worthless drunks who died because they were too irresponsible to wear seatbelts. To learn that they had actually been heroes who'd died protecting him was almost too much to process. "Is that why I was placed with the Dursleys?" he asked. "Because my parents died fighting this dangerous wizard." Professor McGonagall's expression became carefully neutral, in a way that suggested she had strong opinions about those placement decisions, but wasn't prepared to share all of them immediately. "The decision to place you with the Dursleys was made by people who believed they were acting in your best interests. Whether that decision was correct is a matter of some debate within the magical community." Alan, who had been following this conversation with the careful attention of someone trying to understand a situation that would affect his family's future, spoke up. "Professor McGonagall, is Harry in any danger now? Is this dangerous wizard still a threat?" "The wizard in question has not been seen or heard from in 8 years," Professor McGonagall said carefully. "However, the magical world considers Harry's safety to be of paramount importance, which is one reason why his disappearance from his designated guardians caused such concern." Harry felt a chill of understanding. "That's why you found us so quickly. Not just because of our magical experiments, but because people were looking for me specifically." "Correct," Professor McGonagall confirmed, "though I should emphasize that the people looking for you were concerned for your welfare, not seeking to harm you. The magical community has significant resources dedicated to child protection, and those resources were mobilized as soon as it became clear that you were missing from your designated placement." Hermione had been listening to all of this with obvious fascination, but now she asked the question that Harry realized was most important for their immediate future. "What happens next? Do we have time to think about our options, or do decisions need to be made immediately?" Professor McGonagall's expression softened into something approaching a smile. "Miss Granger, you have as much time as you need to make decisions about your future. No one is going to force you into educational arrangements or living situations that don't feel right to you. The magical community's goal is to support your development and ensure your safety, not to disrupt family relationships that are clearly beneficial." She stood up, smoothing down her robes with the same brisk efficiency she'd shown throughout the conversation. "I'd like to suggest that you all take some time to process this information and discuss your options as a family. In the meantime, I'll be making arrangements to ensure that Harry's legal status is properly protected and that both children have access to appropriate magical education resources." "What kind of resources?" Hermione asked, clearly interested in the immediate practical implications. "Books, primarily," Professor McGonagall said, with obvious understanding of Hermione's priorities. "Introductory texts on magical theory, history, and practice. Materials that will help you understand the context for your abilities and prepare you for more formal education when you're ready." She reached into her robes and withdrew what looked like an ordinary business card, though it shimmered slightly in the light in a way that suggested it was anything but ordinary. "This will allow you to contact me directly if you have questions or concerns." Simply speak my name while holding the card, and I'll be able to respond within a few hours." Jane accepted the card with the careful handling of someone who was still adjusting to the idea that magic was real and apparently operated according to practical principles. "Thank you, Professor McGonagall. This is obviously a lot to process, but we appreciate your willingness to work with our family's needs. Dr. Granger, families like yours are exactly what magical children need to thrive," Professor McGonagall said warmly. "I look forward to working with you to ensure that both Harry and Hermione receive the education and support they deserve." She moved toward the front door, then paused and looked back at Harry with an expression that contained both kindness and determination. "Harry, I want you to remember that you have choices now. Choices about where you live, where you go to school, how you develop your abilities, and what kind of person you want to become. Those choices are yours to make, with the support of people who care about your welfare." After Professor McGonagall left, the Granger family sat in their living room for several minutes, processing the conversation that had just transformed their understanding of reality. Finally, Alan broke the silence. "Well," he said, with the kind of understated humor that Harry was learning to associate with the Granger family's approach to challenging situations, "I suppose we have some planning to do." And for the first time since he'd walked out of Privet Drive, Harry found himself looking forward to making plans for a future that seemed full of possibilities rather than limitations. The morning of their first trip to Diagon Alley dawned crisp and clear, with the kind of autumn sunlight that made everything look sharp-edged and full of promise. Harry had been awake since before sunrise, not from anxiety, but from a restless excitement that made sleep impossible. After 2 weeks of processing the revelation that magic was real and that he belonged to a community of people with abilities like his, he was finally going to see the magical world for himself. The past fortnight had been a whirlwind of paperwork, legal consultations, and careful planning. True to her word, Professor McGonagall had moved swiftly to address Harry's legal status. The evidence of abuse she'd documented during her investigation of his former living conditions had been presented to both magical and non-magical authorities, resulting in the immediate revocation of the Dursleys' custody rights and the initiation of criminal proceedings against Vernon Dursley for child abuse. More positively, the Grangers' petition for emergency guardianship had been expedited through both legal systems, with the magical community's full support and advocacy. Within a week, they had become Harry's official guardians, with adoption proceedings scheduled to be finalized within the next few months. The speed and efficiency of the process had been remarkable, though Professor McGonagall had explained that cases involving magical children received priority treatment due to the unique circumstances and potential complications involved. Now, as Harry sat at the breakfast table trying to eat his toast, despite a stomach that was performing acrobatics with nervous energy, he could hardly believe that today he would finally see the place where magical people lived and worked and shopped for impossible things. "You're barely touching your breakfast," Jane observed, with the kind of gentle concern that still made Harry feel warm, despite having experienced it for over a month now. "Too excited to eat?" "Too excited to do anything," Harry admitted, pushing eggs around on his plate without much success at actually consuming them. "I keep thinking this might all be an elaborate dream, and I'm going to wake up back in the cupboard under the stairs." Hermione looked up from her own breakfast, which she was consuming with characteristic efficiency, despite being obviously as excited as Harry. "That's statistically very unlikely," she said, with the kind of practical logic that Harry had come to find extremely comforting. Dreams don't maintain consistent internal logic for extended periods, and they certainly don't involve this level of detailed planning and preparation. She gestured toward the stack of books that Professor McGonagall had delivered the previous week, introductory texts on magical theory and history that both children had been devouring with the focused intensity they brought to all their academic pursuits. They'd spent hours reading about the structure of magical society, the principles underlying magical practice, and the history of the wizarding world that they were about to enter. "Besides," Hermione added with a small smile. "If this were a dream, I doubt your subconscious would have invented someone as methodically logical as me to share it with." Alan laughed, the warm sound that had become one of Harry's favourite things about living with the Grangers. "She has a point there. Nobody dreams up research partners who insist on proper documentation for everything." The sound of the front doorbell interrupted any response Harry might have made, and he felt his pulse quicken with anticipation. Professor McGonagall had arranged to escort them to Diagon Alley personally, partly to help them navigate their first experience with the magical shopping district, and partly to ensure that Harry's introduction to the wider wizarding world went smoothly, despite his unusual circumstances. When Jane opened the front door, Professor McGonagall was standing on the front step, looking exactly as competent and reassuring as she had during her previous visit. Today, however, she was accompanied by a shorter, slightly round man with kind eyes and a beard that looked like it had been styled by someone with a deep appreciation for organized chaos. "Good morning, Dr. Granger," Professor McGonagall said, with her characteristic brisk politeness. "I'd like you to meet Professor Flitwick, who teaches charms at Hogwarts and has volunteered to help with some of the more technical aspects of today's shopping expedition." Professor Flitwick stepped forward with a cheerful smile that immediately put Harry at ease. "Delighted to meet you all," he said, in a voice that was surprisingly melodious for such a small man. "I've heard wonderful things about how you've been helping Harry and Hermione develop their magical abilities. Very impressive work for completely self-taught children." Harry felt a flush of pride at the compliment, but it was quickly followed by a familiar spike of anxiety. "We haven't done anything too dramatic," he said quickly, remembering their concerns about attracting unwanted attention with their experiments. "Just small things with plants, mostly." "Mr. Potter," Professor Flitwick said with obvious amusement, "accelerated plant growth through focused magical intention is hardly a small thing. Most adult wizards would be impressed by the level of control and coordination you and Miss Granger have achieved." Hermione practically glowed at the praise, though she maintained her characteristic composure. "We've been very systematic about our approach," she said. "Careful documentation, controlled variables, gradual escalation of complexity." "Exactly the right approach," Professor McGonagall approved, "which is why we're confident that you'll both adapt well to formal magical education when you're ready for it." After a brief discussion of the day's itinerary and safety protocols, the group set out for London. Professor McGonagall had arranged for them to travel by taxi rather than by magical means, explaining that while magical transportation was faster and more convenient, it could be overwhelming for people experiencing it for the first time, especially children who were already processing a great deal of new information. The drive into London gave Harry time to observe the normal, non-magical world with new eyes. People walking down sidewalks, going about their daily lives, completely unaware that a parallel society of magical people existed alongside their own reality. It was a strange feeling, knowing that he was about to cross an invisible boundary into a world that most of these people didn't even know existed. "Nervous?" Hermione asked quietly, apparently reading something in his expression that indicated his emotional state. "Excited nervous," Harry clarified. "Like before taking a test you've studied for but aren't sure you're actually prepared for." "That's a very apt analogy," Professor Flitwick said from the front seat. "The magical world can be overwhelming at first, even for people who grew up knowing it existed. There's nothing shameful about feeling uncertain when you're encountering something completely new." The taxi dropped them off on a busy London street that looked completely ordinary, full of shops and restaurants and the usual urban bustle. Harry looked around, confused about how they were supposed to find a magical shopping district in the middle of normal commercial London. "This way," Professor McGonagall said, leading them toward what appeared to be a run-down pub squeezed between a record shop and a bookstore. The sign above the door read, "The Leaky Cauldron," in faded letters, and the building looked like it hadn't been updated since sometime in the previous century. But as they approached the entrance, Harry began to notice that something strange was happening. Other people on the street seemed to be avoiding the pub without really noticing they were doing it, stepping around it, or crossing to the other side of the street without any apparent conscious decision to do so. It was as if the building was somehow encouraging people not to pay attention to it. Muggle-repelling charms, Hermione observed with obvious fascination. Non-magical people are subconsciously encouraged to ignore this location. Very good, Miss Granger, Professor McGonagall said approvingly. The Leaky Cauldron serves as the primary entrance to Diagon Alley from the non-magical world, so it's important that it remain unnoticed by people who aren't supposed to know about magical society. The interior of the Leaky Cauldron was dim and crowded, filled with people wearing robes and cloaks in various colors and styles. The air smelled like ale and wood smoke, and something else that Harry couldn't identify, but that made him feel oddly homesick for a place he'd never been. Conversations buzzed around them, in languages Harry recognized and others he didn't, creating a multilingual murmur that suggested this was a place where people from all over the world came to meet and conduct business. As they made their way through the crowded pub, Harry became aware that conversations were stopping as people noticed their group. Not with hostility or suspicion, but with curiosity and what looked like recognition. Several people were looking directly at him, with expressions that ranged from interest to excitement to something approaching awe. Professor McGonagall, a voice called from behind the bar, and Harry turned to see a bald man with a warm smile approaching their group. Tom Whittle, proprietor of the Leaky Cauldron. The first peculiar thing Harry Potter noticed about his 11th birthday was not the single piece of burnt toast that constituted his celebratory breakfast, nor the fact that his relatives had forgotten the occasion entirely. It was the letter. The envelope, thick and heavy, had somehow found its way through the mail slot, despite Vernon Dursley's increasingly paranoid attempts to seal every possible entry point to number 4, Privet Drive. Harry discovered it wedged beneath the morning newspaper, its yellowed parchment bearing his name in emerald ink. Mr. H. Potter, the cupboard under the stairs, 4 Privet Drive, Little Whinging, Surrey. The specificity of the address sent an uncomfortable chill down Harry's spine. Nobody knew about the cupboard except the Dursleys, and they certainly hadn't shared that particular detail with anyone who might send him correspondence. In 11 years of existence, Harry had received exactly 0 pieces of mail, a fact his relatives seemed to consider a point of pride rather than the glaring oddity it actually was. Vernon's reaction to the letter was immediate and volcanic. The massive man's face cycled through several shades of purple before settling on a particularly vibrant magenta that clashed horrifyingly with his bristling moustache. He snatched the letter from Harry's hands with such force that the parchment crinkled ominously, then proceeded to tear it into increasingly smaller pieces while muttering what sounded like fragments of prayers or perhaps curses under his breath. Petunia's response was somehow even more unsettling. She went completely white, her already sharp features becoming knife-like in their severity, and began pacing the kitchen with the jerky movements of a broken marionette. Her hands fluttered constantly at her sides, as if she couldn't decide whether to wring them or use them to strangle someone. Dudley, bless his simple soul, continued methodically destroying his breakfast with the single-minded focus that had made him the pride of Smeltings Academy's junior wrestling team. The fact that his parents appeared to be having simultaneous nervous breakdowns over a piece of mail didn't seem to register in his consciousness at all. Harry, however, was paying very close attention indeed. The violent disposal of his first piece of mail might have been dismissed as typical Dursley unreasonableness, but what followed could only be described as escalating madness. By noon, 3 more letters had arrived through various impossible means. One emerged from inside a carton of milk during lunch. Another fell down the chimney with enough force to scatter soot across Petunia's immaculate sitting room, sending her into a cleaning frenzy that bordered on the manic. The third somehow materialized inside Vernon's briefcase, which had been locked in the boot of his company car at the time. Vernon's response to each successive letter grew more extreme. He boarded up the mail slot with 3 layers of plywood. He stuffed steel wool up the chimney until no light could penetrate from above. He even went so far as to disconnect the telephone, as if electromagnetic communication might somehow facilitate the delivery of physical mail. By evening, Vernon had reached a state of paranoid desperation that would have been comedic if it weren't so clearly rooted in genuine terror. He paced the sitting room like a caged animal, periodically stopping to peer through the curtains at the street beyond, as if expecting to see an army of postmen gathering in the darkness. None of this escaped Harry's notice. In 11 years of living with the Dursleys, he had developed an almost preternatural ability to read their moods and motivations. Vernon was not simply annoyed or inconvenienced by the letters. He was afraid of them. More than that, he was afraid of what they represented, what they might lead to, and most tellingly, what they might reveal to Harry himself. The breaking point came the following morning, when Vernon discovered 17 letters stuffed through the gap beneath the front door, despite having nailed a board across the bottom the previous evening. The sight of those emerald-inked envelopes scattered across Petunia's precious hallway runner sent Vernon into what could only be described as a complete psychological break. He began throwing things, not in the calculated, cruel way he usually destroyed Harry's possessions, but with the wild, uncontrolled movements of someone who had lost all connection to rational thought. Books, ornaments, cushions, anything within reach became projectiles in his war against invisible forces that seemed determined to invade his carefully constructed world of absolute normality. In the midst of this chaos, Harry made a decision that would change the trajectory of his entire life. Instead of cowering in his cupboard, as he had been trained to do during Dursley explosions, he quietly slipped out the back door and began walking. He had no particular destination in mind, only a vague notion that he needed to put distance between himself and the madness-consuming Privet Drive. The July morning was already warm, promising another scorching day that would leave the suburban streets shimmering with heat mirages by noon. Harry walked steadily, his mind churning through everything he had observed over the past 24 hours. The letters were important enough to drive Vernon Dursley, a man who prided himself on his practical, no-nonsense approach to life, into a state of gibbering panic, important enough that whoever was sending them possessed capabilities that defied every law of physics Harry had ever learned in school, important enough that the Dursleys, who had spent 11 years pretending Harry barely existed, were now terrified of what he might discover about himself. The implications were staggering and deeply unsettling. Harry had always known he was different, had always suspected that his relatives were hiding something significant about his past. The official story about his parents dying in a car crash had never quite added up, particularly given the Dursleys' obvious terror whenever he asked for details. But the idea that there might be entire systems of knowledge, entire communities of people who knew things about Harry Potter that Harry Potter himself didn't know, was both exhilarating and deeply disturbing. Lost in these thoughts, Harry almost walked past the building entirely. It was only the weathered wooden sign that caught his attention, hanging askew above a door that seemed to exist in the narrow gap between a large bookshop and a record store. The Leaky Cauldron, the sign proclaimed in faded gold lettering, though Harry could have sworn the gap between the buildings hadn't been there when he passed this way on previous occasions. The door itself was nothing special, painted a dark green that had seen better decades, and bearing the kind of brass handle that spoke of long use and little maintenance. What made Harry stop and stare wasn't the door's appearance, but rather the fact that none of the other pedestrians seemed to notice it at all. People walked past the gap between the buildings as if it didn't exist, their eyes sliding away from the space with the peculiar unfocused quality that Harry had learned to associate with deliberate avoidance. Standing before that unremarkable door, Harry experienced a moment of perfect clarity. Whatever lay beyond that threshold represented a choice. He could turn around, walk back to Privet Drive, and allow Vernon to drag the family off to whatever remote location he was undoubtedly planning in his desperate attempt to escape the letter writers. He could continue living as Harry Potter, the unwanted burden, the boy who slept in a cupboard and knew nothing about his own history. Or he could open that door and discover what the Dursleys were so desperate to hide from him. The choice, when framed in those terms, wasn't really a choice at all. The interior of the leaky cauldron defied every expectation Harry might have formed based on its modest exterior. The space was far larger than should have been possible, given the gap between buildings, with a ceiling that disappeared into smoky shadows despite the bright summer morning outside. The air was thick with the scents of cooking food, tobacco, and something else that Harry couldn't quite identify, but that made his skin tingle with anticipation. The clientele was even more remarkable than the architecture. Harry had never seen such an eclectic collection of individuals gathered in one place. There were people dressed in long robes of various colours and fabrics, others wearing what appeared to be modified Victorian clothing, and still others whose fashion choices seemed to have been inspired by fantasy novels. More unsettling were the individuals whose very presence suggested that the normal rules of human biology were more guidelines than absolute laws. The woman behind the bar had hair that shifted colours as Harry watched, cycling through shades of blue and green like sunlight on ocean water. A man in the corner booth appeared to be completely translucent, his newspaper visible through his chest as he turned the pages with fingers that barely disturbed the air around them. At a table near the fireplace, someone was engaged in animated conversation with what looked like a large raven, though the bird's responses seemed far too complex and nuanced for any animal Harry had ever encountered. None of these remarkable individuals paid Harry any attention as he stood frozen in the doorway, trying to process what he was seeing. It was as if he had stepped through some invisible barrier into a world where the impossible was merely commonplace, where the laws of physics served at the pleasure of forces far more fundamental and far less predictable. The barman, a hunched figure with wild grey hair and deeply lined features, noticed Harry's arrival with the kind of immediate attention that suggested he had been expecting this moment for quite some time. "You're Harry Potter," the man said, and it wasn't a question. His voice carried the rough warmth of someone who had spent decades welcoming confused newcomers into impossible spaces. "Tom's the name, and you'll be wanting to get to Diagon Alley, I'd expect." Harry opened his mouth to ask how Tom knew his name, how any of this was possible, what Diagon Alley might be, and approximately 47 other questions that were competing for priority in his overwhelmed consciousness. What emerged instead was a strangled sound that might charitably have been interpreted as agreement. Tom's weathered face creased into what was probably meant to be a reassuring smile, though the effect was somewhat undermined by the fact that several of his teeth appeared to be made of different materials entirely. Right then, through to the backyard, we go. Fair warning, though, young Potter. Once you step through that arch, there's no going back to pretending the world works the way the Muggles think it does. The casual use of what was clearly some form of terminology that Harry didn't understand sent another jolt of realization through his already overloaded mental circuits. These people, whoever they were, had their own language, their own customs, their own understanding of how reality functioned. More than that, they seemed to consider Harry's existence within their community to be both natural and inevitable. The backyard of the leaky cauldron was a small, enclosed space, dominated by a solid brick wall that showed no obvious signs of being anything other than exactly what it appeared to be. Tom produced what looked like a wooden stick from somewhere within his robes and tapped a specific sequence of bricks with movements that suggested long practice and muscle memory. The transformation was instantaneous and absolutely magical. The bricks began shifting and rearranging themselves, folding back on each other with smooth, impossible movements that created an archway where none had existed moments before. Beyond that archway lay a street that belonged in no geography Harry had ever studied, a cobblestoned thoroughfare lined with shops whose architecture seemed to have been designed by someone who considered the laws of structural engineering to be interesting suggestions rather than absolute requirements. "Welcome to Diagon Alley," Tom announced with obvious pride, as if he personally had been responsible for creating the wonder that lay before them. Everything a young wizard needs to begin his magical education, and quite a few things he probably shouldn't know about until he's considerably older and more experienced in the ways of our world. Wizard. The word hit Harry's consciousness like a physical blow, sending ripples of understanding and confusion cascading through his mind in equal measure. Everything he had experienced, everything he had witnessed, everything he had suspected about his own difference suddenly crystallized into a single, impossible, absolutely logical explanation. He was a wizard. Magic was real. The letters were from a magical school. The Dursleys had spent 11 years hiding the truth about what Harry was, about what he was capable of, about the entire world that was his birthright. The anger that followed this revelation was unlike anything Harry had ever experienced. It wasn't the hot, immediate rage that sometimes flared when Dudley was particularly cruel, or when Vernon's punishments were especially unfair. This was something cold and deep and enduring, a fundamental shift in how Harry understood his place in the universe and what had been stolen from him. 11 years. 11 years of being told he was worthless, that he was a burden, that he should be grateful for their grudging tolerance of his existence. 11 years of sleeping in a cupboard while his cousin enjoyed a second bedroom for his broken toys. 11 years of believing he was fundamentally damaged, fundamentally wrong, fundamentally less than the people around him. And all of it had been a lie. The walk down Diagon Alley passed in a haze of sensory overload and emotional processing. Harry was vaguely aware of shops selling impossible things, of people engaged in casual acts of magic, of creatures that shouldn't exist according to any biology textbook he had ever encountered. But the majority of his attention was focused inward, on the careful reconstruction of his entire understanding of himself and his history. By the time they reached the white marble building that Tom identified as Gringotts Wizarding Bank, Harry had achieved a state of clarity that surprised him with its intensity. He needed information. He needed to understand exactly what the Dursleys had hidden from him, exactly what rights he possessed in this world that had been kept secret from him, and exactly what resources were available to help him claim the life that should have been his from the beginning. The goblin behind the first available desk was unlike anything Harry had expected to encounter, even in a world where women's hair changed colors and men could become translucent. Short, sharp-featured, with long fingers that moved with predatory grace across the papers spread before him, the creature exuded an aura of competence and barely contained aggression that made Harry instinctively straighten his shoulders and speak with more confidence than he actually felt. "I'm Harry Potter, and I need to access my vault to purchase school supplies," Harry announced, proud of how steady his voice sounded, despite the chaos of the morning's revelations. The goblin's reaction was immediate and intensely scrutinizing. Dark eyes that seemed far too intelligent for comfort focused on Harry's face with the kind of attention usually reserved for complex mathematical problems or potentially fraudulent financial instruments. "Potter," the goblin repeated slowly, as if testing the weight of the name. "You'll be wanting Vault 687 then. Though I must say, Mr. Potter, you're rather younger than we expected for your first independent visit to your holdings." Something in the goblin's tone suggested layers of meaning that Harry wasn't quite grasping. The careful emphasis on independent, the slight pause before holdings rather than vault, the way the creature's fingers had stilled on his papers as if this conversation required his full attention. "Is there something unusual about my account?" Harry asked, trusting his instincts that there was far more to this interaction than a simple withdrawal for school supplies. The goblin's expression shifted into something that might have been respect, or possibly the beginning stages of predatory interest. "Unusual is one way to put it, Mr. Potter. Tell me, when was the last time you received a full accounting of your holdings from your magical guardian?" Harry's confusion must have been written clearly across his features, because the goblin's sharp smile became something considerably more predatory. "I see. Perhaps, Mr. Potter, you would be interested in a comprehensive review of your accounts, as is your right under goblin law, regardless of your age or the wishes of your appointed guardians." The emphasis on your right sent another surge of that cold, focused anger through Harry's chest. More rights that had been hidden from him, more choices that had been made for him without his knowledge or consent. "Yes," Harry said, with a conviction that surprised them both. "I want to know everything." What followed was perhaps the most educational hour of Harry Potter's young life. In the private office, deep within the marble halls of Gringotts, surrounded by ledgers and documents that represented 11 years of financial activity he had never been informed about, Harry discovered the true scope of what had been stolen from him. The Potter family vault contained far more than school money. It contained the accumulated wealth of one of the oldest and most respected families in magical Britain, carefully invested and maintained by goblin financial experts for generations. The Black family vault, which Harry had inherited through his godfather Sirius Black, represented another fortune entirely, one that included properties, investments, and magical artifacts of considerable value. More importantly, both vaults came with documents that painted a very different picture of Harry's legal status than the one the Dursleys had presented. The Potter family will, sealed and never properly executed, named Harry as the sole heir to not just financial holdings, but to political positions, family magic, and responsibilities that carried significant weight in the magical world. The Black family inheritance included similar provisions, making Harry one of the most powerful young men in magical Britain from a legal standpoint. All of this had been hidden from him. Worse than hidden, it had been actively suppressed by individuals who were supposed to be acting in his best interests. The goblin, who had introduced himself as Griphook, spread the documents across his desk with movements that suggested he was enjoying Harry's education far more than was probably professional. "Your magical guardian, one Albus Dumbledore, has been making withdrawals from your accounts for 11 years, Griphook explained with the kind of clinical detachment that made the words all the more devastating. Significant withdrawals. The documentation suggests funding for what he terms monitoring and protection services, though the specific nature of these services is not detailed in our records." Harry stared at the columns of numbers, trying to process the magnitude of what he was seeing. Thousands of galleons, withdrawn regularly, supposedly for his protection and monitoring. Protection that had left him sleeping in a cupboard and being starved by relatives who despised his existence. Monitoring that had somehow failed to notice 11 years of systematic emotional abuse and neglect. The monitoring charms alone represent a considerable ongoing expense, Griphook continued, his tone suggesting professional interest in the technical aspects, rather than personal concern for Harry's well-being. Blood wards, location tracking, magical signature monitoring, automatic alerts for any use of underage magic. Quite comprehensive, really, if expensive to maintain over such an extended period. Harry's hands had begun to shake, whether from anger or shock he couldn't quite determine. Monitoring charms, they had been watching him, tracking him, knowing exactly how he was being treated, and they had done nothing to improve his situation. "Can these charms be removed?" Harry asked, proud that his voice remained steady despite the fury building in his chest. Griphook's smile became positively feral. Under goblin law, any magical minor who discovers unauthorized monitoring may request immediate removal of such enchantments, regardless of the wishes of their appointed guardians. Of course, such removal would alert the casters to the change in status, which might precipitate unwanted attention. Harry thought about Vernon's panic over the letters, about 11 years of lies and manipulation, about sleeping in a cupboard while his inheritance funded the very people who were supposed to be protecting him. "Remove them," he said with absolute certainty. "All of them." All of what happened next was unlike anything Harry had ever experienced. Griphook produced what appeared to be a crystal sphere from somewhere within his desk, speaking words in a language that seemed to bypass Harry's ears entirely and resonate directly in his bones. The sphere began to glow with soft, warm light, and Harry felt something that had been wrapped around his magical core for so long he had forgotten it existed begin to unravel and dissolve. The sensation was indescribable. It was like taking his first full breath after years of breathing through a straw, like hearing music after a lifetime of muffled sounds, like seeing color after 11 years of grey. Magic, his magic, flowed through him with a strength and clarity that made him understand for the first time exactly what he was capable of becoming. "The monitoring charms are removed," Griphook announced with obvious satisfaction, "as are the binding spells that were suppressing your magical development. Quite illegal, those, particularly without your consent or knowledge." Harry felt tears beginning to form behind his eyes, though whether from relief, rage, or simple overwhelming emotion he couldn't say. Everything was different now. Everything was possible now. And somewhere in the distance, he was absolutely certain alarm bells were beginning to ring in the offices of people who had spent 11 years congratulating themselves on how well they had managed the Harry Potter problem. The boy who lived was finally, truly, beginning to live. The arrival of the official British delegation at Ilvermorny on a crisp morning in early May created the kind of political tension that had not been felt on American magical soil since the Salem witch trials nearly 3 centuries earlier. The formal procession of ministry officials, led by Minister Cornelius Fudge himself, and including Albus Dumbledore in his capacity as Chief Warlock of the Wizengamot, represented the most significant British magical intervention in American affairs since the establishment of MACUSA as an independent magical government. Harry's first notification of the delegation's arrival came through Professor Fontaine, who appeared at his advanced theoretical magic seminar with an expression that combined diplomatic professionalism with barely concealed protective fury. The headmistress had clearly been preparing for this confrontation since Harry's first arrival at Ilvermorny, but the reality of British magical authorities attempting to assert jurisdiction over one of her students on American magical soil had evidently exceeded even her worst expectations. "Lord Potter, I need to inform you that representatives from the British Ministry of Magic have requested an immediate meeting to discuss what they term your irregular magical status and the necessity of your return to British jurisdiction for proper supervision and education," Professor Fontaine announced with the kind of carefully controlled anger that suggested considerable effort was being expended to maintain diplomatic courtesy. The classroom fell silent as Harry's fellow students processed the implications of this announcement. The international character of Ilvermorny's student body meant that many of them understood the political significance of one magical government attempting to override the educational and legal decisions of another, while Harry's friends recognized that this confrontation represented a direct threat to everything he had achieved during his time at American magical education. Harry's own reaction was a mixture of anger, determination, and something that might have been relief that the confrontation he had been expecting since his departure from Britain was finally taking place openly, rather than through manipulation and indirect pressure. The months of enhanced magical development and growing confidence in his own capabilities had prepared him for exactly this kind of challenge to his autonomy and legal status. "I assume MACUSA has been informed of this request and will be representing my interests during any discussions," Harry replied with a calmness that impressed his classmates, while clearly indicating that he had no intention of allowing British magical authorities to override his carefully established legal protections and educational choices. Professor Fontaine's smile held the kind of fierce satisfaction that suggested the American magical establishment had been preparing for this confrontation as carefully as Harry himself. "Indeed they have, Lord Potter. President Quahog has personally taken charge of the situation, and MACUSA's finest international magical lawyers will be ensuring that your rights under American magical law are fully protected throughout this process." The formal hearing that convened later that morning in MACUSA's headquarters represented perhaps the most significant magical legal proceeding to take place between Britain and America since the establishment of modern international magical law. The chamber was filled with representatives from both magical governments, international observers from magical communities around the world, and legal experts whose presence indicated that the outcome would establish important precedents for future disputes over magical citizenship and educational rights. Harry's entrance into the hearing chamber was both personally momentous and politically symbolic, representing not just his individual case, but the broader principle of magical self-determination that was at stake in this confrontation. His appearance had been carefully prepared by MACUSA's legal team to project both his legal status as an emancipated magical lord and his successful integration into American magical society. The formal robes that Harry wore bore the emblems of both the Potter family and Ilvermorny School, creating a visual representation of his dual identity as inheritor of British magical heritage and citizen of American magical society. More importantly, his confident bearing and obvious magical maturity demonstrated that his departure from British jurisdiction had resulted in enhanced, rather than diminished, development. Minister Fudge's opening statement was both politically calculated and personally revealing, combining official concern for Harry's welfare with barely concealed frustration at the political complications his absence had created for the British magical government. The minister's approach seemed designed to portray British authorities as concerned guardians seeking to protect a vulnerable young wizard from manipulation by foreign influences. The British Ministry of Magic appears before this distinguished assembly today out of genuine concern for the welfare of young Harry Potter, whose removal from proper British magical supervision has created serious questions about his safety, education, and future development, Fudge announced with the kind of theatrical sincerity that suggested extensive preparation and political calculation. The minister's presentation continued with arguments that were both legally questionable and factually dubious, claiming that Harry's emancipation had been achieved through irregular procedures that violated British magical law, and that his residence in America represented a form of magical kidnapping that threatened international magical cooperation and security. Most concerning of all, Fudge declared with obvious dramatic emphasis, young Mr. Potter's separation from appropriate British magical guidance has occurred during a period of increasing dark magical activity that makes his protection and proper preparation absolutely essential for the safety of the entire magical community. The reference to dark magical activity and Harry's supposed importance for community safety was both strategically calculated and personally insulting, representing exactly the kind of manipulation and exploitation that Harry had sought to escape by leaving Britain. The implication that his personal choices should be subordinated to other people's perception of community needs crystallized everything he found objectionable about British magical culture and political philosophy. Dumbledore's contribution to the British presentation was perhaps more disturbing than Fudge's political posturing, combining genuine concern with manipulative emotional appeals that demonstrated the headmaster's continued inability to recognize Harry's right to make his own decisions about his education and future. The elderly wizard's approach seemed designed to portray himself as a caring mentor whose guidance was essential for Harry's proper development. Harry's magical and spiritual development requires careful supervision by individuals who understand both his unique capabilities and the complex responsibilities that accompany his particular role in magical society, Dumbledore explained with the kind of paternal authority that had once seemed wise, but now appeared transparently manipulative to Harry's more mature understanding. The headmaster's presentation included detailed arguments about magical education, spiritual guidance, and community responsibility that might have been persuasive if they hadn't been undermined by the obvious evidence of Harry's successful development under American magical education. Dumbledore's inability to acknowledge that evidence suggested either willful blindness or deliberate deception about the effectiveness of his previous approach to Harry's upbringing and education. President Quahog's response to the British presentation was both diplomatically appropriate and personally protective, combining respect for British magical sovereignty with absolute determination to defend American magical law and Harry's individual rights. The MACUSA president's approach demonstrated the kind of principled leadership that had made American magical society a beacon of hope for magical individuals seeking freedom and opportunity. The American magical government respects the British ministry's concern for young magical citizens, President Quahog replied with the kind of measured authority that suggested both personal conviction and institutional support. However, we must point out that Lord Potter is no longer a British magical citizen, having achieved legal emancipation under Goblin law, and subsequently accepted American magical citizenship through established international protocols. The President's presentation continued with detailed legal arguments that systematically dismantled every aspect of the British case while establishing the validity of Harry's current status under both American and international magical law. The MACUSA legal position was both comprehensively researched and morally compelling, demonstrating that Harry's choices had been legally valid and personally beneficial. Most importantly, President Quahog's defense of Harry's rights was grounded in fundamental principles of magical self-determination rather than simple jurisdictional technicalities, establishing the broader principle that magical individuals had the right to seek better opportunities when their home countries failed to provide appropriate protection and education. The testimony phase of the hearing provided Harry with his first opportunity to speak directly about his experiences and decisions, creating a moment of personal agency that was both empowering and crucial for the legal proceedings. His preparation with MACUSA's legal team had emphasized the importance of honest, factual testimony that demonstrated both his maturity and the validity of his choices. Harry's opening statement was perhaps the most important speech he had ever given, combining personal narrative with broader principles in ways that explained his individual situation while establishing important precedents for magical rights and international law. His approach was both emotionally authentic and legally sophisticated, reflecting the enhanced intellectual development he had achieved through American magical education. I chose to leave Britain because I discovered that the adults who claimed to be protecting me were actually manipulating and exploiting me for their own purposes. Harry began with the kind of direct honesty that immediately captured the attention of everyone present in the chamber. His testimony continued with detailed explanations of the financial manipulation, magical monitoring, and educational deprivation he had experienced under British magical guardianship, providing specific evidence that systematically destroyed any claim that his treatment had been appropriate or beneficial. The factual presentation was devastating in its clarity and comprehensiveness. I came to America seeking educational opportunities and personal freedom that were being denied to me in Britain, and I have found both in abundance at Ilvermorny School and within American magical society. Harry continued with obvious satisfaction and gratitude. My academic achievements, personal development, and spiritual healing have all exceeded anything that would have been possible under continued British magical supervision. The evidence that Harry presented about his enhanced academic performance and research achievements was both personally compelling and politically significant, demonstrating that American magical education had served his development far better than British magical supervision could have accomplished. The international recognition of his scholarly work provided objective validation of his progress that was impossible to dismiss or minimize. The cross-examination that followed was conducted by British legal representatives whose approach seemed designed to undermine Harry's credibility rather than address the substantive issues raised by his testimony. Their questions were both personally intrusive and legally irrelevant, suggesting a strategy based on character assassination rather than legitimate legal argument. The MACUSA legal team's objections to inappropriate questioning were consistently sustained by the hearing panel, while Harry's responses to legitimate questions demonstrated both personal maturity and thorough understanding of the legal and educational issues at stake in the proceedings. His performance under cross-examination was impressive enough to clearly establish his capability for making informed decisions about his own welfare and future. The expert testimony phase of the hearing provided additional evidence supporting Harry's position, while systematically refuting British claims about his supposed need for continued supervision and guidance. The witnesses who testified on his behalf represented both American magical institutions and international magical organizations whose independence from political influence lent credibility to their professional assessments. Dr. Rebecca Clearwater's testimony about Harry's spiritual healing and magical development provided medical and psychological evidence that his departure from Britain had resulted in significant improvement in both his magical capabilities and emotional well-being. Her professional assessment was both clinically rigorous and personally supportive, demonstrating the benefits he had derived from American Magical Society's more inclusive and supportive approach to young magical development. Professor James Clearwater's evaluation of Harry's academic achievements and research contributions established his intellectual capabilities while providing evidence that American magical education had challenged and developed his potential far more effectively than British magical instruction could have accomplished. The professor's testimony was particularly compelling because it was based on objective academic criteria rather than political considerations. The international magical education expert who testified about comparative magical educational systems provided broader context for understanding why Harry's choice of American magical education had been both personally wise and academically beneficial. The expert's analysis of different national approaches to magical education established clear evidence that American methods were more effective for students with Harry's particular background and capabilities. Perhaps the most significant expert testimony came from a goblin legal specialist who explained the precedent and validity of Harry's emancipation under goblin law, providing authoritative confirmation that his legal status was both properly achieved and internationally recognized. The goblin expert's testimony was particularly important because it established that British magical authorities had no legitimate legal basis for challenging Harry's current status. The character witness testimony provided personal evidence of Harry's successful integration into American magical society, while demonstrating the strength of the relationships he had built with faculty members, fellow students, and community members who had observed his development over multiple years. The witnesses who spoke on his behalf represented diverse backgrounds and perspectives, creating a comprehensive picture of his achievements and potential. Rebecca Clearwater's testimony about their friendship and collaborative academic work demonstrated Harry's ability to form healthy relationships based on mutual respect and shared interests rather than fame or manipulation. Her description of his personal growth and academic achievements provided compelling evidence that his choices had resulted in positive rather than harmful outcomes. Marcus Runningbear's perspective on Harry's cultural adaptation and respect for diverse magical traditions showed his successful integration into American magical society's multicultural environment while maintaining his individual identity and values. The testimony was particularly significant because it demonstrated Harry's ability to learn from and contribute to communities that were different from his original background. Sophia Martinez's description of their collaborative research projects and Harry's contributions to international magical academic work provided evidence of his intellectual development and scholarly potential that had been fostered by American magical education. Her testimony was especially compelling because it was based on objective academic criteria rather than personal friendship. The faculty testimony provided professional assessments of Harry's academic progress, research achievements, and personal development that established his success under American magical education, while implicitly criticizing the limitations of British magical supervision. The professors who testified represented different academic disciplines and cultural backgrounds, creating a comprehensive evaluation of his capabilities and achievements. Professor Fontaine's testimony as Harry's headmistress was perhaps the most significant faculty contribution, providing authoritative assessment of his overall development while defending the institutional decision to accept him as a student despite British magical opposition. Her description of his academic achievements and contributions to school community was both professionally impressive and personally moving. The closing arguments phase of the hearing provided both sides with opportunities to synthesize their evidence and arguments, while making final appeals to the hearing panel's sense of justice and legal propriety. The contrast between British manipulation and American principle was stark and compelling throughout this final phase. The British closing argument was both legally weak and morally questionable, relying primarily on emotional appeals about community responsibility and vague threats about magical security, rather than addressing the substantial evidence that had been presented about Harry's successful development under American magical education. The argument seemed designed to distract from rather than engage with the substantive issues raised during testimony. McCusa's closing argument was both legally sophisticated and morally compelling, systematically addressing every aspect of the case while establishing broader principles about magical rights and international law that would serve future cases involving similar issues. The argument was particularly effective because it grounded legal technicalities in fundamental principles of human dignity and self-determination. The hearing panel's deliberation was relatively brief, suggesting that the evidence had been sufficiently clear to make the decision straightforward, despite the political complexity of the situation. When the panel reconvened to announce their verdict, the chamber was filled with tension that reflected the international significance of the precedent that would be established. The decision was both legally definitive and politically significant, establishing important precedents while vindicating Harry's choices and confirming his legal status under American and international magical law. The panel's reasoning was comprehensive and authoritative, addressing every aspect of the case while clearly explaining the principles that had guided their decision. This panel finds that Harry James Potter, Lord Potter, achieved legal emancipation through valid procedures under established Goblin law, subsequently obtained American magical citizenship through appropriate channels, and has demonstrated successful integration into American magical society that serves both his individual development and the broader interests of the international magical community. The panel chair announced with formal authority that left no room for further challenge. The decision continued with detailed findings that systematically rejected British claims while establishing Harry's rights under American and international magical law. The panel's reasoning was both legally rigorous and morally compelling, providing comprehensive justification for protecting Harry's autonomy while setting important precedents for future cases. The British delegation's reaction to the verdict was both predictably disappointed and revealing about their true motivations, as their immediate focus shifted to political damage control rather than Harry's welfare. The contrast between their stated concern for his well-being and their actual priorities became obvious as they began calculating the political implications of their legal defeat. Dumbledore's personal reaction was perhaps the most complex, combining genuine concern with obvious frustration at his inability to regain control over Harry's development and future. The headmaster's final attempts to appeal directly to Harry were both manipulative and ineffective, demonstrating his continued inability to recognize Harry's right to make his own choices about his life and education. The international reaction to the verdict was both supportive of the decision and significant for its implications about magical rights and governmental authority, establishing important precedents that would influence future disputes while confirming the validity of individual magical self-determination as a fundamental principle of international magical law. As the formal hearing concluded and the various delegations began departing McCusa headquarters, Harry felt a profound sense of vindication and relief that the legal challenge to his freedom had been decisively defeated. The formal confirmation of his rights and status under American magical law provided security that would allow him to continue his development without fear of further interference. More importantly, the public nature of the proceedings had established his reputation as someone who chose principle over convenience and individual growth over social pressure, creating a foundation for future achievements that would be based entirely on merit rather than inherited fame or political manipulation. The celebration that followed was both personally meaningful and politically significant, as representatives from magical communities around the world expressed support for the decision, while Harry's friends and mentors shared his satisfaction at the vindication of choices that had required considerable courage and determination to make. As he prepared to return to Ilvermorny and continue the magical education that had been formally confirmed as his right to pursue, Harry Potter felt something he had never experienced before in his young life. He felt completely secure in his freedom and completely confident in his future, knowing that the legal foundation for his autonomy had been established beyond any possibility of future challenge. The young man who had walked away from manipulation and control had won the right to determine his own destiny through courage, principle, and the support of people who valued justice over convenience. The real adventure of complete freedom was about to accelerate toward achievements that would serve not just his individual development, but the broader cause of magical rights and individual dignity that his case had helped to establish. The spring of Harry's 4th year at Ilvermorny arrived with the kind of anticipation that marked truly significant transitions, as both he and the magical academic community prepared for what would be the most accelerated graduation in the school's distinguished history. At 15 years old, Harry had completed coursework that typically required 7 years of study, while contributing original research that had advanced multiple fields of magical knowledge and earned recognition from scholars around the world. The decision to graduate early had not been made lightly, emerging from extensive consultations between Harry, his academic advisors, and educational specialists who had carefully evaluated both his intellectual readiness and emotional maturity for transition to advanced magical studies. The unprecedented nature of his academic acceleration required approval from multiple levels of American magical educational authority, creating a process that was both thorough and respectful of his individual circumstances. Professor Fontaine had initiated the formal evaluation process with characteristic attention to both academic excellence and personal well-being, ensuring that Harry's desire to advance was balanced against the potential risks of social isolation or premature entry into adult magical society. Her approach reflected the careful mentorship that had characterized all aspects of his Ilvermorny experience. Your academic achievements certainly justify consideration for early graduation, Lord Potter, Professor Fontaine had explained during their initial consultation about acceleration possibilities. However, we want to ensure that this decision serves your long-term development rather than simply acknowledging your current capabilities. Early graduation should open doors to opportunities that wouldn't otherwise be available, not create pressures or expectations that might limit your future choices. The comprehensive evaluation that followed had examined every aspect of Harry's development, from his mastery of advanced magical theory to his emotional stability and social maturity. The process had been both rigorous and supportive, designed to identify any areas where additional preparation might be beneficial while recognizing the remarkable scope of his achievements. The academic assessment had been the most straightforward aspect of the evaluation, as Harry's coursework and research contributions provided clear evidence of his readiness for graduate-level study. His thesis on integrated approaches to soul magic and spiritual healing represented original scholarship that was sophisticated enough to influence magical medical practice throughout the international magical community. The theoretical framework that Harry had developed for understanding soul magic drew on insights from multiple magical traditions while incorporating his personal experience with spiritual contamination and healing. The work was both academically rigorous and practically valuable, providing new approaches to magical ailments that had previously been considered untreatable or extremely dangerous to address. The experimental methodology that supported Harry's theoretical contributions was equally impressive, involving carefully controlled studies of Thunderbird healing techniques that had produced the first quantitative data about the effects of creature-assisted spiritual intervention. The research had required collaboration with magical creatures, human subjects, and institutional review boards demonstrating Harry's ability to conduct ethical research that met the highest professional standards. The practical applications of Harry's soul magic research were already being implemented by healing professionals around the world, with documented cases of successful treatment for spiritual contamination, magical trauma, and various forms of dark magic exposure. The real-world impact of his work provided compelling evidence that his academic contributions were more than theoretical exercises. The psychological evaluation had focused on Harry's emotional readiness for the increased independence and responsibility that would accompany early graduation and entry into advanced magical studies. The assessment had been conducted by specialists in magical child development who understood both the opportunities and risks associated with intellectual acceleration. Dr. Maria Santos, who had worked with Harry throughout his time at Ilvermorny, provided the primary psychological assessment for the graduation evaluation. Her report was both comprehensive and supportive, documenting the remarkable emotional growth and stability that Harry had achieved since his arrival in American magical society. Harry has demonstrated exceptional emotional maturity and psychological resilience throughout his time at Ilvermorny, Dr. Santos had written in her formal evaluation. His ability to process difficult experiences, form healthy relationships, and maintain perspective during challenging situations suggests that he is well prepared for the increased independence that would accompany early graduation and advanced study. The social maturity assessment had examined Harry's relationships with peers, faculty, and the broader magical community, evaluating his ability to collaborate effectively with individuals from diverse backgrounds and his capacity for leadership in academic and community settings. The evidence was overwhelmingly positive, demonstrating that his intellectual advancement had been accompanied by proportional growth in social awareness and interpersonal skills. The letters of recommendation that supported Harry's early graduation application came from faculty members, research collaborators, and community leaders who had observed his development over multiple years. The consensus was remarkable in its consistency and enthusiasm, with every recommender expressing confidence in his readiness for advanced opportunities. Professor James Clearwater's letter emphasized Harry's exceptional abilities in magical creature research and his potential for making significant contributions to conservation and communication efforts that would benefit both magical and mundane ecological communities. The professor's assessment was particularly valuable because it was based on sustained collaboration rather than classroom observation. Professor Maria Running-Bear's recommendation focused on Harry's sophisticated understanding of magical history and his ability to analyze contemporary magical issues within appropriate historical context. Her letter was especially significant because it addressed his cultural sensitivity and respect for diverse magical traditions, qualities that would be essential for success in international magical academic environments. Rebecca Clearwater's letter, written in her capacity as a peer researcher rather than personal friend, provided insights about Harry's collaborative abilities and intellectual integrity that complemented the faculty assessments. Her perspective was particularly valuable because it reflected the views of someone who had worked with him as an equal rather than as a student under supervision. The formal graduation committee deliberations were both thorough and expedited, reflecting the committee's recognition that Harry's case was exceptional while ensuring that appropriate standards were maintained. The committee included representatives from multiple academic disciplines, educational administration, and student affairs, creating a comprehensive evaluation of his readiness for graduation. The committee's final decision was unanimous in approving Harry's early graduation, with the formal recommendation emphasizing both his academic achievements and his personal readiness for advanced study. The decision letter was both congratulatory and forward-looking, acknowledging his accomplishments while expressing confidence in his future potential. The graduation ceremony itself was unprecedented in Ilvermorny's history, combining traditional elements with modifications that honored Harry's unique academic journey and the international attention that his achievements had attracted. The event was attended by magical educators and researchers from around the world, creating both a celebration of individual achievement and a demonstration of international magical academic cooperation. The processional that opened the ceremony included not only Ilvermorny faculty and students, but also representatives from magical institutions throughout North America and beyond, creating a visual representation of the global magical academic community that had supported Harry's development and would benefit from his future contributions. The academic regalia that Harry wore for the ceremony included honors that reflected both his scholarly achievements and his contributions to international magical cooperation, with decorations that had been specially designed to acknowledge the unprecedented nature of his graduation. The visual symbolism was both personally meaningful and historically significant. The keynote address was delivered by Professor Gilbert Fontaine, who used the occasion to reflect on the importance of educational innovation and the responsibility of magical institutions to adapt their approaches to serve exceptional students, rather than forcing all students to conform to standardized expectations. Harry Potter's achievement represents more than individual academic excellence, Professor Fontaine declared to the assembled audience. His success demonstrates the importance of educational flexibility, cultural openness, and institutional commitment to serving student potential, rather than institutional convenience. His graduation challenges all of us to consider how we can better serve the diverse needs of magically gifted young people. The headmistress's address continued with broader reflections on magical education and international cooperation that placed Harry's individual achievements within the context of larger educational and social movements. Her remarks were both inspirational and practical, offering insights that would influence magical educational policy throughout the international community. The presentation of Harry's diploma was accompanied by the announcement of several academic honors that reflected the scope and significance of his scholarly contributions. The awards included recognition for original research, international collaboration, and service to the magical community that established his reputation as more than simply a precocious student. The Research Excellence Award that Harry received acknowledged his groundbreaking work in soul magic and spiritual healing, recognizing contributions that had advanced magical medical knowledge while providing practical tools for treating previously intractable magical ailments. The award was particularly meaningful because it was based on peer review by international magical medical professionals. The International Cooperation Award recognized Harry's collaborative work with researchers from multiple magical traditions and his contributions to building bridges between different approaches to magical knowledge. The award was significant because it emphasized his role in promoting understanding and cooperation rather than simply achieving individual success. The Community Service Award acknowledged Harry's mentorship of younger students and his contributions to various magical community projects that had improved conditions for vulnerable magical individuals. The award was personally meaningful because it recognized his commitment to using his abilities in service of others rather than simply for personal advancement. The graduation address that Harry delivered was perhaps the most important speech of his young life, combining personal reflection with broader insights about magical education, international cooperation, and the responsibility that accompanied exceptional abilities. His remarks were both humble and confident, acknowledging the support he had received while articulating his vision for future contributions. My time at Ilvermorny has taught me that magical education at its best is not about producing wizards who can perform predetermined spells or recite established theories. Harry began with the kind of thoughtful directness that had characterized his academic work. True magical education develops complete individuals who can think critically, collaborate effectively, and contribute meaningfully to the broader magical community. His address continued with reflections on the importance of cultural diversity and international cooperation in advancing magical knowledge, drawing on his personal experience of benefiting from exposure to multiple magical traditions while contributing his own perspectives to collaborative research efforts. The most valuable insights I have gained have come from working with people whose approaches to magic were different from my own, creating opportunities for learning and discovery that would have been impossible within any single magical tradition, Harry observed with obvious gratitude for the educational opportunities he had received. The conclusion of Harry's address focused on his future plans and his commitment to using his abilities in service of the magical community that had supported his development, establishing themes that would guide his advanced studies and eventual career choices. I graduate today with deep gratitude for the education I have received and firm determination to use that education in ways that honor the investment that so many people have made in my development, Harry concluded with emotion that was both personal and professional. My goal is to contribute to magical knowledge and magical society in ways that create opportunities for others to achieve their own potential, just as Ilvermorny has created opportunities for me. The response to Harry's graduation address was both personally supportive and professionally impressed, with audience members recognizing the maturity and wisdom that informed his perspective on education, responsibility, and future service. The speech was later published in several magical academic journals and cited as an example of the kind of thinking that magical education should strive to develop. The reception that followed the graduation ceremony provided opportunities for Harry to meet with representatives from magical institutions around the world who were interested in supporting his advanced studies or collaborating on future research projects. The conversations were both personally exciting and professionally significant, opening doors to opportunities that would shape his future academic and career development. The representatives from the American Magical University were particularly interested in Harry's research on soul magic and its applications to magical healing, offering advanced study opportunities that would allow him to continue developing his expertise while contributing to ongoing research projects. The university's approach to graduate education emphasized independent research and international collaboration, making it an ideal environment for Harry's continued development. The delegation from the International Institute for Magical Studies expressed interest in Harry's work on cross-cultural magical theory and its implications for international magical cooperation, suggesting research opportunities that would involve travel and collaboration with magical communities around the world. The Institute's mission aligned perfectly with Harry's interests in promoting understanding and cooperation between different magical traditions. Perhaps most significantly, representatives from several major magical research foundations offered funding opportunities that would support Harry's continued research while providing resources for expanding his investigations into areas that could benefit the broader magical community. The funding offers were both generous and flexible, designed to support innovative research rather than predetermined projects. The personal congratulations that Harry received from faculty members, fellow students, and international visitors were both emotionally meaningful and professionally valuable, creating a network of relationships that would support his future academic and career development. The recognition he received was based entirely on merit and achievement, rather than inherited fame or political consideration. Rebecca Clearwater's congratulations were particularly meaningful, combining personal pride in her friend's achievement with professional respect for his scholarly contributions. Her perspective, as both peer and collaborator, provided unique insights into Harry's development and potential that complemented the more formal assessments offered by faculty and international visitors. Marcus Runningbear's remarks emphasized Harry's respect for diverse magical traditions and his ability to learn from different approaches while contributing his own insights to collaborative efforts. His assessment was particularly valuable because it reflected the perspective of someone whose own magical heritage represented traditions that were often overlooked or marginalized by mainstream magical academic institutions. Sophia Martinez's congratulations focused on Harry's theoretical contributions and his potential for continued advancement of magical knowledge through rigorous research and international collaboration. Her perspective, as a fellow researcher, provided professional validation of his work that was both personally gratifying and academically significant. The faculty farewell that concluded the graduation celebration was both ceremonial and personal, acknowledging Harry's transition from student to colleague while expressing confidence in his future achievements and contributions. The ceremony included traditional elements that honored his academic accomplishments, alongside innovations that recognized the unprecedented nature of his educational journey. Professor Fontaine's final remarks as Harry's headmistress were both congratulatory and forward-looking, expressing institutional pride in his achievements, while articulating expectations for his future contributions to magical knowledge and society. Her words captured both the personal significance of his graduation and its broader implications for magical education. Harry Potter leaves Ilvermorny as our most accomplished graduate, but more importantly, he leaves as a young man who understands that exceptional ability creates exceptional responsibility, Professor Fontaine declared with obvious pride and affection. We expect great things from him, not because of who he was born to be, but because of who he has chosen to become through his own efforts and character. The transition from graduation celebration to practical planning for Harry's next steps was both exciting and slightly overwhelming, as the range of opportunities available to him required careful consideration of his long-term goals and immediate interests. The decisions he made about advanced study would shape not only his own development, but also his ability to contribute to the magical community that had supported his education. The American Magical University program that Harry ultimately chose offered the perfect combination of advanced research opportunities, international collaboration, and flexible academic structure that would allow him to pursue his diverse interests while building expertise in areas where he could make significant contributions. The program was designed for exceptional students who were prepared to take primary responsibility for their own educational development. The research proposal that Harry submitted as part of his university application outlined an ambitious program of study that would expand his work on soul magic while exploring its connections to other areas of magical healing and spiritual development. The proposal was both academically rigorous and practically relevant, addressing questions that could benefit magical medical practice while advancing theoretical understanding. The international study component of Harry's university program would involve collaboration with magical institutions and practitioners around the world, providing opportunities to learn from diverse magical traditions while contributing his own insights to global magical knowledge. The international focus aligned perfectly with his interests in cross-cultural magical cooperation and his commitment to inclusive approaches to magical education. The mentorship arrangements that the university had established for Harry's graduate studies included both formal academic advisors and informal collaborators who would support different aspects of his research and professional development. The mentorship structure was designed to provide comprehensive guidance while preserving his independence and encouraging innovative thinking. As graduation day concluded and Harry prepared to begin the next phase of his magical education and career development, he reflected on the remarkable journey that had brought him from sleeping in a cupboard under the stairs to graduating with highest honors from one of the world's premier magical institutions. The transformation was almost impossible to comprehend, but it was also completely authentic and entirely earned through his own choices and efforts. The boy who had been told he was worthless and unwanted had become a young man whose achievements were recognized and celebrated by the international magical community. The student who had been denied basic information about his own magical heritage had become a researcher whose work was advancing magical knowledge in areas that could benefit thousands of people. Most importantly, the child who had been isolated and manipulated by adults who claimed to have his best interests at heart had become a young man surrounded by mentors, friends, and colleagues who respected his autonomy while supporting his continued growth and development. As Harry looked toward his future in advanced magical research and education, he felt something that would have been unimaginable during his years of childhood suffering and constraint. He felt completely confident in his own abilities and completely optimistic about his potential to contribute meaningfully to causes and communities that mattered to him. The real adventure of independent magical research and professional contribution was about to begin, guided by principles of excellence, integrity, and service that had been nurtured during his transformative years at Ilvermorny School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. The young man who had refused to accept limitations imposed by others was ready to discover what he could achieve when his only constraints were those imposed by his own vision, dedication, and commitment to using his abilities in service of the greater magical good. The New York apartment that Harry Potter called home at the age of 19 was a perfect reflection of the life he had built through his own choices and efforts, combining comfortable practicality with the sophisticated resources necessary for cutting-edge magical research. The space occupied the upper floors of a building in Manhattan's magical district, offering spectacular views of both the mundane and magical communities that coexisted in comfortable harmony throughout the greatest city in America. The morning sunlight that streamed through the apartment's large windows illuminated bookshelves lined with texts from magical traditions around the world, research equipment that represented the latest advances in magical scientific methodology, and correspondence from colleagues whose work contributed to the international magical academic community that Harry now helped to lead. Every element of the space spoke of purposeful achievement and authentic belonging. The transformation from the 11-year-old boy who had slept in a cupboard under the stairs to the accomplished young wizard who now called this remarkable space home was both profound and entirely earned through choices that had required remarkable courage and determination. Harry's journey from victim of manipulation to leader in magical research represented exactly the kind of personal and professional development that became possible when exceptional individuals were freed from artificial constraints and given appropriate opportunities. The work that Harry conducted from his private research laboratory was unlike anything that could have been accomplished within the limitations of British magical society, combining theoretical sophistication with practical applications that were advancing magical healing techniques throughout the international community. His position as Senior Research Fellow at the American Department of Soul Magic represented recognition of achievements that would have been impossible under different circumstances. The laboratory itself was a masterpiece of magical scientific design, incorporating equipment and techniques from multiple magical traditions while maintaining the highest standards for experimental rigor and ethical research practices. The space was designed to accommodate both independent investigation and collaborative projects with researchers from institutions around the world. The research that Harry was conducting on advanced applications of Thunderbird healing techniques had already produced breakthrough treatments for magical trauma and spiritual contamination that were being implemented by healing professionals throughout North America and beyond. The work represented exactly the kind of practical contribution that justified the investment that American Magical Society had made in his education and development. The theoretical framework that Harry had developed for understanding soul magic and its relationship to other forms of magical healing was being studied and expanded by researchers in magical medical institutions around the world, creating a foundation for advances that would benefit thousands of people who suffered from conditions that had previously been considered untreatable. The morning routine that Harry followed in his apartment was both personally satisfying and professionally productive, beginning with meditation techniques that he had learned from Native American magical traditions and continuing with correspondence that maintained his connections to the global magical research community. The balance between individual reflection and collaborative engagement reflected the kind of integrated approach to personal and professional development that characterized the most successful magical practitioners. The communication crystals that connected Harry to colleagues around the world allowed him to maintain daily contact with research partners whose work complemented his own investigations while contributing to collaborative projects that no individual researcher could accomplish independently. The international scope of his professional relationships represented both personal achievement and contribution to global magical cooperation. The letter that arrived from Rebecca Clearwater that morning was typical of the correspondence that enriched Harry's daily routine, combining personal friendship with professional collaboration in ways that demonstrated the authentic relationships he had built throughout his career development. Rebecca's work as a magical healer had taken her to magical communities throughout the Americas, but their friendship had remained constant and supportive throughout their respective career developments. The update that Rebecca provided about her current work with magical refugee communities reflected the kind of service-oriented approach to magical practice that had characterized all of their Ilvermorny friend group, using their enhanced abilities in ways that contributed to community welfare rather than simply personal advancement. Her letter included both personal news and professional insights that informed Harry's own research while maintaining the connection that had been essential to his successful adaptation to American magical society. The collaboration that Harry was conducting with Marcus Running Bear on magical creature conservation projects represented another aspect of his commitment to using his abilities in service of causes that extended beyond personal interest or professional advancement. Marcus's work with threatened magical creature communities throughout North America required the kind of creature communication abilities that Harry had developed during his time at Ilvermorny. The joint research that they were conducting on thunderbird conservation and habitat protection was producing both practical conservation strategies and deeper understanding of magical ecosystem relationships that would benefit environmental protection efforts throughout the magical world. The work was both personally meaningful and professionally significant, representing the kind of integrated approach to research that characterized the most effective magical academic collaboration. Sophia Martinez's latest communication dealt with her work at the International Institute for Magical Theoretical Research, where her investigations into cross-cultural magical theory were advancing understanding of how different magical traditions could be integrated to create more effective approaches to magical education and practice. Her research was directly relevant to Harry's own work on therapeutic applications of diverse magical techniques. The conference presentation that Sophia was preparing on integrated magical theoretical frameworks would include contributions from Harry's research on soul magic applications, creating opportunities for their collaborative work to influence magical education policy throughout the international community. The presentation represented both individual achievement and demonstration of the kind of collaborative research that advanced magical knowledge most effectively. The professional recognition that Harry had received throughout his career was both personally gratifying and practically valuable, establishing his reputation within the magical academic community while opening doors to opportunities for expanded research and increased impact. The awards and honors he had earned were based entirely on merit and contribution rather than inherited fame or political consideration. The International Award for Excellence in Magical Healing Research that Harry had received the previous year recognized his contributions to developing new therapeutic techniques that were being used by magical healers around the world. The award was particularly meaningful because it was based on peer review by medical professionals whose own work had been advanced by Harry's research contributions. The Distinguished Service Award from the American Magical Research Foundation acknowledged Harry's mentorship of young researchers and his contributions to various projects that had improved conditions for vulnerable magical communities. The award recognized his commitment to using his abilities in service of others rather than simply for personal advancement or professional recognition. The lifetime achievement recognition that Harry had received from the International Association of Magical Creature Researchers was unprecedented for someone of his age, but it reflected the significance of his contributions to understanding magical creature consciousness and developing therapeutic applications of creature-assisted healing. The recognition was both personally meaningful and professionally valuable. The scholarship fund that Harry had established for magically gifted children from disadvantaged backgrounds represented perhaps his most personally meaningful professional achievement, creating opportunities for vulnerable young people to access quality magical education regardless of their family's financial resources or political connections. The fund was designed to serve children whose circumstances were similar to his own childhood experiences. The selection criteria that Harry had developed for scholarship recipients emphasized both magical potential and demonstrated resilience in overcoming difficult circumstances, ensuring that the fund would serve young people who could benefit most significantly from educational opportunities. The approach reflected his understanding that exceptional achievement often required both natural ability and the kind of strength that developed through overcoming adversity. The mentorship component of the scholarship program connected recipients with successful magical practitioners who could provide guidance and support throughout their educational development, creating relationships that would continue beyond formal schooling to influence career development and professional achievement. The mentorship structure was designed to provide the kind of adult support that Harry himself had found essential during his own educational journey. The impact assessment that had been conducted on the scholarship program's first 5 years demonstrated remarkable success in helping vulnerable young people achieve educational and professional goals that would have been impossible without assistance. The program was being studied by other magical charitable organizations as a model for effective educational support that produced lasting positive outcomes. The personal satisfaction that Harry derived from the scholarship program was both emotionally meaningful and professionally motivating, providing tangible evidence that his success was creating opportunities for others to achieve their own potential. The program represented exactly the kind of constructive use of privilege and ability that justified the investment that American Magical Society had made in his development. The afternoon was devoted to Harry's work at the Department of Soul Magic, where his research on advanced therapeutic techniques was producing innovations that would influence magical medical practice for generations to come. The department's collaborative approach to research created opportunities for interdisciplinary investigation that advanced understanding more effectively than individual research could accomplish. The team meeting that Harry facilitated brought together researchers from multiple magical traditions, whose diverse approaches to healing magic created opportunities for synthesis and innovation that advanced the entire field. The collaborative environment was both intellectually stimulating and personally satisfying, reflecting the kind of inclusive professional culture that Harry had hoped to find when he chose American magical citizenship. The case consultation that occupied much of the afternoon involved a patient whose complex spiritual trauma required the kind of innovative therapeutic approach that drew on multiple magical healing traditions. The consultation demonstrated both the practical applications of Harry's research and the collaborative problem-solving that characterized the most effective magical medical practice. The treatment plan that emerged from the consultation represented synthesis of traditional magical healing techniques with innovative approaches that Harry's research had made possible, creating therapeutic options that would have been unavailable just a few years earlier. The case was both medically significant and personally meaningful, representing the kind of practical contribution that justified Harry's career focus on applied magical research. The evening brought correspondence from colleagues around the world whose work intersected with Harry's research in various ways, creating opportunities for collaboration and knowledge sharing that advanced the entire international magical research community. The global scope of his professional relationships was both personally rewarding and professionally valuable. The letter from Hermione Granger was among the most personally meaningful correspondence that Harry received, combining updates on her own remarkable career achievements with observations about the political and social changes that were taking place in British magical society. Her work as a magical rights advocate had established her as a leading voice for reform and progress throughout the European magical community. The description that Hermione provided of her recent work on magical educational reform included references to innovations that had been inspired by American magical educational practices, particularly the inclusive approaches to magical cultural diversity that characterized institutions like Ilvermorny. Her efforts to promote educational reform were creating opportunities for British magical students to benefit from more flexible and culturally sensitive educational approaches. The political changes that Hermione described in British magical government reflected broader movements toward transparency and accountability that had been accelerated by the investigations into Dumbledore's conduct and the broader questions about magical authority and individual rights that Harry's case had raised. The reforms were creating a more open and responsive magical government that better served the needs of all magical citizens. The personal news that Hermione shared about her engagement to Ron Weasley was both joyful and slightly nostalgic, representing the kind of normal life development that Harry might have experienced if his circumstances had been different. The invitation to their wedding was both touching and practical, offering an opportunity to reconnect with positive relationships from his British magical experiences, while maintaining the independence he had worked so hard to achieve. The letter from Bill Weasley provided updates on the broader Weasley family, while expressing continued support for Harry's choices and achievements. The family's consistent respect for his autonomy and celebration of his success represented exactly the kind of healthy relationship with his British magical heritage that Harry had hoped to maintain. The update that Bill provided about Arthur Weasley's work on improving magical and mundane relations included references to American magical approaches that had influenced British policy development. The cross-cultural exchange of ideas represented the kind of international magical cooperation that Harry's own career had helped to promote. The news about Ron's development as an Auror included expressions of pride in his friend's achievement, while acknowledging that their career paths had diverged in ways that reflected their different interests and circumstances. The recognition that friends could support each other while pursuing different goals represented exactly the kind of mature relationship that Harry valued most highly. The letter from Remus Lupin was both personally touching and professionally informative, combining expressions of pride in Harry's achievements with updates on his own work with magical creature advocacy organizations. Lupin's perspective on Harry's career development was particularly meaningful because it represented recognition from someone who had known his parents and could appreciate the ways that Harry had honored their memory while creating his own path. The evening entertainment that Harry had planned involved attending a lecture by a visiting researcher from the International Institute for Magical Studies, whose work on comparative magical healing traditions was directly relevant to his own research interests. The lecture was part of an ongoing series that brought distinguished international scholars to New York's magical academic community. The presentation that evening dealt with healing practices from magical communities in Central Asia, providing insights into therapeutic techniques that combined shamanic practices with formal magical theory in ways that created more effective treatment options than either approach could achieve independently. The content was both intellectually fascinating and practically relevant to Harry's own research. The discussion period that followed the lecture provided opportunities for Harry to ask questions and share observations that reflected his own research experience, while learning from the presenter's expertise in magical traditions that were unfamiliar to him. The exchange represented exactly the kind of international magical academic collaboration that advanced knowledge more effectively than isolated research could accomplish. The networking opportunities that the lecture provided connected Harry with other researchers whose work complemented his own investigations, while creating possibilities for future collaborative projects. The professional relationships that he developed through such events were both personally satisfying and career-enhancing. The walk home through New York's magical district after the lecture provided time for reflection on the remarkable life that Harry had built through his own choices and efforts, surrounded by people who respected his achievements while supporting his continued growth and development. The evening routine that concluded his day was both personally satisfying and professionally productive. The correspondence that Harry completed before retiring included responses to research collaboration invitations, updates on ongoing projects, and personal letters that maintained the relationships that had been essential to his successful development. The balance between professional obligation and personal connection reflected the integrated approach to life and work that characterized the most successful magical practitioners. The meditation practice that concluded Harry's evening routine incorporated techniques that he had learned from various magical traditions while providing the kind of spiritual grounding that supported both his research work and his personal well-being. The practice was both individually beneficial and connected him to the broader community of magical practitioners who shared similar approaches to personal and professional development. As Harry prepared for sleep in his comfortable apartment, surrounded by the evidence of achievements that had been earned through his own courage and determination, he reflected on the journey that had brought him from the cupboard under the stairs to his current position as a leader in international magical research. The transformation was both profound and entirely authentic. The boy who had been told he was worthless and unwanted had become a man whose work was improving lives throughout the magical community. The child who had been denied basic information about his magical heritage had become a researcher whose innovations were advancing magical knowledge in areas that benefited thousands of people. The young person who had been isolated and manipulated by adults who claimed to have his best interests at heart had become a man surrounded by colleagues, friends, and mentors who respected his autonomy while supporting his continued growth and contribution to causes larger than individual advancement. Most importantly, the child who had been expected to sacrifice his own development for other people's political purposes had become an adult whose success demonstrated that individual flourishing and community service were complementary rather than competing values. The scholarship recipients whose educational opportunities Harry's fund had made possible were beginning their own careers in magical research, education, and community service, creating an expanding circle of positive impact that would influence the magical community for generations to come. The program represented exactly the kind of constructive use of success that honored both individual achievement and social responsibility. The research innovations that Harry's work had produced were being implemented by magical healers around the world, creating treatment options for conditions that had previously been considered hopeless, while advancing theoretical understanding that would support future medical developments. The practical impact of his academic work represented the kind of meaningful contribution that justified the investment in magical research and education. The international magical cooperation that Harry's career had helped to promote was creating opportunities for cross-cultural learning and collaboration that advanced magical knowledge more effectively than any single magical tradition could achieve independently. The collaborative approach represented exactly the kind of inclusive magical community that could serve diverse populations while maintaining respect for distinct cultural traditions. The personal relationships that Harry had built throughout his career represented both individual satisfaction and broader social contribution, demonstrating that success achieved through principled choices and authentic effort created opportunities for others to achieve their own potential. The network of friendships and professional partnerships that surrounded him was both personally rewarding and socially beneficial. As Harry drifted off to sleep in his New York apartment, secure in the knowledge that he had built exactly the kind of life he had chosen to pursue, he felt something that would have been unimaginable during his childhood years of suffering and constraint. He felt complete satisfaction with his achievements and complete confidence in his ability to continue contributing meaningfully to causes and communities that mattered to him. The man who had refused to accept limitations imposed by others had discovered what became possible when exceptional individuals were freed to pursue their authentic potential in service of goals that extended beyond personal advancement to include genuine contribution to community welfare and global magical cooperation. The real adventure of living according to his own values while contributing to causes larger than individual success would continue throughout Harry's career, guided by principles of excellence, integrity, and service that had been nurtured during his transformative experience at Ilvermorny School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. The young man who had chosen freedom over security and growth over comfort had become an adult whose life demonstrated that courage and principle, when combined with appropriate opportunity and community support, could create achievements that benefited not only the individual, but also the broader magical community that had made such development possible. The morning after his revelation at Gringotts found Harry Potter in a state of mind that could best be described as grimly determined optimism. He had spent the night in a room at the Leaky Cauldron, paid for with his own money from his own vault, sleeping in an actual bed for the first time in his memory, without the looming threat of Dursley disapproval hanging over his dreams. The experience had been revelatory in ways both large and small. Tom had been remarkably understanding when Harry had returned from Gringotts, in a state of barely controlled emotional upheaval, asking no questions beyond whether the young wizard needed food, shelter, or time to process what he had learned. The meal that followed had been Harry's first experience with magical cuisine, and he had discovered that food prepared with magic possessed flavors and textures that defied everything he thought he knew about cooking. More importantly, the night had given him time to think, to plan, to begin the careful process of transforming the fury and betrayal he felt into something useful and constructive. Harry had always been a practical child by necessity, and he understood instinctively that emotion without action was merely self-indulgence. He needed information. He needed to understand his options. He needed to learn everything that had been kept from him so that he could make informed decisions about his future, rather than simply reacting to the choices others had made on his behalf. The first stop was obvious. Flourish and Blots occupied a corner building in Diagon Alley that seemed to exist in a state of barely controlled chaos. Books were stacked floor to ceiling, with no apparent organizational system. Volumes on dragon care nestled between treatises on advanced transfiguration theory and guides to identifying poisonous magical plants. The air was thick with the scent of parchment and ink, with underlying notes of something that might have been either exotic incense or the residual magic from particularly volatile spell texts. The proprietor was a thin, nervous man whose hands fluttered constantly among the stacks as if he were conducting an invisible orchestra. When Harry approached the counter and explained that he was looking for comprehensive information about magical education, the man's eyes lit up with the fervor of someone who had finally encountered a customer who appreciated the true value of knowledge. "Educational systems, you say?" the man murmured, already moving toward a section of the shop that Harry hadn't noticed before. Fascinating topic, really. Most students simply purchase their required texts and never bother to explore the broader context of magical learning. Very short-sighted, in my professional opinion. What followed was perhaps the most intensive research session of Harry's young life. The proprietor, who introduced himself as Obscurus Lestrange, with the kind of theatrical flourish that suggested he had been practicing the gesture for decades, proved to be a walking encyclopedia of magical educational philosophy and international wizarding culture. The British system, you see, is actually quite provincial by global standards, Lestrange explained, as he guided Harry through stacks of books that seemed to rearrange themselves when no one was looking directly at them. Hogwarts was certainly innovative in its time, but it hasn't evolved significantly in centuries. Most other countries have developed far more sophisticated approaches to magical education. Harry found himself taking detailed notes as Lestrange outlined the various magical schools around the world. Durmstrang Institute in Northern Europe, with its emphasis on practical magic and dark arts research. Beaubaton Academy in France, known for its refinement and diplomatic training. The African schools that integrated traditional shamanic practices with formal magical theory. The Asian institutions that focused on harmony between magical and mundane sciences. And then there was Ilvermorny. "Ah, now that's a fascinating institution," Lestrange said with obvious enthusiasm, as he pulled a thick volume from a high shelf with movements that defied several laws of physics, founded by Iseult Sayre in the early 17th century, quite a remarkable woman by all accounts, Irish witch, descendant of Salazar Slytherin himself, though she rejected everything the Slytherin name had come to represent. Harry leaned forward as Lestrange opened the book to reveal detailed illustrations of a castle that seemed to grow directly from the living rock of a mountain. The architecture was unlike anything at Hogwarts, incorporating elements that spoke of both European magical tradition and something altogether more wild and untamed. "The genius of Ilvermorny," Lestrange continued, turning pages that revealed diagrams of the school's unique house system, lies in its philosophical approach to magical education. Rather than sorting students based on personality traits that might limit their development, the 4 houses represent aspects of the complete wizard. Mind, body, heart, and soul, all equally valued and integrated. The house descriptions were unlike anything Harry had encountered in his research about Hogwarts. Horned Serpent House, representing the mind of a wizard, favored scholars and those who sought to understand the deeper mysteries of magic. Wampus House celebrated the body, training warriors and those who would use magic to protect and defend. Pukwudgie House honored the heart, focusing on healing and the emotional aspects of magical practice. Thunderbird House embodied the soul, encouraging adventurers and those who would push the boundaries of what magic could accomplish. Most significantly, students at Ilvermorny were encouraged to develop all 4 aspects of themselves rather than being pigeonholed into a single house identity. They attended classes across all houses, learned from masters in every discipline, and graduated as complete magical practitioners rather than specialists in a single approach. The American approach to magical governance is equally innovative, Lestrange noted, as he produced another volume, this one dealing with international magical law. MACUSA operates under a completely different philosophical framework than our own ministry. They emphasize individual rights and federal jurisdiction rather than the centralized authority model we use here in Britain. Harry's attention sharpened as he absorbed this information. Different laws meant different possibilities. Different jurisdiction meant different protections. For instance, Lestrange continued, apparently oblivious to the intensity of Harry's interest, MACUSA recognizes something called magical emancipation for minors who can demonstrate sufficient magical competence and knowledge of wizarding law. A young wizard who could pass their examinations would be considered an adult under American magical law, regardless of their chronological age. The implications of this revelation sent Harry's mind racing down dozens of different paths simultaneously. Legal adulthood meant legal independence. Legal independence meant the right to make his own choices about his education, his living situation, his entire future. It meant escape from British magical jurisdiction and all the puppet strings that came with it. "Could you tell me more about the application process for Ilvermorny?" Harry asked, proud of how casual his voice sounded, despite the excitement building in his chest. Lestrange's eyebrows rose slightly, but his smile remained encouraging. "Considering alternatives to Hogwarts, are we?" "Quite sensible, really. Competition is healthy for educational institutions, keeps them honest about their standards and practices." The application process for Ilvermorny proved to be refreshingly straightforward compared to what Harry was learning about Hogwarts admission procedures. Rather than automatic enrollment based on magical birth records and geographical location, Ilvermorny required demonstrated magical ability, academic preparation, and a personal statement explaining why the applicant believed American magical education would serve their goals. More importantly, Ilvermorny actively recruited international students and had established procedures for young wizards seeking to escape difficult or dangerous situations in their home countries. The school worked closely with MACUSA's Department of International Magical Relations to provide sanctuary for students whose magical development was being hindered by local political or social conditions. "We've seen an increasing number of applications from British students over the past decade," Lestrange noted as he showed Harry examples of successful application essays. Bright young people who feel constrained by the rather rigid expectations of our domestic educational system. Ilvermorny has been quite welcoming to such students, particularly those who demonstrate exceptional magical potential. Harry spent the rest of the morning absorbing everything Lestrange could tell him about American magical culture. The differences from British wizarding society were striking, and from Harry's perspective, enormously appealing. MACUSA's commitment to magical rights and individual freedom. The American emphasis on innovation and practical application rather than tradition for its own sake. The integration of diverse magical traditions rather than the insistence on European magical supremacy that seemed to pervade British magical culture. Most importantly, American magical law included specific protections for young wizards fleeing dangerous or abusive situations. The Magical Child Protection Act, passed in response to a series of scandals involving magical children being used as weapons in adult conflicts, established strict guidelines for the treatment of magical minors and provided legal pathways for those seeking to escape such situations. By noon, Harry had purchased several volumes on American magical law, Ilvermorny history, and Makusa governmental structure. He had also acquired a comprehensive guide to international magical travel and a particularly useful text on magical emancipation procedures. The cost had been significant, but Harry found himself caring less about money than about the knowledge it could purchase. The afternoon was devoted to what Lestrange delicately referred to as advanced research. This involved access to texts that were not normally available to underage wizards, books that dealt with the darker aspects of magical theory and practice. Harry's explanation that he needed to understand certain concepts for his own protection had been accepted with surprising ease, particularly after he demonstrated his ability to read and comprehend theoretical magical texts far above his supposed grade level. It was in one of these restricted volumes that Harry encountered his first detailed description of Horcruxes. The chapter on soul magic was tucked away in a book that ostensibly dealt with healing magic, presented as a cautionary tale about the dangers of attempting to manipulate the fundamental forces that bound consciousness to flesh. The author, a healer named Septima Clearwater, wrote with clinical detachment about the process by which a wizard could split their soul through the commission of murder, storing fragments of their essence in physical objects to achieve a form of immortality. The description was horrifying in its matter-of-fact presentation of what was clearly the most evil magic imaginable, but it was also illuminating in ways that Harry found both disturbing and deeply relevant to his own situation. The presence of a soul fragment in a living being creates a parasitic relationship that affects both entities, Clearwater wrote. The fragment feeds on the host's magical energy and emotional stability, while simultaneously providing access to the creator's knowledge and magical abilities. In rare cases where the host is a powerful wizard, the fragment may become symbiotic rather than purely parasitic, creating a shared consciousness that can be extremely difficult to detect or remove. Harry's hand moved involuntarily to his scar as he read these words. The lightning bolt mark had always been sensitive, particularly when he was experiencing strong emotions. More than that, he had always possessed knowledge and abilities that seemed beyond what an 11-year-old should naturally possess. His uncanny ability to read people's motivations, his instinctive understanding of complex magical concepts, his tendency to know things he had never been taught. The symptoms of soul fragment contamination include chronic pain in the attachment site, particularly during moments of strong emotion or magical exertion. Clearwater continued. The host may experience memories or knowledge that are not their own, along with enhanced magical abilities that seem disproportionate to their training or experience. In extreme cases, the host may exhibit behavioral changes that reflect the creator's personality traits or magical signature. The book described methods for detecting soul fragment contamination, most of which required specialized equipment or advanced magical training, but it also mentioned that certain magical creatures were naturally sensitive to soul magic and could identify contamination through proximity and observation. Goblins, the text noted almost as an afterthought, possess an innate ability to detect magical signatures and spiritual contamination. Their financial magic requires absolute clarity about the true nature of their clients, making them excellent diagnosticians for complex magical conditions. Harry closed the book and sat back in his chair, mind racing through the implications of what he had just learned. If he was carrying a piece of Voldemort's soul, that would explain a great deal about his life and his treatment by the magical authorities. It would explain why Dumbledore was so interested in controlling his movements and education. It would explain why he had been hidden away from the magical world and kept ignorant of his own heritage and capabilities. It would also explain why removing him from British magical jurisdiction might be the most important decision of his life. The walk back to Gringotts was accomplished in a state of grim determination that had become Harry's default emotional setting over the past 24 hours. He had requested another meeting with Griphook, citing the need to discuss advanced financial planning and international magical law. The goblin had agreed with an alacrity that suggested he found Harry's situation personally interesting rather than simply professionally profitable. The private office deep within Gringotts was exactly as Harry remembered, though Griphook had somehow acquired additional documents and several objects that radiated magical energy in ways that made Harry's teeth ache. "You've been doing research," the goblin observed as Harry settled into the chair across from his desk. "Good. Ignorance is a luxury that young wizards in your position cannot afford." Harry placed the books he had purchased on Griphook's desk and explained what he had learned about American magical education and MACUSA legal protections. The goblin listened with the kind of focused attention that suggested he was evaluating not just the information, but Harry's understanding of its implications. "Ilvermorny is indeed an excellent institution," Griphook agreed when Harry had finished his summary. "Their approach to magical education produces well-rounded practitioners rather than narrow specialists." MACUSA's protection protocols for international students are also quite robust, particularly for those fleeing dangerous situations. The goblin's emphasis on dangerous situations sent another surge of cold determination through Harry's chest. "I need to know if I'm carrying a piece of someone else's soul," Harry said, with the kind of direct honesty that seemed to be the only communication style that worked effectively with goblins. Griphook's expression shifted into something that might have been respect or possibly predatory satisfaction. He reached for one of the objects on his desk, a crystal sphere that seemed to contain shifting patterns of light and shadow. "Goblin soul sight is considered one of our most valuable services," the creature explained, as he began manipulating the sphere with movements that spoke of decades of practice. "We can detect spiritual contamination, magical parasites, and foreign soul fragments with absolute certainty. The process is not pleasant, but it is definitive." What followed was perhaps the most uncomfortable experience of Harry's life. The crystal sphere began to glow with increasingly intense light as Griphook spoke words in the goblin tongue, and Harry felt something that might have been invisible fingers probing through his magical core and spiritual essence. The sensation was invasive and deeply unpleasant, like having his thoughts and memories examined by a stranger with very cold hands. When the light finally faded, Griphook set the sphere down with movements that suggested he was processing information of considerable significance. "You are indeed carrying a soul fragment," the goblin announced with clinical detachment. "A substantial piece, well integrated, probably attached since early childhood. The magical signature is consistent with someone who has created multiple Horcruxes, though this particular fragment appears to be accidental rather than intentional." Harry had been expecting this confirmation, but hearing it stated with such certainty still sent a jolt of shock and revulsion through his consciousness. He was carrying a piece of the wizard who had murdered his parents, who had tried to murder him, who represented everything evil and corrupt about the magical world. "Can it be removed?" he asked, though he suspected he already knew the answer. Griphook's smile was not reassuring. "Soul fragment removal is possible, but extremely dangerous. The traditional method involves destroying the host, which is obviously not ideal from your perspective. There are alternative approaches, but they require very specific conditions and magical expertise that is not widely available." The goblin leaned forward, his dark eyes studying Harry with uncomfortable intensity. "However, there are certain magical environments and creatures that can weaken soul fragments naturally over time. Thunderbirds, for instance, are creatures of pure soul energy and natural enemies of spiritual contamination. Extended exposure to their presence can cause soul fragments to deteriorate and eventually dissipate entirely." Harry's pulse quickened as he processed this information. Thunderbirds, one of the 4 symbols of Ilvermorny's house system. Creatures native to North America and closely associated with the school's magical traditions. Ilvermorny maintains a population of thunderbirds on their grounds, Griphook continued, as if reading Harry's thoughts. Students in Thunderbird House work closely with the creatures as part of their magical education. A talented student might spend years in close proximity to beings that would naturally weaken any soul fragment contamination they might be carrying. The implications were staggering. Harry could potentially escape to America, receive an excellent magical education, and simultaneously work toward removing the spiritual contamination that had been thrust upon him without his knowledge or consent. He could become free in every sense of the word. "I'll need help," Harry said with absolute certainty. "I'll need documents, transportation, financial arrangements. I'll need to disappear from British magical jurisdiction before anyone realizes what I'm planning." Griphook's smile became genuinely predatory. "Goblins, Mr. Potter, are experts in helping valuable clients achieve complex financial and legal objectives. We have extensive experience in international magical law, discreet transportation arrangements, and the kind of documentation that allows young wizards to establish new identities in foreign magical communities." The goblin reached into his desk and produced a scroll that seemed to radiate legal authority. "Of course, such services are not without cost. We would require certain considerations in exchange for our assistance." Harry had been expecting this. Nothing in the magical world came without a price, and goblin assistance would certainly require payment of some kind. "What kind of considerations?" he asked, proud of how steady his voice remained, despite the magnitude of what he was contemplating. "Future considerations. Primarily," Griphook explained as he unrolled the scroll to reveal what appeared to be a formal contract written in several languages. "Access to certain Potter family artifacts currently held in trust. Consultation rights on major financial decisions until you reach your majority. A percentage of any future discoveries or innovations you might develop using knowledge gained through goblin assistance." The terms were actually quite reasonable, particularly considering the scope of what Harry was requesting. The goblins wanted partnership rather than exploitation, ongoing relationship rather than immediate payment. They were investing in Harry's potential future value rather than simply extracting maximum profit from his current desperation. Most importantly, they were offering him genuine freedom. The chance to escape the web of manipulation and control that had defined his entire life. The opportunity to discover who Harry Potter really was when he wasn't being shaped by other people's agendas and expectations. Harry picked up the quill that Griphook offered and signed his name with a flourish that surprised them both with its confidence. The next several hours were devoted to the practical details of orchestrating Harry's escape from British magical jurisdiction. Griphook proved to be remarkably well-informed about international magical travel, documentation requirements, and the specific procedures for establishing residency in the United States under MACUSA protection protocols. The plan that emerged was elegant in its simplicity. Harry would apply to Ilvermorny through official channels, using his real name and academic records, but emphasizing his need for protection from dangerous elements in British magical society. The application would be supported by detailed documentation of the magical monitoring and financial manipulation he had been subjected to, along with goblin-certified evidence of the soul fragment contamination. Simultaneously, Griphook would arrange for discreet transportation to New York via the Goblin Portkey network, bypassing both British and American magical travel monitoring systems. Once Harry was physically present in the United States, he would immediately apply for magical emancipation through MACUSA's Department of International Relations, using his demonstrated magical competence and knowledge of wizarding law as evidence of his readiness for legal independence. The financial arrangements were equally straightforward. A significant portion of Harry's inheritance would be transferred to American magical banks, providing him with the resources necessary to support himself during his education and beyond. The transfers would be structured to look like routine international investments rather than preparation for permanent relocation. The documentation process was perhaps the most complex aspect of the plan. Harry would need academic transcripts, medical records, character references, and a detailed personal statement explaining his reasons for seeking American magical education. Most of these documents would need to be created from scratch, since Harry's actual educational and medical history had been deliberately obscured by his British magical guardians. Griphook assured him that goblins possessed considerable expertise in creating accurate documentation for complex legal situations. The transcripts would reflect Harry's actual magical knowledge and theoretical understanding rather than the minimal education he had received in the mundane world. The medical records would document the spiritual contamination and magical monitoring without revealing information that might compromise his safety. By evening, Harry possessed a comprehensive plan for escape and a timeline for its execution. The application to Ilvermorny would be submitted within the week, supported by all necessary documentation and financial guarantees. The transportation arrangements would be finalized once the school had confirmed his acceptance. The emancipation proceedings would begin immediately upon his arrival in New York. Most importantly, Harry understood exactly what he was choosing and why. He was choosing knowledge over ignorance, freedom over control, and the opportunity to discover his own potential rather than being limited by other people's expectations and agendas. As he walked back to the leaky cauldron through the twilight streets of Diagon Alley, Harry Potter felt something he had never experienced before in his 11 years of life. He felt hope. Real, solid, achievable hope for a future that would be entirely his own choice. Tomorrow, he would begin the process of becoming the wizard he was meant to be, rather than the weapon other people wanted him to become. Tomorrow, he would take the first concrete steps toward a life of genuine freedom and authentic possibility. Tonight, he would dream about thunderbirds and mountains and a castle where young wizards learned to develop every aspect of their magical potential, rather than being confined to narrow definitions of who they were allowed to become. For the first time in his life, Harry Potter was truly excited about his future. The morning of Harry's emancipation dawned grey and misty, as if the London sky itself was attempting to obscure what was about to unfold in the deepest chambers of Gringotts Bank. Harry had spent the previous week in a state of careful preparation, reviewing magical law texts and practicing the formal declarations he would need to make before the Goblin Council. Today would either mark his liberation from 11 years of manipulation and control, or it would be the day his carefully constructed plans collapsed under the weight of British magical authority. Griphook had explained the process with the clinical precision that seemed to characterize all goblin legal proceedings. Ancient Potter family magic, dormant for generations, included provisions for emergency emancipation of family heirs under specific circumstances. The magic itself was neutral, responding only to genuine need, and the heirs demonstrated understanding of their responsibilities. Once invoked, the ritual would establish Harry as Lord Potter in both magical and legal terms, regardless of his chronological age. The challenge lay not in the ritual itself, but in the political implications of its execution. The moment Harry claimed his lordship, every monitoring charm and magical alert tied to his name would activate simultaneously. Dumbledore would know within minutes that his carefully maintained control over the boy who lived had been shattered irreparably. The race would then begin in earnest, with Harry's escape to America hanging on whether the goblins could complete their transportation arrangements before the British magical authorities could mobilize to stop him. Harry arrived at Gringotts as the first rays of sunlight began penetrating London's perpetual fog. The bank was already bustling with early morning activity, but Griphook was waiting for him at the main counter with an expression that suggested barely contained anticipation. The goblin's dark eyes held a glitter that spoke of professional satisfaction, mixed with something that might have been personal investment in the outcome. "The council chamber is prepared, Mr. Potter," Griphook announced without preamble. "The ritual space has been consecrated according to Potter family traditions, and the necessary witnesses are assembled. Once you begin the invocation, there will be no stopping the process until it reaches its natural conclusion." Harry nodded, his stomach tight with nervous energy that he was determined not to let show in his voice or posture. He had spent too many years learning to hide his true feelings from hostile observers, to allow anxiety to undermine him now, when everything he had worked toward hung in the balance. The descent into the deepest levels of Gringotts was accomplished in the same cart that had taken Harry to his vault days earlier, though this time their destination lay far below the treasure chambers. The tunnel they followed seemed older than the rest of the bank, carved from living rock with techniques that spoke of centuries of goblin craftsmanship. Ancient runes covered the walls in patterns that seemed to shift and flow in Harry's peripheral vision, their meaning tantalizingly just beyond his comprehension. The council chamber itself was unlike anything Harry had expected. Rather than the formal courtroom setting he had imagined, the space resembled something between a natural cavern and a sacred grove. The ceiling disappeared into shadows that seemed to move independently of any light source, while the floor was covered with intricate mosaics that depicted scenes from goblin history alongside images that clearly represented various wizarding families and their magical legacies. 7 goblins sat in high-backed chairs, arranged in a semicircle around a raised platform in the center of the chamber. Each wore robes of deep blue, marked with silver emblems that identified their particular expertise in goblin lore and magical jurisprudence. At the center of the group sat an elderly goblin whose presence commanded immediate respect, his silver hair braided with ornaments that suggested centuries of accumulated authority and wisdom. "This is Ragnok, the chief of the Goblin Council," Griphook explained in the formal tones appropriate to such an introduction. "He has overseen Potter family magical affairs for longer than most wizards have been alive, and his knowledge of your family's legal traditions is without equal in the magical world." Ragnok's examination of Harry was thorough and uncomfortably penetrating. Dark eyes that seemed far older than any human gaze Harry had ever encountered studied him with the kind of attention usually reserved for particularly complex financial instruments or potentially explosive magical artifacts. When the elderly goblin finally spoke, his voice carried the weight of absolute authority, mixed with what might have been carefully controlled sympathy. "Harry James Potter, heir to the ancient and most noble house of Potter, you have requested invocation of the emergency lordship provisions established by your ancestors in response to threats against family continuity and magical independence. Do you understand the full implications of what you seek to accomplish here today?" Harry straightened his shoulders and met Ragnok's gaze with as much confidence as he could project. "I understand that I am requesting legal recognition as Lord Potter, with all the rights and responsibilities that such recognition entails. I understand that this will remove me from the authority of my current magical guardians and establish me as an independent legal entity under both goblin and wizarding law. I understand that once this process is complete, I will be responsible for my own decisions and their consequences." Ragnok's expression might have softened slightly, though with goblin faces it was often difficult to determine subtle emotional shifts. "You speak with commendable understanding of the legal implications, young Potter. But magical lordship involves more than legal technicalities. Are you prepared to accept the spiritual and magical responsibilities that come with claiming your family's ancient power?" Harry had spent considerable time thinking about this question during his preparation. The Potter family magic was not simply a matter of political authority or financial control. It represented a connection to generations of magical tradition, a responsibility to uphold certain principles and protect certain values that extended far beyond his own personal interests. "I am prepared to accept those responsibilities," Harry replied with conviction that surprised him with its strength. "I understand that being Lord Potter means more than personal freedom. It means carrying forward the values and traditions that my family has maintained for generations, even when doing so requires difficult choices and personal sacrifice." The other council members exchanged glances that seemed to communicate complex evaluations of Harry's readiness for what he was requesting. Finally, Ragnok nodded with the kind of formal solemnity that marked significant moments in goblin legal proceedings. "Very well. Let the ritual begin." What followed was unlike anything Harry had ever experienced, even after days of magical revelations that had redefined his understanding of what was possible. The platform in the center of the chamber began to glow with soft, warm light that seemed to emanate from the stone itself rather than from any external source. Ancient magic, dormant for decades, began to stir in response to Harry's presence and stated intentions. Griphook guided Harry to the center of the platform and handed him a ceremonial dagger whose blade seemed to contain swirling patterns of light and shadow. The goblin's instructions were precise and delivered in tones that brooked no confusion or uncertainty. You must make a small cut on your palm and allow 3 drops of blood to fall onto the platform. The Potter family magic will recognize your bloodline and respond to your call for independence. Speak your full name and your intention clearly. Then wait for the magic to acknowledge your claim. Harry took the dagger with hands that were steadier than he had expected, given the magnitude of what he was about to attempt. The blade was sharp enough that the cut required almost no pressure, and he watched with fascination as his blood fell onto the ancient stone and began to glow with the same warm light that suffused the platform. I am Harry James Potter, heir to the ancient and most noble house of Potter, he declared in a voice that carried clearly through the chamber's stone walls. I claim my rightful lordship and invoke the emergency provisions established by my ancestors to protect family independence from external manipulation and control. I swear by my magic and my blood to uphold the traditions and responsibilities of House Potter, to protect those who cannot protect themselves, and to use my authority in service of justice and truth rather than personal gain. The response was immediate and overwhelming. Magic surged through Harry's body with a force that seemed to rewrite his very essence, connecting him to generations of Potter family history and magical tradition. He could feel the presence of his ancestors, their accumulated wisdom and strength flowing into his consciousness like water filling a previously empty vessel. The sensation was both exhilarating and humbling, a reminder that he was claiming not just personal freedom, but also the responsibility to carry forward a legacy that extended far beyond his individual desires. When the surge of magic finally subsided, Harry found himself standing taller, feeling more centered and confident than he ever had before. The change was not merely psychological, but fundamental, as if some essential part of himself that had been suppressed for 11 years had finally been allowed to emerge and claim its proper place in his consciousness. Ragnarok's voice cut through the lingering echoes of magical power with formal pronouncement. The magic has spoken, and the claim is acknowledged. Harry James Potter, you are now recognized as Lord Potter, with all rights and responsibilities attendant to that title. Your emancipation is complete and irrevocable under both goblin and wizarding law. The practical implications of this change became apparent almost immediately. Harry could feel the monitoring charms that had surrounded him since birth finally dissolving completely, their magical framework unable to maintain coherence in the face of his transformed legal and magical status. More than that, he could sense the alarm spells and tracking enchantments that were undoubtedly activating throughout magical Britain as various interested parties realized that something fundamental had shifted in the carefully maintained balance of power surrounding the boy who lived. Griphook approached the platform with documents that radiated legal authority and magical binding. These establish your new status for purposes of international magical law, the goblin explained, as he handed Harry several scrolls sealed with official goblin insignia. MACUSA will recognize your lordship and emancipation immediately, providing you with full legal protection under American magical law. Your application to Ilvermorny has been accepted, contingent only on your successful arrival in the United States. Harry's pulse quickened as he processed this information. Everything was falling into place exactly as they had planned, but he could feel the countdown beginning. Every minute he remained in British magical jurisdiction increased the risk that Dumbledore or Ministry officials would arrive to challenge his new status and attempt to reassert control over his movements. How long before we need to leave? Harry asked, though he suspected he already knew the answer from the urgency that was beginning to permeate the chamber's atmosphere. The portkey activation window opens in 30 minutes, Griphook replied with the kind of precision that suggested careful coordination with transportation schedules. You'll need to collect your belongings from the leaky cauldron and return here for departure. The Goblin Portkey network operates outside British magical monitoring, but once you activate the transport sequence, there will be no opportunity to change your mind or delay the journey. Harry nodded, his mind already shifting into the practical mode that had served him well during years of navigating Dursley hostility. He had packed his few possessions the previous evening, leaving nothing of genuine value or personal significance at Privet Drive. The books and supplies he had purchased in Diagon Alley were already waiting in his room at the Leaky Cauldron, organized for quick retrieval and transport. The walk back through Gringotts upper levels felt different now that Harry's magical status had changed so fundamentally. Other wizards who passed him in the corridors seemed to sense something altered about his presence, their eyes lingering on him with expressions of confusion or curiosity. The change was subtle but unmistakable, as if his magical signature now broadcast his transformation to anyone sensitive enough to perceive such things. Tom's reaction when Harry entered the Leaky Cauldron was immediate and telling. The barman's eyes widened as he took in Harry's altered appearance and magical presence, his weathered face cycling through expressions of surprise, concern, and what might have been professional interest. "Well now, young Potter," the barman said, with careful neutrality. "You're carrying yourself rather differently than you were yesterday. Something significant happened during your morning activities?" Harry appreciated the indirect approach to what was clearly a delicate situation. Tom's position as keeper of the Leaky Cauldron required him to maintain careful neutrality in magical political matters, but his obvious concern for Harry's well-being was genuine and touching. "You could say that," Harry replied with a smile that he hoped conveyed confidence rather than recklessness. "I've made some important decisions about my future education and living arrangements. Changes that will require me to leave Britain rather quickly, actually." Tom's expression shifted into something that might have been understanding mixed with approval. One of those situations where young wizards need to seek educational opportunities in more welcoming environments, is it? We've seen a fair bit of that over the years, particularly among the brighter students who don't fit well into our domestic institutional expectations. The barman's casual acceptance of Harry's situation was both reassuring and telling. Apparently, young British wizards seeking alternative educational arrangements was common enough that Tom had developed standard procedures for handling such departures. "Your belongings are packed and ready for collection," Tom continued, with the kind of efficient discretion that suggested considerable experience with sensitive situations. "I've taken the liberty of adding a few items that might be useful for a young wizard establishing himself in foreign magical communities. Consider them a farewell gift from someone who's seen too many bright young people held back by small-minded adults who mistake control for protection." The additional items prove to be both practical and thoughtful, a comprehensive guide to American magical customs and etiquette, a directory of magical services and businesses in major American cities. Most importantly, a collection of communication crystals that would allow Harry to maintain contact with selected individuals in the British magical community without revealing his location or compromising his safety. Tom's final words as Harry prepared to leave carried particular significance, given the circumstances of his departure. "The magical world is larger than Britain, young Potter, and there are communities out there that will value your potential rather than trying to limit it for their own purposes. Don't let anyone convince you that seeking better opportunities for yourself is somehow selfish or wrong. Sometimes the most important thing a young wizard can do is refuse to accept other people's limitations on what he might become." The return trip to Gringotts was accomplished with a sense of mounting urgency that had nothing to do with the actual time constraints involved. Harry could feel something shifting in the magical atmosphere around Diagon Alley, a tension that suggested significant magical activity taking place just beyond the range of normal perception. Dumbledore was undoubtedly mobilizing resources to locate and reclaim his wayward charge, while Ministry officials were probably scrambling to understand how an 11-year-old boy had managed to achieve legal emancipation without their knowledge or consent. Griphook was waiting for him at the Gringotts entrance, with an expression that confirmed Harry's instincts about the urgency of their situation. "We have perhaps 10 minutes before the first official inquiries begin arriving," the Goblin announced without preamble. "Albus Dumbledore has already contacted the Ministry demanding immediate access to your location and legal status. Minister Fudge is apparently quite concerned about the political implications of losing track of the boy who lived." The description of official panic was both satisfying and sobering. Harry had known that his departure would create significant disruption in the carefully maintained power structures of British magical society, but hearing about the immediate scrambling of powerful adults who suddenly realized they could no longer take his compliance for granted was gratifying in ways he hadn't fully anticipated. The final descent to the Portkey chamber was accomplished in silence that spoke of shared understanding about the magnitude of what was taking place. Harry was not simply changing schools or seeking better educational opportunities. He was rejecting the entire framework of expectation and control that had defined his existence since birth, choosing uncertainty and independence over the safety and certainty of remaining within familiar systems of authority. The Portkey itself was unremarkable in appearance, a simple bronze coin that seemed ordinary in every respect, except for the faint magical signatures that marked it as a product of goblin transportation. Magic. Griphook handed it to Harry with formal ceremony that acknowledged the significance of the moment. "This will transport you directly to the MACUSA headquarters in New York," the Goblin explained, as Harry examined the innocuous-looking object. "Representatives from both the Department of International Relations and Ilvermorny School will be waiting to begin your integration into American Magical Society. Your financial arrangements have been finalized, and your new legal status has been transmitted to all relevant American magical authorities." Harry pocketed the Portkey with hands that were steadier than they had any right to be given the magnitude of the choice he was making. Around him, the chamber's magical atmosphere seemed charged with anticipation, as if the ancient stones themselves understood that they were witnessing a moment that would reshape the political landscape of magical Britain. The final moments before activation passed with surprising calm. Harry had expected to feel overwhelming anxiety or last-minute uncertainty about abandoning everything familiar for the promise of freedom in an unknown country. Instead, he found himself filled with a sense of rightness, of finally moving in harmony with his own deepest instincts and desires rather than fighting against external expectations that had never truly fit his nature or potential. Griphook's countdown marked the final seconds of Harry Potter's life as a ward of the British magical establishment. When the Goblin reached 0 and Harry activated the Portkey with a word of intent, he felt more than just the familiar tugging sensation of magical transportation. He felt the last threads of manipulation and control that had bound him since infancy finally snap under the weight of his chosen freedom. The sensation of Portkey travel was unlike anything Harry had ever experienced, though he had nothing to compare it to except Fawkes's Phoenix transportation and the brief moments of accidental magic that had punctuated his childhood. This felt different, more controlled and purposeful, as if the magic itself was responding to the significance of the journey, rather than simply facilitating movement between locations. When the swirling sensation finally subsided and Harry felt solid ground beneath his feet, he found himself standing in what was unmistakably an official government building, though one whose architecture and magical atmosphere spoke of entirely different traditions than anything he had encountered in British magical institutions. The walls were covered with murals that depicted scenes from American magical history, images of diverse magical communities working together to build something unprecedented in the global magical world. The welcoming committee was both impressive and reassuring in its official nature. A woman in formal robes bearing MACUSA insignia stepped forward with the kind of professional confidence that spoke of extensive experience in handling complex international magical situations. Behind her stood two other individuals, whose presence suggested both official authority and personal interest in Harry's successful integration into American magical society. Lord Potter, the MACUSA representative said with formal courtesy that acknowledged his changed legal status, "Welcome to the United States of America. I am Director Sarah Clearwater of the Department of International Magical Relations, and I'll be overseeing your transition to American magical citizenship. We're very pleased that you've chosen to continue your magical education in our country." The use of his proper title sent another surge of satisfaction through Harry's consciousness. These people saw him as Lord Potter, a young wizard with agency and authority, rather than as the boy who lived, a symbol to be manipulated for other people's political purposes. The woman standing beside Director Clearwater stepped forward with an introduction that made Harry's pulse quicken with excitement and anticipation. "I am Professor Agilbert Fontaine, headmistress of Ilvermorny School of Witchcraft and Wizardry," she announced with warmth that suggested genuine pleasure at meeting him. "We're honored that such a talented young wizard has chosen our institution for his magical education, and we're prepared to provide whatever support you need to flourish in your new environment." The third member of the welcoming committee was introduced as Senior Aura Marcus Rivera, whose role was to ensure Harry's ongoing safety during his transition period. The presence of official magical law enforcement protection spoke to MACUSA's serious commitment to safeguarding international students who might be vulnerable to pressure from their home countries. As Director Clearwater began explaining the procedures for establishing American magical residency and citizenship, Harry felt something he had never experienced before in his 11 years of life. He felt truly safe, not the false security of being hidden away from reality, but the genuine safety that came from being surrounded by competent adults who respected his autonomy and were committed to helping him achieve his full potential. Behind them, in offices and meeting rooms throughout MACUSA headquarters, Harry could sense the beginning of a new chapter in his life. Somewhere in Britain, powerful adults were undoubtedly scrambling to understand how their carefully maintained control over the boy who lived had collapsed so completely. Here in America, equally powerful adults were working to ensure that Harry Potter, lord of an ancient and noble house, would have every opportunity to discover who he might become when free to make his own choices. As the group moved deeper into the MACUSA building to begin the formal procedures that would establish his new life, Harry allowed himself one final thought about the world he was leaving behind. He felt no regret, no nostalgia, no lingering attachment to the systems that had sought to define and control him from birth. He felt only anticipation for the future he was about to create through his own choices and efforts. For the first time in his life, Harry Potter was exactly where he belonged, surrounded by people who valued his potential, rather than seeking to limit it for their own purposes. The boy who had lived in a cupboard under the stairs was gone forever, replaced by a young lord who would determine his own destiny through knowledge, courage, and the unshakable conviction that freedom was always worth fighting for. The real adventure was just beginning. The first thing Harry noticed about the Magical Congress of the United States of America was how different it felt from every other magical institution he had encountered. Where Gringotts exuded ancient power and barely contained aggression, and the leaky cauldron radiated chaotic warmth, MACUSA headquarters pulsed with efficient purpose, tempered by genuine respect for individual rights and dignity. The very air seemed charged with the energy of people who believed their work mattered, and that the system they served was worthy of their dedication. Director Sarah Clearwater guided Harry through corridors lined with portraits that moved with the same magical animation he had observed in British magical paintings. But these depicted scenes of cooperation and achievement rather than the stern authority and military conquest that dominated the artwork at Hogwarts. American magical history, as presented in these moving murals, was a story of diverse communities working together to build something unprecedented rather than a chronicle of powerful individuals imposing their will on others. The complexity of American magical society became apparent as they passed various departmental offices, and Harry caught glimpses of the work being conducted within. The Department of Magical Accidents and Catastrophes was collaborating with No-Maj emergency services to coordinate responses to incidents that affected both magical and mundane populations. The Department of International Magical Cooperation was facilitating trade agreements and cultural exchanges with magical communities around the world. Most importantly, the Department of Magical Rights and Equality was actively investigating complaints and ensuring that all magical citizens received fair treatment under American magical law. "This is quite different from the British Ministry, isn't it?" Director Clearwater observed, with the kind of diplomatic understatement that suggested extensive experience in helping international students adjust to American magical culture. "We've found that transparency and accountability produce better outcomes than the traditional European approach of governance through authority and secrecy." Harry found himself nodding in agreement before he had fully processed the implications of what she was saying. The contrast between Makusa's open, collaborative atmosphere and the authoritarian secrecy that seemed to characterize British magical governance was striking and deeply appealing to someone who had spent 11 years being told that important decisions were none of his business, and he should be grateful for whatever scraps of information the adults chose to share with him. The first formal meeting took place in a conference room whose windows offered spectacular views of New York's magical district, a hidden section of Manhattan that existed in carefully maintained separation from the No-Maj city that surrounded it. The magical architecture was unlike anything Harry had seen in Britain, incorporating elements that spoke of Native American influence alongside European magical traditions and innovations that seemed uniquely American in their practical functionality. Professor Fontaine settled into a chair with the kind of relaxed confidence that suggested she was genuinely pleased to be part of this process, rather than viewing it as a bureaucratic obligation. Her appearance was striking in its combination of academic authority and approachable warmth. Silver hair pulled back in a practical style that suggested she spent considerable time outdoors, and eyes that held the kind of intelligence that came from decades of working with young people who possessed extraordinary abilities and equally extraordinary potential for both achievement and mischief. "Before we begin the formal proceedings, Lord Potter, I'd like you to understand that everything we discuss here today is confidential, unless you choose to share it with others." Professor Fontaine began with the kind of direct honesty that Harry was beginning to associate with American magical culture. "We're not here to interrogate you about your reasons for leaving Britain or to judge the decisions you've made. We're here to help you understand your options and ensure that you have everything you need to succeed in our educational system." The contrast with what Harry imagined a similar meeting at Hogwarts might involve was stark and deeply reassuring. Instead of being told what was expected of him and how he should feel grateful for the opportunity, he was being asked what he needed and how the system could adapt to serve his goals and interests. Senior Oro Rivera's contribution to the conversation focused on the practical aspects of Harry's safety and security during his transition to American magical society. The law enforcement officer's manner was professional, but warm, suggesting someone who took genuine satisfaction in protecting vulnerable individuals rather than someone who viewed security work as an opportunity to exercise authority over others. "The British magical establishment has already made several informal inquiries about your whereabouts and legal status," Rivera explained with the kind of matter-of-fact delivery that suggested he dealt with such international complications on a regular basis. "Minister Fudge has contacted our Department of International Relations expressing concern about your safety and requesting immediate information about your location and circumstances." Harry's pulse quickened at this confirmation that his departure had indeed caused the kind of disruption he had hoped to achieve. The idea that Minister Fudge was personally involved suggested that his escape had implications far beyond the simple matter of a student choosing alternative educational arrangements. More significantly, Rivera continued, Albus Dumbledore has requested a formal meeting with President Quahog to discuss what he terms the urgent necessity of returning you to British custody for your own protection and the safety of the magical community at large. The mention of Dumbledore's involvement sent a complex mix of emotions through Harry's chest. Part of him felt vindicated that the headmaster was finally paying serious attention to Harry Potter the person, rather than simply manipulating Harry Potter the symbol. Another part of him was genuinely disturbed by the implications of Dumbledore's apparent desperation to regain control over his movements and decisions. "How has MACUSA responded to these requests?" Harry asked, proud that his voice remained steady despite the significance of what he was learning about the political ramifications of his choice to seek American magical citizenship. Director Clearwater's smile held the kind of professional satisfaction that suggested she had been looking forward to answering this particular question. MACUSA has informed the British magical government that Lord Potter is present in the United States as a legally emancipated minor who has requested educational opportunities and citizenship consideration under our international student protection protocols. We've made it clear that any decisions about his future residence and education will be made by Lord Potter himself, in consultation with appropriate American magical authorities, rather than by foreign governments who may have conflicting interests. The firm rejection of British attempts to reclaim control over his life was both gratifying and slightly overwhelming in its implications. Harry was beginning to understand that his choice to leave Britain had consequences that extended far beyond his personal situation. He was inadvertently challenging the entire framework of assumptions about how young wizards with significant magical and political inheritances should be managed by the adults who claimed authority over them. Professor Fontaine leaned forward with an expression that suggested she was about to address the heart of why they were all gathered in this room. "Now, Lord Potter, I'd like to talk with you about Ilvermorny and what our educational philosophy might offer someone with your background and potential. But before we begin, I need to understand what you're hoping to achieve through your magical education, both in terms of practical skills and personal development." The question was unlike any educational discussion Harry had ever experienced. Instead of being told what he would learn and how he should be grateful for the opportunity, he was being asked what he wanted to learn and how the institution could adapt its programs to serve his goals and interests. "I want to understand magic," Harry replied after taking a moment to organize his thoughts. "Not just how to perform spells or pass examinations, but how magic really works, why it responds to different people in different ways, and how it can be used to solve problems and help people who need assistance." Professor Fontaine's expression suggested that this was exactly the kind of answer she had been hoping to hear. Her smile held genuine warmth, mixed with what might have been professional excitement about the possibilities for working with a student who possessed such clear educational goals. "What you're describing aligns perfectly with Ilvermorny's educational philosophy," she explained with obvious enthusiasm. "We don't believe in limiting students to narrow specializations or predetermined career paths. Our house system is designed to develop the complete wizard, someone who understands that effective magical practice requires integration of intellectual understanding, physical capability, emotional wisdom, and spiritual connection." The explanation that followed was unlike any description of magical education Harry had ever encountered. Where Hogwarts seemed designed to sort students into rigid categories that would define their magical identity for life, Ilvermorny was structured to help students develop all aspects of their magical potential, regardless of which house claimed them during the sorting ceremony. Students in Horned Serpent House, representing the mind of the wizard, focused on theoretical understanding and research methodology, but they also participated in practical applications and fieldwork that grounded their intellectual achievements in real-world problem-solving. Wampus House students, embodying the body of the wizard, trained in combat magic and physical enhancement, but they also studied healing magic and protective enchantments that emphasized service to others rather than personal power. Pukwudgie House, representing the heart of the wizard, specialized in healing arts and emotional magic, while also developing the kind of psychological insight that made them effective counselors and mediators in complex interpersonal situations. Thunderbird House students, embodying the soul of the wizard, pursued adventure and exploration. But they also studied the deeper mysteries of magic and the philosophical implications of their extraordinary abilities. Most importantly, all students participated in cross-house collaborations that required them to work with peers who approached magical problems from entirely different perspectives. The goal was to produce graduates who understood magic as a complete system, rather than specialists who could perform brilliantly within narrow parameters, but struggled to adapt their skills to unexpected challenges. The contrast with Hogwarts' approach to magical education was stark and deeply appealing to Harry, who had always been frustrated by educational systems that seemed designed to force students into predetermined categories rather than helping them discover their own unique potential and interests. Director Clearwater contributed practical information about the legal and administrative aspects of Harry's transition to American magical citizenship. The process was more complex than simple school enrollment, but far more straightforward than Harry had expected, based on his limited experience with British magical bureaucracy. Your emancipation status is recognized under American magical law, which means you have the right to make your own decisions about residence, education, and career preparation, she explained with the kind of clinical precision that suggested extensive experience in helping international students navigate complex legal transitions. The citizenship process will take approximately 6 months, during which you'll have all the rights and protections of American magical law while maintaining the option to return to Britain if you change your mind about permanent relocation. The mention of returning to Britain sent a slight chill through Harry's consciousness, not because he had any intention of reconsidering his decision, but because it reminded him that his escape was still relatively recent and potentially reversible if he failed to adapt successfully to American magical society. However, Director Clearwater continued with an expression that suggested she understood his concerns. I should mention that your legal status as an emancipated lord under Goblin law makes forced repatriation extremely difficult, even if you were to request it. The international magical community takes a very dim view of attempts to override Goblin legal determinations, particularly when they involve the rights of minor heirs to ancient magical families. Senior Aura Rivera's contribution to this discussion focused on the security arrangements that would be necessary during Harry's initial period of adjustment. The law enforcement officer's manner remained professional and reassuring, but Harry detected underlying layers of concern that suggested his safety was being taken very seriously indeed. The British magical establishment will undoubtedly continue their attempts to locate you and pressure you to return, Rivera explained, with the kind of matter-of-fact delivery that suggested he was accustomed to dealing with international magical political complications. We'll be providing discreet security monitoring during your first year at Ilvermorny, not because we expect direct threats to your physical safety, but because we want to ensure that no one attempts to manipulate or coerce you into making decisions that aren't genuinely your own choice. The idea that American magical law enforcement was prepared to protect him from manipulation by foreign magical authorities was both gratifying and slightly overwhelming in its implications. Harry was beginning to understand that his personal decision to seek educational alternatives had broader political ramifications that extended far beyond his individual situation. The formal interview process continued for several hours, covering everything from academic preparation and career interests to personal goals and concerns about adapting to a new magical culture. Harry found himself speaking more openly about his background and experiences than he ever had before, partly because the questions were genuinely aimed at understanding his needs and interests rather than evaluating his compliance with predetermined expectations. The discussion of his academic preparation revealed some significant gaps in his formal education, but these were viewed as opportunities for accelerated learning rather than deficiencies that would limit his options. Professor Fontaine was particularly excited about Harry's demonstrated ability to absorb complex magical theory through independent reading and research. Most students your age have been learning magic in structured environments, with careful supervision and graduated difficulty, she explained with obvious enthusiasm for the challenge of working with an unconventional student. Your experience of discovering magical theory through independent research means you've developed analytical skills that many students don't acquire until much later in their education. We can build on those strengths while filling in the practical applications you haven't had opportunity to develop. The conversation about Harry's magical abilities was particularly revealing, both in terms of what he could do and what had been suppressed or overlooked during his years in the British magical system. The removal of the monitoring charms and spiritual contamination had apparently unleashed capabilities that surprised even Harry himself. "Your magical signature is quite remarkable," Professor Fontaine observed with the kind of clinical interest that suggested she was evaluating his potential from a purely academic perspective. "The theoretical knowledge you've demonstrated, combined with your natural magical strength, suggests that you could advance through our curriculum considerably faster than the standard pace, assuming you're interested in that level of challenge." Harry found himself nodding enthusiastically before he had fully processed what she was offering. The idea of being challenged academically, rather than held back by artificial limitations, was enormously appealing to someone who had spent 11 years being told he was stupid, worthless, and incapable of achieving anything significant. The practical arrangements for his transition to American magical society proved to be refreshingly straightforward compared to the bureaucratic complexities he had anticipated. Makusa had extensive experience in helping international students establish themselves in American magical communities, and they had developed streamlined procedures that prioritized student needs rather than administrative convenience. Housing would be provided at Ilvermorny during the academic year, with options for independent living in New York's magical district during breaks and after graduation. Financial arrangements had already been coordinated with Gringotts, ensuring that Harry would have access to his inheritance while learning to manage his resources responsibly. Most importantly, he would have access to counseling and support services designed specifically for students who had experienced trauma or manipulation in their previous educational or family environments. The mention of support services for trauma survivors sent a complex mix of emotions through Harry's consciousness. On one hand, he appreciated that American magical authorities recognized the psychological impact of the experiences he had endured and were prepared to help him process those experiences constructively. On the other hand, the clinical acknowledgement that he had indeed been traumatized was both validating and disturbing in its implications for how he had been treated by the adults who were supposed to be protecting him. Director Clearwater seemed to sense his mixed emotions about this aspect of the support system they were offering. "The counseling services are entirely voluntary, Lord Potter," she explained with gentle honesty. "We mention them because many international students find it helpful to have someone to talk with who understands the challenges of adapting to a new magical culture while processing difficult experiences from their past. But the choice of whether to utilize these services is entirely yours." The meeting concluded with practical arrangements for Harry's immediate needs during his first weeks in American magical society. He would spend several days in New York, becoming familiar with American magical customs and services before traveling to Ilvermorny for the beginning of the academic year. This transition period would allow him to adjust gradually to his new environment while having access to Makusa support services if he encountered unexpected difficulties. As the formal proceedings wrapped up, Professor Fontaine made an observation that crystallized much of what Harry had been thinking about his decision to seek American magical education. "You know, Lord Potter, in my experience, the students who benefit most from Ilvermorny's educational philosophy are those who refuse to accept artificial limitations on their potential. Students who believe that they can become more than what other people expect them to be, and who are willing to work hard to prove that belief correct. The description fit Harry's sense of himself and his goals so perfectly that he felt a moment of genuine emotion at the recognition that he had found people who understood what he was trying to achieve and were committed to helping him succeed. The first few days of Harry's introduction to American magical society passed in a blur of new experiences and cultural adjustments that were both exhilarating and occasionally overwhelming. New York's magical district was unlike anything he had encountered in his limited exposure to British magical communities, incorporating architectural styles and cultural influences that spoke of a truly diverse magical population working together to create something unprecedented in the global magical world. The shops and services available to magical citizens were far more varied and sophisticated than anything Harry had observed in Diagon Alley. There were businesses that specialized in helping magical immigrants adapt to American culture, consulting services for young wizards, learning to manage inherited wealth and political responsibilities, and educational institutions that offered everything from advanced magical theory to practical skills like magical home maintenance and financial planning. More significantly, Harry noticed that the relationships between magical and no-mage communities seemed far more integrated than anything that existed in Britain. While the international statute of secrecy was still maintained, American magical society had developed sophisticated methods for collaborating with mundane authorities on issues that affected both populations without revealing the existence of magic to those who were not cleared for such knowledge. The magical hospital where Harry underwent the comprehensive medical evaluation required for school enrollment was a perfect example of this integrated approach. Magical healers worked alongside no-mage medical professionals to provide complete health care that addressed both magical and mundane health concerns, ensuring that magical citizens received the full range of medical services available to the broader American population. The medical evaluation itself revealed several concerning aspects of Harry's previous treatment that confirmed much of what the goblins had discovered about the monitoring charms and spiritual contamination he had endured. Dr. Rebecca Clearwater, who was apparently related to Director Clearwater through the kind of extended family networks that seemed common in American magical society, conducted the examination with professional competence, tempered by obvious concern for Harry's well-being. "You've been subjected to some rather invasive magical monitoring over an extended period," Dr. Clearwater explained, as she reviewed the results of various diagnostic spells and examinations. "The good news is that the removal of those monitoring systems appears to have been accomplished without causing any permanent damage to your magical development. The concerning news is that the level of monitoring you experienced was far beyond what would be considered appropriate or legal under American magical law. The clinical confirmation that his treatment by British magical authorities had been both inappropriate and illegal was validating in ways Harry hadn't fully anticipated. For 11 years he had been told that the restrictions on his freedom and the secrecy surrounding his circumstances were necessary for his protection and the good of the magical community. Learning that medical professionals considered such treatment to be abusive rather than protective was both liberating and deeply disturbing. More positively, Dr. Clearwater's evaluation confirmed that Harry's magical abilities were developing normally now that the artificial constraints had been removed. His magical core was strong and stable, his theoretical knowledge was remarkably advanced for his age, and his capacity for learning new magical skills appeared to be exceptional. "You have the magical signature of someone who could become a very powerful wizard indeed," Dr. Clearwater observed, with the kind of professional enthusiasm that suggested she genuinely enjoyed working with magically gifted young people. "More importantly, your magical core shows no signs of the kind of damage or instability that we sometimes see in students who have experienced trauma or prolonged suppression of their natural abilities." The psychological evaluation was conducted by a specialist in magical child development who had extensive experience working with international students and trauma survivors. Dr. Maria Santos approached the assessment with a combination of professional competence and personal warmth that made Harry feel comfortable discussing experiences he had never shared with anyone. The conversation revealed aspects of his childhood experiences that Harry himself hadn't fully understood or processed. The systematic isolation from magical culture, the deliberate suppression of information about his heritage and abilities, and the consistent message that he should be grateful for whatever scraps of attention and care the adults chose to provide, had created patterns of thinking and behavior that would require conscious effort to overcome. What you've experienced is a form of psychological manipulation that we call learned helplessness, Doctor, Santos explained with the kind of gentle directness that suggested extensive experience in helping young people understand and process difficult experiences. You were taught that your opinions and preferences didn't matter, that questioning adult authority was dangerous and ungrateful, and that accepting whatever others decided for you was the safest way to navigate the world. The clinical description of his psychological conditioning was both illuminating and disturbing. Harry had known that his childhood experiences were different from what most children experienced, but he hadn't understood the systematic nature of the manipulation he had endured or its long-term effects on his development. The good news, Dr. Santos continued with obvious satisfaction, is that recognizing these patterns is the first step toward overcoming them. You've already demonstrated remarkable strength and independence by choosing to seek alternatives to the situation you found unacceptable. The fact that you were able to research your options, make complex plans, and execute those plans successfully shows that you've maintained your capacity for independent thinking despite years of conditioning designed to suppress it. The evaluation sessions continued over several days, covering everything from academic preparation and learning styles to personal goals and concerns about adapting to American magical culture. Harry found himself discussing his hopes and fears more openly than he ever had before, partly because the professionals he was working with seemed genuinely interested in understanding his perspective rather than evaluating his compliance with predetermined expectations. By the end of his first week in New York, Harry had developed a clearer understanding of both the challenges and opportunities that lay ahead of him. The transition to American magical society would require significant adjustments in how he thought about himself, his relationships with others, and his place in the magical world. But it also offered possibilities for personal and magical development that had never been available to him within the constraints of British magical culture. The final meeting with Professor Fontaine before his departure for Ilvermorny focused on practical preparations for beginning his magical education in earnest. The headmistress had reviewed all of his evaluation results and was clearly excited about the possibilities for working with a student who possessed both exceptional magical potential and the kind of diverse life experiences that would enrich the educational environment for all students. You're going to find Ilvermorny quite different from what you might expect based on your knowledge of European magical schools, Professor Fontaine explained, as they reviewed his class schedule and dormitory assignments. We emphasize collaboration over competition, practical application over theoretical memorization, and personal growth over conformity to institutional expectations. The prospect of attending a school that valued collaboration over competition was particularly appealing to someone who had spent 11 years being told that he was inherently different and should expect to be treated differently from other children. The idea that he might be able to develop genuine friendships with peers who saw him as Harry Potter, the person rather than Harry Potter, the symbol was both exciting and slightly overwhelming in its implications. As his first week in American magical society drew to a close, Harry found himself reflecting on how dramatically his life had changed in such a short period of time. Less than 2 weeks earlier, he had been sleeping in a cupboard under the stairs, believing that he was fundamentally damaged and unwanted. Now he was preparing to attend one of the world's premier magical institutions, surrounded by competent adults who were committed to helping him achieve his full potential. The transformation was remarkable, but Harry understood that it was also fragile. His success in American magical society would depend on his ability to adapt to new expectations and opportunities while processing the experiences that had shaped his first 11 years of life. He would need to learn to trust his own judgment while remaining open to guidance from people who had his genuine interests at heart. Most importantly, he would need to discover who Harry Potter really was when he wasn't being shaped by other people's agendas and expectations. That process of self-discovery would be challenging and sometimes uncomfortable, but it was also the most important work he could possibly undertake. As he prepared for the journey to Ilvermorny School of Witchcraft and Wizardry, Harry Potter felt something he had never experienced before in his young life. He felt genuinely excited about his future and confident in his ability to create the kind of life he wanted to live. The boy who had lived in a cupboard was gone forever, replaced by a young lord who would determine his own destiny through knowledge, courage, and the unshakable conviction that he deserved to be treated with dignity and respect. The real adventure was about to begin, and for the first time in his life, Harry Potter was the one writing the story. The journey to Ilvermorny School of Witchcraft and Wizardry was Harry's first experience with American magical transportation, and it proved to be remarkably different from anything he had encountered in the British magical world. Rather than the chaotic improvisation that seemed to characterize British magical travel, American magical transport was efficient, comfortable, and designed with passenger safety and convenience as primary considerations rather than afterthoughts. The magical vehicle that collected Harry from Makusa headquarters was unlike anything he had ever seen, resembling a cross between a traditional stagecoach and a modern luxury automobile, crafted from materials that seemed to shift between wood, metal, and something that might have been crystallized starlight depending on the angle of observation. The interior was spacious enough to accommodate several passengers in genuine comfort, with seats that adjusted automatically to provide optimal support and windows that offered spectacular views while maintaining complete privacy from external observation. Professor Fontaine had chosen to accompany Harry on the journey to Ilvermorny, partly to continue their discussions about his academic preparation, and partly to help him understand the cultural and geographical context of his new school. The headmistress proved to be an engaging travel companion, combining scholarly expertise with the kind of practical wisdom that came from decades of working with magically gifted young people from diverse backgrounds. As their vehicle traveled through the American countryside at speeds that defied several laws of physics while maintaining the smooth comfort of a leisurely carriage ride, Professor Fontaine provided running commentary on the landscape and its significance in American magical history. The forests they passed through were home to magical creatures that existed nowhere else in the world, while the mountains and valleys held sacred sites that had been important to Native American magical communities for thousands of years before European magical immigrants arrived. The integration of diverse magical traditions is one of Ilvermorny's greatest strengths, Professor Fontaine explained, as they passed through a particularly spectacular stretch of wilderness that seemed to shimmer with barely contained magical energy. Our founders understood that American magical education needed to incorporate the wisdom and techniques of all the magical communities that chose to make their homes in this land, rather than simply transplanting European magical traditions and expecting them to flourish unchanged. Harry found himself fascinated by the concept of magical education that deliberately incorporated multiple cultural traditions rather than privileging one approach over all others. The British magical system seemed designed around the assumption that European magical methods were inherently superior to alternatives, while American magical education appeared to be built on the recognition that different approaches to magic could be complementary rather than competitive. The first glimpse of Mount Greylock was breathtaking in ways that no description could have adequately prepared Harry to experience. The mountain rose from the surrounding landscape with a presence that spoke of deep magical significance, its peaks wreathed in clouds that moved in patterns too purposeful to be purely natural. The entire mountain seemed alive with magical energy, as if the land itself was conscious and aware of the important work being conducted within its boundaries. Ilvermorny School occupied the summit and upper slopes of Mount Greylock in a way that seemed to grow organically from the living rock, rather than being imposed upon the landscape by human architectural ambition. The castle was simultaneously grand and welcoming, incorporating architectural elements from multiple magical traditions in a synthesis that felt both ancient and innovatively modern. The 4 towers that marked the corners of the main structure were each unique in design, reflecting the characteristics and values of the houses they represented. The Horned Serpent Tower was built from stone that seemed to contain embedded crystals, creating surfaces that caught and refracted light in patterns that suggested the constant movement of thought and analysis. The Wampus Tower appeared to be constructed from living wood that continued to grow and adapt, its walls flowing and shifting to accommodate changing needs while maintaining structural integrity. The Pukwudgie Tower incorporated healing springs and growing gardens into its very foundations, creating spaces where the boundary between architecture and nature became meaningless and irrelevant. The Thunderbird Tower reached highest into the sky, its peak disappearing into clouds that crackled with controlled lightning and storm energy that spoke of magic in its most elemental and powerful forms. The main courtyard where arriving students gathered for the sorting ceremony was perhaps the most remarkable architectural achievement Harry had ever witnessed. The space was open to the sky, but somehow felt intimate and welcoming, with stone work that incorporated symbols and artistic elements from dozens of different magical traditions in patterns that spoke of unity rather than cultural appropriation. The other arriving students were unlike any group of young wizards Harry had encountered during his brief exposure to British magical culture. Where Hogwarts students seemed to come primarily from British magical families with similar backgrounds and expectations, Ilvermorny's incoming class represented the full diversity of American magical society and included international students from magical communities around the world. Harry found himself standing next to a girl whose family had immigrated from magical communities in West Africa, a boy whose parents were prominent in the Pacific Northwest magical community that worked closely with indigenous magical traditions, and another student whose family had fled persecution in Eastern Europe and found sanctuary in American magical society. The conversations he overheard were conducted in multiple languages and dealt with magical practices and cultural traditions that were entirely foreign to his British magical education. The diversity of backgrounds and experiences represented in his fellow students was both exciting and slightly overwhelming. Harry realized that his own knowledge of magical culture, limited as it was to British traditions, and the small amount of American magical history he had absorbed during his week in New York, would need to expand dramatically if he was going to participate meaningfully in the intellectual and cultural life of his new school. Professor Fontaine seemed to sense his mixture of excitement and anxiety about joining such a diverse and accomplished group of students. "Don't worry about fitting in immediately, Lord Potter," she advised with the kind of gentle wisdom that suggested extensive experience in helping nervous students adapt to new educational environments. Ilvermorny students are generally welcoming to newcomers, and you'll find that the diversity of backgrounds and experiences makes it easier rather than harder to find your place in the community. The sorting ceremony itself was unlike anything Harry had expected, based on his knowledge of Hogwarts traditions. Rather than being called individually to try on a magical hat that would announce their house assignment, students were invited to stand together on a large circular platform in the center of the courtyard, while the representatives of the 4 houses made their choices known through dramatic magical displays. The platform itself was a masterwork of magical artistry, inlaid with intricate patterns that incorporated the symbols of all 4 houses in a design that suggested unity and balance rather than competition and division. As students took their places on the platform, Harry could feel magic building in the air around them, ancient enchantments that had been carefully maintained and refined over centuries of use. When Professor Fontaine called for the sorting to begin, The magical carvings that represented each house began to glow with soft, warm light that pulsed in rhythm with something that might have been the heartbeat of the mountain itself. The horned serpent carving was set with a crystal that would light up when the house claimed a student. The wampus carving would roar with approval when it chose someone. The pukwudgie carving would raise its arrow when welcoming a new member. The thunderbird carving would beat its wings when claiming a student for its house. Harry watched with fascination as his fellow first-year students were sorted into their houses, noting that the magical response to each student seemed to be based on something deeper than simple personality traits. The houses appeared to be evaluating the complete magical signature of each student, their potential for growth and development, and their capacity to contribute to the broader mission of magical education and service. When his turn came to step onto the sorting platform, Harry felt the ancient magic of Ilvermorny, examining every aspect of his magical and spiritual essence with an intensity that was both exhilarating and slightly uncomfortable. The sensation was unlike anything he had experienced, even during the Goblin Soul examination that had revealed his spiritual contamination. This felt like being evaluated, not just for what he was, but for what he might become under the right circumstances, and with appropriate guidance. The response was immediate and unprecedented in the school's history. All 4 house carvings activated simultaneously, creating a display of magical pyrotechnics that brought gasps of amazement from students and faculty alike. The horned serpent, crystal blazed with brilliant white light. The wampus carving roared with approval that echoed off the mountain peaks. The pukwudgie arrow shot high into the air, trailing sparks of healing magic. The thunderbird wings beat with such force that actual storm clouds began gathering around the tower peaks. The magical display continued for several moments, while the assembled students and faculty processed what they were witnessing. Never in Ilvermorny's history had all 4 houses chosen the same student, creating a situation that had no precedent in school tradition or magical lore. Professor Fontaine's voice carried clearly through the courtyard as she addressed the unprecedented situation with the kind of calm authority that suggested she had been prepared for this possibility. Harry Potter, you have been chosen by all 4 houses of Ilvermorny, an honor that has never before been bestowed upon any student in our school's history. This suggests that you possess the potential to develop all 4 aspects of the complete wizard that our houses represent. The headmistress paused to allow the significance of this announcement to sink in before continuing with practical arrangements that would accommodate Harry's unique situation. You will be assigned to Thunderbird House for dormitory and administrative purposes, as that house represents the soul and adventure that brought you to our school. However, you will have access to the resources, instruction, and communities of all 4 houses as you develop your magical education. The reaction from his fellow students was a mixture of awe, curiosity, and what appeared to be genuine excitement about the possibilities this unprecedented situation might create for the entire school community, rather than the jealousy or resentment that Harry might have expected based on his experiences with British magical culture. The other students seemed to view his unique status as an opportunity for everyone to learn and grow through exposure to new approaches and perspectives. The student who introduced herself as Rebecca Clearwater, a second-year pukwudgie, was the first to approach Harry after the sorting ceremony concluded. Her family name suggested a connection to Director Clearwater and Dr. Clearwater, and her warm manner indicated that welcoming international students was a family tradition as well as a personal inclination. "You're going to love it here," she assured Harry with obvious sincerity, as she guided him toward the dining hall where the welcome feast would begin the academic year. The fact that all 4 houses chose you means you'll get to experience everything Ilvermorny has to offer, which is pretty much the best possible way to get a magical education. Rebecca's enthusiasm was infectious and reassuring, particularly given Harry's concerns about fitting into yet another new environment where his reputation and unusual circumstances might overshadow his actual personality and interests. The genuine warmth of her welcome suggested that American magical culture's emphasis on individual achievement and personal growth created social dynamics very different from the rigid hierarchies and inherited prejudices that seemed to characterize British magical society. The welcome feast was held in a dining hall that somehow managed to be both grand and intimate, with long tables that accommodated students from all 4 houses, while maintaining the cozy atmosphere of a large family gathering. The food was remarkable, not just for its quality and variety, but for the way it incorporated magical and mundane culinary traditions from around the world, reflecting the diverse backgrounds of the student body and faculty. Harry found himself seated between Rebecca Clearwater and a third-year Wampus student named Marcus Running Bear, whose family had been part of the magical community in the Pacific Northwest for generations before European magical immigration began. Marcus proved to be an engaging dinner companion, combining deep knowledge of American magical history with the kind of practical wisdom that came from growing up in a community where magical and mundane concerns were seamlessly integrated. The conversation that developed around their section of the table was unlike any educational discussion Harry had ever experienced. Instead of the competitive academic posturing that seemed to characterize British magical education, these students were genuinely interested in learning from each other's diverse backgrounds and experiences. They asked thoughtful questions about Harry's knowledge of British magical traditions, while sharing insights about American magical practices that broadened his understanding of what magic could accomplish when freed from traditional European limitations. Sophia Martinez, a first-year horned serpent student whose family had immigrated from magical communities in South America, was particularly interested in Harry's exposure to goblin magic and international magical law. Her questions revealed a sophisticated understanding of magical theory that impressed Harry with its depth and originality, while her obvious excitement about collaborative learning opportunities made him realize how much he had been missing during his years of educational isolation. The faculty table provided another revelation about the differences between American and British magical education. The professors at Ilvermorny appeared to represent the same diversity of backgrounds and magical traditions as their students, creating a teaching environment where multiple approaches to magical theory and practice were not just tolerated, but actively encouraged and integrated into the curriculum. Professor James Clearwater, who taught care of magical creatures and was apparently another member of the extended Clearwater family network, had developed his expertise through decades of working with magical creature communities throughout North America. Professor Maria Santos, who taught healing magic and was the sister of the psychologist who had evaluated Harry in New York, had trained in both European and South American magical healing traditions before developing innovative synthesis techniques that were being studied by healers around the world. Most remarkably, Professor Running Bear, who taught magical history and was Marcus's grandfather, was a respected expert in Native American magical traditions who had worked closely with Ilvermorny's founders to develop educational approaches that honored indigenous magical knowledge while integrating it respectfully with European magical scholarship. The presence of such a diverse and accomplished faculty made Harry realize that his education at Ilvermorny would expose him to magical knowledge and techniques that simply weren't available within the constraints of British magical education. The opportunity to learn from experts who represented multiple magical traditions and cultural approaches was both exciting and slightly overwhelming in its implications for his intellectual and magical development. After the feast concluded, the new students were given tours of the school by upper-class students who served as mentors and guides during the transition period. Harry's tour was conducted by a group of students that included representatives from all 4 houses, reflecting his unique status and ensuring that he would understand the full range of opportunities available to him. The Horned Serpent Tower housed the school's library and research facilities, which were unlike anything Harry had imagined based on his limited exposure to British magical libraries. The collection included texts from magical traditions around the world, with particular strength in areas of magical theory that were considered too advanced or too dangerous for British magical students to study until they reached university level. The research facilities incorporated both magical and mundane scientific equipment, reflecting American magical education's commitment to understanding magic through systematic investigation, rather than simply accepting traditional explanations that might be incomplete or inaccurate. Students were encouraged to conduct original research projects that contributed to the advancement of magical knowledge rather than simply memorizing established theories and techniques. The Wampus Tower contained training facilities for combat magic and physical enhancement that were far more sophisticated than anything Harry had encountered in his research about European magical schools. The spaces were designed to accommodate everything from basic self-defense instruction to advanced aura training, with safety enchantments that allowed students to practice dangerous techniques without risking serious injury. More importantly, the combat training was embedded within a broader curriculum that emphasized protection and service rather than conquest and domination. Students learned to use their physical and magical capabilities to defend themselves and others, to respond effectively to dangerous situations, and to work collaboratively with both magical and mundane law enforcement when circumstances required such cooperation. The Pukwudgie Tower housed the school's medical facilities and healing magic instruction, which incorporated both magical healing techniques and mundane medical knowledge in ways that created more effective treatment options than either approach could achieve independently. Students learned to diagnose and treat both magical and mundane ailments, to work with patients who came from diverse cultural backgrounds, and to conduct research that advanced the understanding of how magical and mundane biology interacted. The healing magic curriculum also included significant coursework in magical psychology and counseling, reflecting American magical education's recognition that effective healing required attention to emotional and spiritual wellness as well as physical health. Students graduated with skills that made them valuable contributors to their community's overall health and well-being, rather than narrow specialists who could treat only specific categories of magical ailments. The Thunderbird Tower was perhaps the most remarkable space in the entire school, designed to accommodate advanced magical research and exploration that pushed the boundaries of what magic could accomplish. The facilities included experimental laboratories where students worked with faculty members on cutting-edge magical research, astronomical observation equipment that allowed for precise study of celestial magical influences, and containment areas where dangerous or unstable magical phenomena could be studied safely. Most significantly, the Thunderbird Tower housed the school's population of actual Thunderbirds, magnificent creatures that served as both living symbols of the house's values and active participants in advanced magical education. Students in Thunderbird House worked closely with these remarkable beings as part of their education, learning to understand magical phenomena from perspectives that were fundamentally different from human magical consciousness. Harry's introduction to the Thunderbirds was an experience that defied adequate description. The creatures were larger and more magnificent than any living being he had ever encountered, with wingspans that seemed to encompass entire horizons, and eyes that held intelligence so vast and ancient that looking into them felt like staring into the depths of the universe itself. More remarkably, Harry discovered that he could sense the Thunderbirds' emotional states and general intentions with a clarity that surprised both him and his student guides. The creatures seemed equally aware of his presence, regarding him with what appeared to be curious approval rather than the wariness they typically showed toward new students. Rebecca Clearwater, who had accompanied the tour group to observe Harry's reaction to the various house facilities, made an observation that would prove to be prophetic in ways none of them could have anticipated at the time. "I've never seen the Thunderbirds react to a new student quite like that," she noted with obvious fascination. "They usually take weeks or even months to accept students enough to allow close interaction. They seem to recognize something in you that resonates with their essential nature." The student dormitories were another revelation about the differences between American and British magical education. Rather than the rigid house separation that characterized Hogwarts, Ilvermorny's dormitory system was designed to foster cross-house friendships and collaborations while maintaining house identity and traditions. Harry's room in Thunderbird House was spacious and comfortable, with furnishings that reflected both the house's adventurous spirit and practical considerations for student comfort and academic success. Most importantly, the dormitory common areas were designed to accommodate students from multiple houses, creating natural opportunities for the kind of intellectual and social cross-pollination that strengthened the entire educational community. His dormitory roommates proved to be an interesting and diverse group that reflected Ilvermorny's international character. David Kim was a second-year student whose family had immigrated from magical communities in South Korea, bringing with them magical traditions that emphasized harmony between natural forces and human magical practice. James Blackwater was a third-year student whose family had been part of magical communities in the American Southwest for centuries, combining Native American magical traditions with Spanish colonial magical influences in ways that created entirely new approaches to magical problem-solving. The evening conversations in the Thunderbird Common Room were unlike anything Harry had experienced during his brief time in British magical society.